Next.js Lovable clone. What you're about to watch is the most complete full stack tutorial I have ever made. Like, what if you could actually build Lovable, the AI app builder, yourself? Not some simplified version, not a toy project, the real thing, with every feature. And I mean every feature. You type in what you want, the AI generates full React components in real time. You can see the code streaming in, the files being created, and your app updating live in the browser. You pick from 8 different models: Claude, GPT-4o, Gemini, DeepSeek, and if something breaks, it auto heals itself. On top of that, live Sandpack preview, Monaco Code Editor, full version history with diffs, image uploads to prompts, zip export, code sandbox export, dark mode, credit based billing with Clerk. It's genuinely production grade. And the stack is just as solid. Next.js 16 with React 19 on the front end, Cloudflare Workers with Hono as the backend, Edge deployed, zero cold starts, Sandpack for preview, Monaco for editing, Clerk for auth and billing, R2 and Kiwi for storage. The multi-model system alone is worth the watch. 8 models across 4 providers, each with different speed tiers, credit costs, and vision support. You can swap between them in one click. So, what are you going to build? Full authentication, AI code generation with streaming, live preview, or real code editor, version history with a diff viewer, a complete billing system with credits, and export to zip or code sandbox. All of it from zero. I've broken the whole thing into 12 chapters, starting from project setup, going through auth, the editor, the AI engine, chat, preview, versioning, billing, all the way to deployment. It's over 12 hours, step by step. Alright, enough talking. Let me just show you. So this is a demo for the Lovable clone. So the stack that we have used is Next.js, Cloudflare for storage of files, and Cloudflare Workers. Then we have used Claude for authentication and payments, and we have used Code Sandbox to display the live build and various AI models that generates the code. So let's get started. So this is the landing page and we need to log in first. This is the Clerk login. So I'll be logging with Google using Clerk. So this is my project dashboard. Here you can see that I already created a project named as Socially, and you can see the live preview from here. We can click on it and we can interact with it from here, or we can continue building the app. So I'll head over to the dashboard now, and from here we can create a new project, and we have this sidebar which shows dashboard analytics. Analytics shows the usage of our application with different models, projects, and everything, and the settings section. Then we have the credit system in place. So the entire app runs on credit system and SaaS based thing, which is linked with Cloud billing. So free plan has usage of 50 credits per month, and for the pro plan there's no cap, and in free plan there is only limit of to using certain free models, and in the pro plan you have access to entire thing. So let's create the project. So let's create an Netflix clone, and I'm going to use models from here, and we are going to use DeepSeek v3, and we will describe a prompt here: create a Netflix clone with demo data, make the UI just like Netflix, and I'm going to hit the create button. So it will start creating the project and start creating the files. This all uses Cloudflare Workers, and for model we are using DeepSeek v3 for now while it is generating. I'll show you the editor layout. So this is the chat interface. We'll see all the chats happening here, and it is sending server-side events for streaming of live code and everything. And this panel is resizable just like Lovable. Here we'll see our actual build, and from here we can test different sizes. As soon as the app arrives, I'll show you that. We can see our code changes. Then we also have history here. I'll show you that in a minute. From here, we can see our plan, our credits. We can head over to settings. We can change the appearance to light mode. So the app is also supported in light mode. We'll set it to dark mode again. And let's wait for it to create the application. Okay, so it has generated the code, and you can see we have the UI here, and we can scroll over it and see things from here. We also did this build with Lovable batch. So as you can see, we have the application now. We can head over to code here, and you can check the entire code from here. It's just like VS Code. So this is using Monaco Editor. We'll head over to history, and from here you can see that we had this initial project setup, which creates the basic files of our application and the core React app. Then we had our version 1, which was our prompt that create a Netflix clone. So we can diff the files from here. So you can see each and every file here that was added and changed, like the package.json. We added the Lucid React dependency, and in the app.tsx we modified these things. So everything is available here, and we can see the new files as well. And we can restore to a earlier version as well. I'll show you that afterwards. Now we can export the code from here, but for that we need to upgrade to Pro. So let's upgrade to Pro. Just a minute. I'll also show you that our credits got reduced to 46 from 47, and each model here uses different credit system. Like the higher model uses 2 credits and the lower model uses 1 credit. And to use higher models, we need to have on a Pro plan. So let's go to the Pro plan first. So upgrade to Pro. We have this plan which can be billed annually or monthly. So we'll subscribe to this. We'll pay with a test card. So this is the Clerk gateway. Continue. We just paid for this subscription, and now we can access the HAR models. Just a minute, I'll show you the Clerk dashboard. To billing from here, and you can see that we just created this subscriber. So it's working live. This is dashboard.cloud.com. So billing is also working. And now next thing is, let's use Claude Sonnet. And I'm going to prompt improve the app. So this will use Claude Sonnet, and it would just create awesome UI. So I'll send the message. It's working. Let's wait for it to get completed. Okay, so the app was updated. You can see there are various UI changes here. We also have this model. So it just generated a better app, and there are major improvements listed here. Now I'll show you the app in responsive mode. This is the tablet version. This is the mobile version. Now, one more thing, we can preview this application. So when I click on this, it will get us a code sandbox URL. I need to click this again. Yeah. So yes, proceed to preview. And you can see that our app is deployed and it's accessible. Now let me show you the history, and I'll restore to this original version, the version 1. And it just got restored to version 1. We'll head over to the preview, and I think we need to refresh. And this is the version 1. Let's restore to version 2 again. Let's refresh it. And yeah, it has been restored. So we can switch between the versions as well. Now, when we are on the HA model, and like we can send images, not in the DeepSeek because it doesn't support it. So we can send images from here, and it would create a UI exactly like that. So what I'm going to do is I'll head over to Dribble. And let's select some UI. I'm going to select this UI. I'm going to copy the image, or open image in new tab and copy the image from here. Head over to a lovable clone, and I can paste the image directly here, or I can upload it, but I'm going to paste it. So as you can see, it has been pasted, and we can have 5 images from here. And I'm going to add a prompt that create a UI like this, and hit enter. We can also see what image we provided. And let's wait for it to complete. Okay, so we've got an error, and it just uh, automatically known that it has an error. So we have this auto heal feature where if there's any error, it would automatically try to fix it. The AI would try to fix it automatically. It didn't work, so let's try to fix it by prompting it again. Fix the error. Okay, so the error was fixed, and I'll redemo this auto heal feature in just a minute. So The UI is completely changed now, and the results are awesome. Now, as you can see that we are on the Pro plan, the credits are unlimited. I'll head over to the settings from here, and there are also certain rate limits on the application. I'll show you that in a minute. Now you can access your account and billing section from Clerk from here. So this is a widget by Clerk. We can head over to security from here, see the active devices, see the billing details, statements, payments, and cancel our subscription or change the payment method. And let's head over to analytics now. And from here, you can see your total AI generations, projects, credits used, any edits, what type of model you are using. If any other model was used, it would be here. You can see your total projects here. If you're on a free plan, it could show you your credits usage here and your recent activities across different projects. And let's do one thing. Let's head over to the dashboard. Let's head over to the Netflix clone from here. We can also export the code from here. So it just exported the code, and it's a zip file. The Cloudflare worker handles this, and all the files are in here. Now let me showcase this auto heal feature again. I'm going to switch to a lower model to save costs. So let's use DeepSeek v3 again. Let's say create a component that imports the package so that it creates an error. Let's send this message, and it's creating the error component, appending it to app.tsx. Didn't create any error, but created the component. Let's see in the code, error component. Okay, so it's importing the package but not using it. So let's write asdfg here, call that function, and as you can see, it might have generated this error and it started auto fixing that error. And yeah, it was fixed. So if we head over to the code, head over to the error component, that error package was removed automatically. So our auto heal worked. So maximum 3 attempts would be done for auto heal, and this makes our lovable clone super smart. Okay, so this is done. Now let me show you the Cloudflare dashboard. So I have this lovable clone worker, and I have R2 bucket and key value namespace. So I'll show you the bucket first, and these are project files. So for Netflix, our project was something like, the ID was KWVI, and this is our Netflix clone directory. So we store every versions, and on each versions, like if I head over to version 11, we have this files.json file. So inside of this files.json file, we have all the files in JSON format, and we can download this file and see, like if I download this and if I open this in my editor, just a minute, we can see the model that we used for this, and then the file path and the contents of the file. So this gets sent to the code sandbox, and it parses this, and then we see our output. Now we also have key values. So key values stores the project data, not this one. So we store everything here, like the credits for the user, the project. So we store the project ID, which user uh, created that project, the name of the project, the model used, and everything is stored in the key value pairs here. We can view this as well, the data for this. It gets parsed and used in our application. Okay, so now let's get started with the project. So first, make sure that you have installed Node.js. This powers the our Munstack applications. So make sure that you have installed Node.js. Then we are going to use Next.js. Next.js is React framework for the web. So we are going to use this framework for front end. For backend, we are going to utilize Cloudflare Workers. Going to teach you how to use Cloudflare Workers. It's an awesome product. It has a lot of benefits. We are going to use R2 and KV of Cloudflare. So, more details about that later when them. Then for UI, we are going to use ShadeCN. It's the go-to UI for 2026. We are going to use that. And for authentication, we are going to use Clerk. Clerk handles all the ins and out authentication. We are not going to write any core logic for authentication. It is all going to be handled by Clerk. Let's get started with the development. So first, I'm going to pop up my code. Ahead and I'm going to create a project here. Start npx create hyphen next hyphen app at latest. Use the latest Next.js version is 16 and name my project as Next.js Lovable clone recording because I do have the original version. So just going to recording and yeah, I'm use the recommended settings. It will install all the things that are needed: Tailwind CSS, TypeScript. Let's wait for it. And by the way, why we are using Next.js? Let me tell you that we are using Next.js with version 16, and it internally uses React 19 as well. So it provides first benefit is it provides us app router. So app router is a file-based routing with layouts. It's pretty useful. Like in React, we have to use React router DOM and everything, and write every routes and everything to manage things. But in this, we just need to create files and folders, and it would automatically map that route. So it's very awesome. Then we get server components. Server components is also provided in React 19, but it's very easy to use in Next.js. That's what I consider. So for server components, it's not shipping any JavaScript code to the browser. Everything is handled in the server, and everything is sent to you as a compiled code to the browser. It's pretty useful. Not sure if I gained you good approach. And then we also have middleware support. So what happens is we can intercept every request and check, like for example, if the user is authenticated or not before even the page loads. So that is middleware which Next.js provides. And there are also server actions and things like that which handles backend. So Next.js is a full stack framework, but we are going to use Cloudflare, so we are not going to use actions. So next thing, now we are going to use some Redux primitives for UI. So we need to install that. Okay, so now I have opened my VS Code inside of that directory, and I'm going to spin up a new terminal from here. And now we need to install some Redux UI components. So let's do that. Just a minute. I'm going to copy that from here and Just going to paste it this and you can see that we are installing certain Redux UI packages. So you can just grab it from the Redux UI website, or you can do it whenever necessary because we are just setting up things here. So these are the primitive components for dialog, avatars, then drop down, label, popover, progress bars, role area, select separators, React slot, and React tooltip. You can just write it from here or just go to the Redux UI website, Redux UI here, and you can head over to the primitives and you can just get started. And for example, you need alert dialog. You can just copy this from here like this and paste it. So we need that. I'm going to install it. While this is being installed, we also need class variance authority, and that it installed authority, no, not SX and Tailwind merge and not installed. So to add that styling utilities, I'll explain to you why we are using that. So we need to install class variance authority, CLSX, and Tailwind merge. So why we are using that? So we are using this the class variance authority CVA for uh, writing of class names easily. So uh, it's useful when we are coding and writing so many class names. Tailwind CSS. I'll show you exactly how it works when we are at that stage. And apart from that, uh, what we need. Yeah, now let's install the uh, Lucid React package, Sonar, and Next themes. So we are going to install this npm install Lucid React, Sonar, and Next themes. Lucid React is npm library for icons. Then Sonar is for toast notifications, and Next themes is for managing light and dark mode. So let's install that. Apart from that, yeah, we'll also install other dependencies of Code Sandbox and Monaco Editor. So need these dependencies: Code Sandbox, Sandback, React, and Monaco Editor React. So Code Sandbox is like it's a Sandpack, like it bundles all the React components and all the dependencies, all the TypeScript code gets compiled, and everything gets done in the browsers, and uh, it would show us in an iframe. So that is Code Sandbox. So Code Sandbox is generally it would be used in our application as the preview of the actual application. So we're using that. And Monaco Editor React is uh, it's the editor. Like this editor you see in the VS Code, it's powered by Monaco Editor. So it's the same editor in the VS Code that we're using on to our application. So we are using Monaco Editor React package. Let's install that as well. And then we need a Clerk. So we are using Clerk for authentication and also need Clerk themes for that. And we are just installing dependencies that we need at the start. So we need Clerk Next.js and Clerk themes. Clerk Next.js is the actual SDK for authentication of Clerk, and Clerk themes is used for switching off dark mode of Clerk widgets. Then need Markdown rendering npm library. So these libraries are whenever AI response is going to come back to us, then it would have Markdown in it. So to render that Markdown onto our chat panel, we need this React Markdown package and React Remark GFM. So let's install that. Okay, that is done, and then we need event source parser. So we need this last library npm install event source parser. So what this will do is we are sending server side events uh, for the AI code file rendering and everything. So um, for passing those server side events, this package is useful. We could do this manually as well. We could have just not use this library, but it's very easy to parse events and everything using this library. So we are using that. So that is done. And next we need to install sheetcn. So for sheetcn, and uh, here you can head over to docs and px sheetcn latest in it. To copy it and paste it here. Yeah, we need to install that. Select component library. We are going to use Redux, and for preset, which preset would you like to use? So let's use Lucid Gist. Let's wait for it to get compiled, but install the dependencies. Now, why we are using ShadeCN? So ShadeCN is a game changer. Like what it will do is it will install our components inside of this UI library here is itself. So if you want to add any more functionality to this or customize how it looks, you can just add it here, or you can add a variant here and you can use it. If we are using any other kind of library like Material UI or Chakra UI, then those dependencies are installed inside of node module. So uh, there's no way to customize that. There are certain ways, but there are that are very heavy. But shadecn revolves around this. So every component is a lightweight component which lives inside of here, so we can customize it entirely. We are using shadecn, and everyone nowadays uses shade. All right. So and this is done. Now let's install certain components that we are going to use of sheetcn. So I'm going to have npx sheetcn latest, add button, card, dialog, drop down menu, input, label, popover, progress, scroll area, select, separator, skeleton, text area, tooltip, badge, alert dialog, and avatar. So let's install all of those dependencies, and our components are here as you can see it. Now we might have a global.css file. Here it is. So inside of here, I am going to do, I'm going to remove this from here, entire thing, and I'm going to paste my code here, which is of 315 lines. So I'll give you this code in the description of the video. So these are Lovable's theming styles and everything that we have defined. So it would be useful in our application. So I'm not going to type it everything line by line. We are just going to copy and paste this so you can use those animations, those themes, and everything from here. We don't have to write it from scratch. And I need to install this plugin, I guess, of Tailwind typography. Let's comment this for now. We'll install that afterwards, and I'll save this file. And next step, not sure what was the next step. Just a minute. And then inside of library, this is the utils file where we have this export cn function where we will use tw merge and clsx the class variable authorities and everything that we installed. So it is exported from here and it would be useful from here. Apart from that, move on to layout.tsx. So our layout.tsx is just importing CSS. Uh, what else should be here? Let's change this metadata. Instead of create next app, this should be lovable clone AI powered web app builder like this, and description is that's right. Yeah, description is correct. Let's write this for now. And we also need icons. So need to install the icon as well, the PG icon of Lovable. So we are going to scrape it from the actual Lovable website. So to do is for now is icons, this icon, and inside of this, I'm going to pass in URL of this, but this is not going to be a favicon. This is going to be icon dot svg, and the type is image svg like this. And I am going to have my icon.svg here inside of the app directory, which is the lovable clone logo. So how can you get it? We'll head over to lovable dev. I click on it here. We have this svg here. So yeah, you can just copy this element, this svg from here. We got this the lovable heart, and you can just uh, paste that code inside your svg file, and then you would have the svg like it. Let me do it, or what I'll do is save this, save the file name icon1 dot this. So you can see that we have this svg, this svg as well. So we have both the svgs now, so you can save the svg like that. I'm going to remove this svg here. Okay, so now the next step is we'll head over to layout.tsx, and in here we'll suppress the hydration warnings. So suppress hydration warning. We don't need those hydration warnings complaining in the client side. Then we'll wrap some providers here. So inside of here, what I want you to do is uh, inside of components, I'm going to create a new file named as providers.tsx like this, and let's write rfce here. uh, Default, I don't want default that, and let's do. So this is going to be a client component, the providers, and from here we are going to use the Clerk themes and everything as a provider. But for now we are going to export function providers with children inside of that, and childrens are going to be of React node, or we can have it provider props, but it's React node. Don't need to change that, and return children like this. So we'll save it for now and let's use this here. Providers, providers component, and let's pass in the children's like this, and it's done in layout. We'll just have to configure the providers in this file. So the providers is going to be theme provider first. So the theme provider is going to be useful for our default theme and the current theme dark and light mode. Then we'll use clock with theme. So that middleware would be used for clerk widget theming. And then we'll have rate limit provider. So rate limit provider would be useful for our components and everything's rate limit. So we'll use that. So for theme provider, what I want you to do is get a super simple component which would just read our theme. So we'll do that afterwards. Give this what okay, then some directories for our application. So inside of app, going to create a new folder named as marketing with crowd groups. Inside of marketing, other pages, the landing page first, and we'll have pricing page as well. So inside of marketing, create page.tsx like this, and we'll also have a layout file, but don't have any specific layout, so we don't need that. And that we need the auth page app actual. So this right here, I'm going to create another which is going to be auth. So this is going to be used for log auths. So do it. So inside of auth, actually Clerk gives us this information. If you go to Clerk.dev dashboard, you sign in. I'm going to new. I'm also working on a Binance clone as well, so that you subscribe to the channel. So let's name this next is let's this lovable recording, and we are going to enable email. Google, don't want any other, you can enable it here. Pretty simple. Create the application. For Next.js, we are going to use this look middleware to the app. We'll do that. And for directories, have they given the code? Yes. Yeah. This is the page we need. Grab in this. Head over to our VS Code. Going to here this. So instead of auth, we have this sign in, all route catcher sign in, and then we page.tsx, and then we want the same for sign up. So let's head over to the clerk here. Do we have for sign up? Don't have it. We'll just copy this and change sign in to sign up. Instead of auth, we need a new file. This is going to sign up. like this, up, and this is up like this. Sign in folder, sign up folder, and we have h.tsx inside of this, right? Hope this is correct. And do we need a layout.tsx file? I guess we do need a layout dot file. So instead of auth, this we are going to create a layout.tsx file, and inside of this default, this is going auth layout, and inside of this we'll also pass in the children. So would have, and the type of this is going to be only, and this class name is going to have classes, which is flex, green, then item center, justify center, like that, background zinc of 950, and we're just going to pass in those children. Perfect. Layout is done. Still needs to be done. So uh, it's very simple. Let's do the page first. Right component, and is just going to return sign up component from clock. Just see how simple this would be. Up clock, up clock, yes, and we have our sign ready. Copy this here to paste it. This is going to be sign in instead of up. This I can change this sign in page. This well, this is going to be sign up page. This and start our server, right? Right, npm run dev. It's 3000. I'm going to close this, and you can see that we have this lovable clone here. Let's head over to root layout right here and change this to lovable clone, and this is done. That is done. Now let's see if we have in page a to add the clock provider. We haven't added that in the layout, so we need to fix that. Then will be able to see the sign in sign up of clock. So let's fix that. Okay, so now for fixing that error, let's head over to the providers component that we just created, and inside of that let's use the clock component, clock provider here. So I'm going to create a new function here. So function clock with theme, and inside of this goes our children, and inside of here I'm going to write const theme, not like this, but we are going to get theme from use theme hook. So use theme, and from where does this comes? Use theme is from theme provider, so we need to create a theme provider component as well. So inside of theme provider, we are just creating a custom hook. So we'll get the initial our theme, which is of light or dark mode. So what I am going to create is inside of, let's close this, and this is going to be theme provider dot tsx like this. We'll paste my code here. So this code is a client component. Then we have the types of theme, like dark or system. Then local storage key. So we are storing our theme preference in local storage. Then context value of theme and set theme. We are creating the context. Uh, so initially the theme would be dark, and we have a set a function as well of set theme, and we have this resolve theme. So resolve theme is our OS preference. So what if our theme preference is of system, then it will check if prefers color scheme is of dark, then have dark or have light mode. So this is completely CSS based, based on JavaScript. After that, we are applying the theme. So we are applying it to document element of root, and we are adding that class name of dark and light, and based on that our colors would load. And then we have theme provider props for our actual provider, and we have theme set theme use effect. And inside of this use effect, what we are getting is, if we get the default theme, as soon as we get the default theme, then it's applied. That's it. And whenever the theme changes, we need to change things on our system. Set a function of set theme and provider, and wrapping that around children, and we are exporting an accessible hook. So pretty simple basic React stuff, no need to explain. And inside of this, I'm going to use it right here. So not here, but we have this use theme. So we've got our theme from here. So we'll have theme like this, and inside of this, what should we do? Yeah, let's check if it's a dark theme or light theme. So if it's const is dark equals true, if the theme is dark or system or whatever it is, then it's just returning true or false based on that. And we are going to return the clerk provider like this, and inside of this we'll pass in the children. And in the clerk provider, we are going to pass in appearance like this. Then we'll pass in base theme prop. So this should be base theme. If it's dark, then we'll pass in dark, or else undefined. And we need to have this dark. So this dark comes from clock themes. So we need to import that. So import dark from clock themes like this, and this is done. Now we just need to use this clock with thing right here. So uh first we'll wrap this around our theme provider, and our default theme would be dark like this. Close this with theme provider, and inside of this we'll again use clock with theme like this. And let's get this, and let's save it here. Save it, and now we have our clerk provider, and we might not see that error. You can see that we have our clerk sign in page here, and We all can also head over to the sign up page. Takes it to the Clerk hosted page. Sign up. Yeah, we have the sign up as well. Now we need to configure our Clerk application. So I'll head over to the Clerk dev again, dashboard, and from here, lovable clone recording. I need to, yeah, we need to set up middleware as well. Layout is done. We have the Clerk provider. Next up, what do we need? Yeah, that is done. We need to just set up the middleware, but it's proxy now. So what I'm going to do is, let me just check my code real quick. Okay, so let's create proxy dot ts and let's head over to Clerk. I'm going to copy this, paste it, Clerk middleware config, and what we are going to do is we'll just protect our some routes. So I want certain routes to be protected. So for that, what I'm going to do is const is protected route like this. And what we'll do is create route matcher. So create route matcher from Clerk Next.js server. So we'll get that from here, pass in an array, and what we'll pass is first if it's a route with dashboard with wild pattern, then it should say that it's an protected route, and same goes for project and settings page. So this is going to be slash project like this, and then we'll have settings page like this. So these three should be protected, and inside of Clerk middleware, I'm going to have an async function here with not the just the request. We need auth as well, auth and request, and inside of this sync, we'll check if is protected route, and we'll just pass in the request like this, and if it's there, then we'll have await auth dot protect from clock like this, and we'll close this, we'll close the other braces, and this is done. So auth dot protect is Clerk method. So auth is provided by Clerk to us, and we are just telling that we need to protect these routes. So it should only be accessible if the user is signed in, or else it would just redirect. Now let me refresh the page, and no worries. So Clerk middleware is done. Now we need to set certain env variables for Clerk and things. So I'm just going to not a folder but dot env dot local, and inside of this our Clerk uh, environment variables would go, and then we'll able to log in and sign up. Okay, so now I want you to head over to Clerk, head over to configure, and inside of configure, I'll head over to developers. I'm not sure where I have to go. Just a minute. Yeah, in here, API keys. Yeah, I'm going to copy this from here and head over to my code, and inside the .env.local I'm going to paste this. I'm going to delete these keys so you cannot use this. And then we need to have some clerk route configuration. So uh, sign in URL is this, sign up URL is this, then after sign in URL is this, and after sign up URL is this. So after sign in and sign up, we need to force it to go to the dashboard. So that is for that. So we need to set those via environment variables, and clerk would be done. So let's see if authentication is working using clerk. Sign up, we are on the sign up page. If we click on sign in, you can see that now when we click on this sign up sign in, it doesn't take us to the clerk hosted page, and that development mode is also gone. So now I'm going to continue with Google. I just need to log in. And we are at route 3000. Not sure if we are signed up. Let's head over to users here, and if my user is here, yeah, it's here. We are able to create the account, so it's done. It's not synced to our backend. We don't have our backend setup, so we are using Cloudflare Workers as the backend. So we need to configure all of that, but this user creation is done on the clerk end, so authentication is done. So this setup is complete. We'll delete this user. And now what next? I need to check. We need to create other routes pages. We were at the last step. We were creating this auth pages. So this auth, I think, is done. Marketing. Inside of marketing, we need to create a pricing page, but at the end, we are going to use Clerk's pricing UI. So not a big deal. We are not going to use that for now, but we'll do that afterwards if it's needed. And now inside of this, I'm going to create a new route group, which is going to be app. And inside of app, I am going to first create a layout.tsx, and all our routes are going to be here: the project route, the setting route, the dashboard route, and the analytics route. So inside of layout.tsx, uh, I think that should be here. The rate limiting banner, our sidebar should be here for projects and those settings and everything. So that should be here, but we'll do that afterwards. Uh, let's write RFCE here. So make this as layout component. And now inside of this, I'm going to create a new folder named as first. Let's have dashboard. So dashboard will have page.tsx RFCE. This is going to be dashboard page. Now let's have analytics, and page.tsx RFCE analytics page like this, and then we'll have project page. So project, and inside of this again page.tsx RFCE projects page like this, and then we'll have settings page at last, settings, and settings should have a route group pattern. So new folder, and inside of this double braces, and we'll have rest like this, and we'll have page.tsx inside of this. So all of the routes are covered. Like for clerk billings widget, we also need a certain route, so that would also be covered. And this project is not like this. It would be with a project ID. So project ID should be there, and then we'll have like this. So project slash project ID page.tsx. So like that. Dashboard is simple page.tsx, and analytics is also simple page.tsx. Now, what other thing should we do? Uh, I think that's it for now. Let's write RFC here. Let's head over to our app. Are there any errors? No. Let's head over to dashboard. Are not able to access the dashboard. I guess we deleted the user, right? So if we do have the user, then only we will able to access that dashboard. Let's see if it's working. Okay, so the dashboard is here now. We are able to access it after the user was created. Let's refresh it. Yeah, user was created. And if I head over to dash and then head over to dashboard again, yeah, we are able to access that. So that's working. So our directory setup is also done. Now what next in the list? Just a minute. Mm, we need to define several types. So what are the types that we need to do? Just a minute, I'll check it. Okay, so we need types for project, chat, and analytics. So let's do that. Okay, so now let's get started with the types as I talked about. So outside of this, I'm going to create a new directory. Let's call it types like this. And inside of types, I'm going to have three files. First is analytics.ts. Next up is chat.ts. And the other is project.ts. Do we have a space in here? Yes. Yeah, fixed now. Now, first is I'll get the types for analytics. So first is we will have, let me do one thing. This is not a code. So I'm going to paste it and I'm going to give you the source code for that. So let me write it down so I don't forget to link this in the description of the video. So I need to give you types files. Also need to give you the global.css. So I'll make sure that I don't forget that. So I'll paste it here. I'll explain you now. This is for analytics, sorry, not here. Let's head over to analytics and paste it. So in here, analytics, first is our model usage. So this is our breakdown of usage per AI model. So which model ID it is, the name of model, the count for model, and percentage of total usage of AI generations from 100. So that is for that. And this is just TypeScript types. So it makes helps us in IntelliSense. And then activity item. Okay, so every activity, like what have we done, like if we have created an AI generation, or have we triggered a manual edit from the file system, or if we restored to an earlier version. So that is activity item, the type of it. Then the project name, project ID, model, which model we are using, if we have given any prompt, and created a timestamp. Again, after that, project stat. So this is statistics for project, like project ID, project name, version count, how many total number of versions the project has. Then AI generations, like how many generations of AI has been done. Then last activity, when was this done. Analytics data. So this is analytics data of total users, everything. So total projects, total generation, total manual edits, total restores, everything about the user's account. So that is for that. So all of the analytics pages data would use this, will use this afterwards. Then we have data for chat.ts. So in here we have this image attachment. Like if we are using any image and that, then we are converting it into base 64 to sending it to server. So that is that. And media type is the type of the image. If it's png, jpg, we have given description here, and the name of the image, if there is. Then chat message, like what is the type of message, like if it is a string, then again, if we are attaching any image with that, then a role is if the message is given by user, or if it is given by any assistant, or if there are credits expired and we are trying to do chats, then that kind of message is a system message. So that is that. And then content of the message, timestamp, version number, model, change files, images, pretty explanatory, self-explanatory. Then chat session contains project id, the all the messages created at, updated at. So this is useful in the chat panel where all the data would be displayed. So this is for that. And now we need the data for project. So inside of this, I'm going to paste this. Now we have this project. So this project is the user's current project that we are working on, the name of the project, user id, the model that is currently being used, current version of the project, then project file. So the files of the project would be here. And now that project file is being used in here as an array. So we will have lots of files. So every file would have a path of the file and the content of the file. So that is used in here. Now other things that are here are the version number, prompt, model, files, as I told, change files. So this would be again an array. So change files would have the content of the files. And type, so again this is AI manual restore. I explained it earlier, created at, file count, and restored from. So it's just a version details. Then this is version meta. So this version meta is different. This doesn't have all the files. You can see that here we have all the files inside of project file array here, but there's no files here. We just have file counts and change files. So this is only for meta. This is a lightweight version metadata for the version timeline. So the timeline component, so that is being displayed from this. I'll explain you this again when we are at that. So let me save this, done. And I'm going to close all of these files. Okay, what's not saved? Validator.ts. Okay, this is from .next. I don't need to do anything here. Let me close all of these files. So done. Now next up in the list is going to be, I guess, setup of Cloudflare workers. So I'm going to open up a terminal from here. Let's delete this. We have the server running. So let's make sure that is running as well. So now in here, I'm going to create a directory. So mkdir worker. Mm, what next? Just a minute. Okay, so now after this, I want you to do npm init -y. So let's head over to the worker directory first, worker. And inside of here, I'm going to write npm init -y to initialize npm, not npm, but package.json. And now inside of this, I need to install Hono, Jose, Nano ID, and fflate. So I'll explain you what we are using here. So Ono is a ultra light web framework for edge runtimes. It's Express.js. Think of it like an Express.js, but it is designed for Cloudflare workers, and it is a very small package. Like it is of just 14 KB. And if you are familiar with Express, then it's like Express. Then Jose. We are using Jose for JSON object signing and encryption. So it's used when we want to verify Cloud's JWT with the backend. So it's used for that. Then we are using Nano ID. So Nano ID just generates unique ID. Instead of UIDs, we use Nano ID, which is much shorter and unique and URL safe. So we are using that. And uh, fflate. So fflate is useful for JavaScript uh, zip operations. So we are going to export our project at as zip. So uh, for that we are using fflate. So all the packages that we need was installed. Now we need to install the dev dependencies, which is Wrangler, TypeScript, and Cloudflare worker types. So we need Wrangler, TypeScript, Cloudflare worker types, and yeah, Wrangler is Cloudflare CLI. It's like Vercel for workers, so we are using that. Now, what next? While this is being installed inside of worker, I'm going to create several of directories. First, we will create source directory, and inside of source, we are going to create what do we need? I guess there was this middleware. Yeah, we need several of files. So first, inside of worker, I'm going to create mm, what's called, yeah, we need to create a wrangler.jsonc file. So let's see if there's a command that can generate it. Just a minute. Mm, just a minute, I'll just check it. Okay, so to check if Wrangler is installed, we can use this from Cloudflare. So npx wrangler hyphen hyphen version, and yeah, it's installed. So the version is 4.72.0. Now for configurations, we need the Wrangler JSONC files. So we can use this from here, but okay, so it can automatically create this file. So inside of this file, we need the name of our worker and kv namespaces and r2 buckets. So kv namespace is key value things. So the key value thing stores it like database, and r2 bucket stores our files and everything. So let's see if we can create it using the npx command. So npx wrangler kv namespace. So for key value pairs, we create a new namespace and create a command with the name as metadata. Okay, it's creating in the remote location, which is my Cloudflare actual Cloudflare dashboard, but we are running this locally. So let's create a new file here, which is going to be wrangler.jsonc like this. And inside of this, let's write few things. So uh first it's going to be dollar schema. So schema is going to be at node modules, node hyphen modules slash wrangler slash config hyphen schema dot json like this. Then the name of this worker. So name is going to be lovable colon recording. After that, I'm going to give it a main file. So main file is going to be source index.ts. We need to create this file. And after that, uh let's give it a compatibility date. So this is going to be 2025 0101, and then let's give it the KV namespace. So KV namespace and are two buckets. So what I'm going to do is just a minute. I'm going to paste this right here. KV namespaces array binding of metadata. We'll get our KV ID here and R2 buckets, which is files. And this bucket name is lovable clone files inside of this worker. And we'll get the IDs now. So let me create those. So I'll run that command again, npm npx wrangler kv namespace create metadata, this thing, and we'll get the ID. Okay, value expected on line 1. Okay, we have not saved that file. I'll save it and let's do it again. It's doing on remote, so for local, what are the available flags? Let me check config. Okay, so is there something local for this? This is directly adding key values, and this is directly adding this. So local flag is used for that, but what did we use? Yeah, we used this, but it's still creating in remote. So let me check, just a minute. Okay, so I did research about it, and it tells me that for local, any ID works, but when you deploy it, we need to change the binding to something unique. So I've used metadata, so it's giving me error, and I think we don't need to change the ID for now. For now, it would just work perfectly. And now let's work on other things. So I'm sorry for that. Next thing is inside of this, what should we do? We need to create the index.ts, which initializes the new Hono app and uses the star pattern. We need to have routes, services, middlewares, AI generations, and everything. So we'll use that. Just give me a minute. Okay, so next thing is inside of this worker, I'm going to write tsconfig.json, and I'm going to paste this tsconfig, and I'll make sure that this is included in the description of the video as well. I'll just create a demo git repo and include all of this inside of that, so don't worry. So tsconfig is there. Next up, we need the .dev.env vars, .dev.env not env vars but .dev.vars. So this is just environment variables. We'll configure this later, no need for it now. Then let's create an index.ts inside of worker, inside of source directory, index.ts and types.ts. Also create some directories, which is AI. This is for AI generations providers. Then middlewares. This is going to be for auth, not middlewares, just middleware. Then we are going to use, not use, but create routes. All of the routes would go inside of this, and then services like this. And what should we do next is, let's create the index.ts first. Before that, I would like to create the types.ts inside of this. So inside of this types.ts, we have the environment variable files. So we need the metadata, the KV namespace and things, the files, which is our R2 bucket, and Clerk issuer, Clerk JWKs URLs, then AI API keys, then Clerk webhook secret, and front-end URL of the app, and app variables is user ID. This is from Clerk. So uh, I'm just saving this whenever it's needed, nothing special. And inside of index.ts, what I'm going to do is, let's initialize everything. So first, let's initialize our Hono app. So const app equals to, this is going to be new Hono, new Hono, and we, what we'll do is, we'll import Hono from Hono, not automatically getting imported. So let's import it. So import Hono from Hono like this, and we need the env from types as well, and auth middleware from auth. It's not created yet. Then let's comment this out, and with env we also need the app variables that we just created, and automatic suggestions are here. We initialize new Hono with env and app variables like this. What's the error? Env has no properties in common with type env. So instead of this, what we'll do is, we'll write bindings like this. Bindings. Okay, this should be object bindings env, and app variables is going to be variables. So variables like this, app variables. Then initialize it. Now we need the course middleware. So we are going to use app.use, just like we use in Express. So app.use star async c of next, and inside of this, what we are going to do is const allowed origins equals to c.frontend.url, but it's not in an array. So frontend URL, if we have given the frontend URL in a variable, or else it's going to be localhost 3000. Then let's have const middleware equals to course, and inside of this, first we need to import the course. So it's not automatically imported, I'm not sure why. So we need to import it from Hono course. So import course from Hono course like this. Now inside of this, let's pass an origin. So origin is going to be an array with allowed origins. Allow methods is going to be get, post, put, delete, and options. We also need to add patch. Done. After that, we will have allow headers, which is going to be content type authorization. Max edge is going to be not this, but 600. And credentials is going to be true like this. So that works. And next we'll return our middleware. So return middleware c of next, and we're calling the next function after that. So it would go on to the next phase. Now we need to have some public routes. for testing. So first public route is going to be a health app, health route, to just check if the app is working, to check our configuration. So I'm going to use health like this, and inside of here I'm just going to return c.json status. Okay, and I'm also going to return the timestamp. So timestamp is equals to new date, like this. All right, perfect, and it's saved. Now next, what should we do? We just need to test this application if it's working or not. So mm, let's write npx wrangler dev, and where's my terminal? Npx wrangler dev, this command to start it. It's ready and it's serving on the localhost 8787. Let's head over to here, and it's this is working. So this wrangler is working now. We just need to hit the health route, and health is not working, so there is some error. mm, I missed anything? Yeah, I need to export the app. We didn't do that. So inside of here, export default app, like this, and it's done. Let's reload the URL now. Let's recompile this. Okay, we are getting status of okay and timestamp. So our backend is also up, front end is also up. So setup of our Hono and Clerk, front end and back end, is done. So basic thing of our application Bootstrap is done. We can move on to the next phase now, which is the actual authentication and storing everything, and verifying the user with Clock JW keys and everything. So let's get started onto that. Okay, so now let's get started with Clerk. Clerk authentication. So most of our setup is done. So we just need to validate our JWT and stuff like that and protect the route based on that. So first, what should we do is let's head over to dashboard of Clerk here. Let's head over to configure and the API keys right here. We need the JW keys URL from here. Copy that and head over to the source code. Head over to dev dot vars and in here I'm going to write clerk hyphen JW keys URL equals to this URL, and I'm going to also have clerk issuer like this, and we'll just remove dot well known jw keys, and if we head over to that URL right here, you can see the clerk jw keys everything details. So this would be useful for validating our jwt from clerk. So if it's not malformed and if it's perfect, and then we can grant user the access. So that is for that. So uh, I guess this needs to be saved and we need to restart our dev server as well after that. But after this, what should be done is in, inside of index.ts of the worker, the front end part is done. We done the integration and everything, as you know. Now we need to create an auth middleware right here. So inside of this source middleware, I'm going to create an auth.ts or inside a auth folder. No, inside this, just auth.ts, and inside of this auth.ts, what I'm going to do is first we'll get the GW keys, then we'll create our auth middleware, and inside of that we'll validate our GW keys. So first let's create cached JWK type. So let cached JWK. So we are caching it uh, for 30 seconds to not abuse it. Type of create remote JWK set and null equals null like this. And we need to import this. So this needs to be imported from Jose. So import and JWT verify from Jose like this, and we'll also import create middleware from Hono. So import create middleware from not Faro middleware but Hono factory like this. After that, what next? We need the env and app variable. So import type env as well as app variables like this, and okay, it's never reassigned, so that's not an error. And we'll also have cached JW keys URL, which is string null like this. And then we have a function of get JW keys URL, and fket cached JW keys and cached JW keys URL equal triple equals to JW keys URL. Okay, if it's the same, then return the cached JW keys. Okay, that is perfect. Then cached JWK is equals to create a remote JWK set. Okay, that is also perfect. We are just returning the cached JWKs like this. This is going to be different. So create remote JWK set, and what else? Create remote JWK set, new URL JWK's URL, and we'll pass an object with cooldown options. The cooldown duration is going to be 30,000, and cached max age is going to be 600,000. So like this, and then cache JWK's URL is equals to JWK's URL, and we'll return the cache JWKs. So we are just caching it right here. Now we'll create our auth middleware. So export const auth middleware is equals to create middleware bindings env and variables like this. So this is going to be an object again. The bindings is going to be env variables as app variables, and then async c next. This is all right, and we need to close this bracket. Okay, error is gone. Now inside of this, what should we do? First, we need to get the auth header right. Yeah, so we are sending the authorization as authorization colon bearer and then the token. So we'll get that from c.request.headers, not headers, but just c.request.header like this. And if there is no auth header or auth header that doesn't starts with bearer, then we'll return c.json unauthorized, or we'll just have missing or invalid authorization header like this, and we'll also pass in a code which is going to be unauthorized, and error code is going to be 401. Yeah, that's perfect. Let's save this. Okay, so if there is no auth header, or if auth header is malformed, or it's not starting with beer, then we need to return that. So it's malformed if it's not starting with beer. I'll show you what the authorization token will be when we send it from front end. Now token is equals to auth header, and instead of substring we are going to slice the 7 characters. So that might be 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 7. We are going to slice this 7 characters, and after that our actual authorization JWT would be there. And after this we are going to wrap everything in a try catch block, and inside of try what we are going to do is const JWKeys is equals to get JWKs. We don't need to have await here. Yeah, we don't need to have it. It's an async function, but not needed. So c.env.clock JWKeys URL. So it will get this from c.env.clock JWKeys URL. So envs are automatically loaded from dev envvars. And where is this coming from? If we head over to types, and in this env we have this. So this is clock JWKeys URL. So that type was for this, for making it easier. And after this we'll have const. Yeah, it's correct. Yeah, it's correct. Await JWT verify. We'll call JWKs. No, we didn't need to call this. So we already have that JWKs here. So we'll pass in JWKs. So we'll pass in the token. Wait, JWT verify, pass in the token, pass in JWKs, and we'll pass in the issuer, which is c.env.clock issuer. And there's an error. Get JWKs. We got the JWK. And think we need to use await here. Yeah. Let's see if it works or not. Then we get the payload. So from the payload, after if it's verified and if it's perfect, then we get the payload from the JWT, the actual data. So from there, what we'll do is inside of the payload, we'll get our user ID, which is going to be from payload.sub type of string. And if there is no user ID, then will return c.json error jwt missing or missing subclaim works code unauthorized and 401 perfect. Now if there's no error, then we are going to have c.set user id as user id. So we are setting the user id across the entire application, as we have this here app variable. So the entire app would reference our user id after getting from this middleware. So whenever we want to use it, we can use it as user id. So we are just setting it here, c.set. Now what next? Okay, return next. Okay, instead of return, we are just going to use await next. Um, Call it to the next middleware. And inside of error, what should we do? So let's get message. So const message equals to error instance of, sorry, error instance of error dot message unknown error during authentication, or we'll just have JWT verification failed, and will return like this error message, this message and code of unauthorized and 401. That's it. So our middleware is ready and we can use it inside of our index.ts. So if we head over to index.ts, after the health route, we are going to write app.use, and this is going to be API star. So for all the API endpoints, we need to run this auth middleware. Make sure the auth middleware is imported. Yep, it's already here. Let's remove this. So we have the auth middleware now, and what next? Let's check if this auth middleware is actually getting the token. So inside of here, console.log will get the auth header, and let's get the token as well. Console log token and console log user ID. Authorization might be sent automatically. I'm not sure. Let's restart the application. I need to open up terminal again. Let's reload this. Done. And now if we head over to 8787, let's head over to health route, but it would not use it because it's above this. So let's bring the this above just for testing and refresh it. We are at the health route, but it's not getting at the auth middleware. Let's reload this. Okay, so yeah, this needs to be slash API slash health. We are just getting the health route. So let's change this to API slash health like this. Missing or invalid authorization header. So we didn't found it. Auth header got undefined. Uh, let's check. Do we have the auth header? Okay, so it won't work because we are uh, hitting the API directly, not from front end. So front end, this token would be on localhost 3000. If I head over to here, inspect and application localhost 3000, then Clock would have its authorization code somewhere here, so it would send it directly from here. But as we are calling it on 8787, so it's not calling. So we need to set up an API client on front end and call it from there. So what I'm going to do is inside of here lib folder, I'm going to create an API client.ts, and inside of API client.ts, let's write export const worker URL, which is HTTP 8787. But first, let's try to get it from process.env dot next public worker URL, or if the environment variable is not set, then get it from 8787. So that is that. Now let's export interface of API error, and the error is going to be the string and the code that we are sending from here. As you can see, error and code. So we are setting the interface for that here, and first we need to get the token. So uh, we need the get user session token. So we are writing a type for that. So get token function equals to promise of string, or it could be null, like this. And then we are going to create a function of authenticated fetch, which attaches the authenticated token to every API. So um, we'll create the API client afterwards, but first what we are going to do is, first let's create this function which attaches the clock token. So uh, async function authenticated fetch is first t, and inside of this get token is equals to get token function path. Instead of, let's write this get token, and input, this is different. Okay, we'll change this. Okay, so instead of this get token function is correct. The input should be path of type string, and instead of init we are going to have options, which is of request init. Perfect. And we need to give this like this, and this is promise of t. And what else? Okay, we just need to return a value from here. So inside of this, we'll get the token. So const token is equals to get token. If there is no token, then no auth token available, or we can say that not authenticated, not authenticated, no session token available, like this. Perfect. And we're just throwing the error. Now we'll get the response. So const response equals to await worker URL, and we'll provide the path. And inside of this, we'll pass in the options which has been provided. Then we'll pass in headers. So in headers, we are going to pass content type as application JSON, and we'll pass in the authorization as bearer token, which we expect in backend, and we'll also destructure options.headers and pass it like this. And this is not optional, like this. Perfect. Now after this, we'll check if response and what should we have here is if response is not okay, then we'll have error data as API error, or let's remove this const error body equals to await response.json catch, and instead of null this is going to be uh, error unknown error and code of unknown error like this, and we'll also give this as yeah, we can give it an API error path like this. And now if we are rate limited, then we need to dispatch custom event of rate limited. So what I'm going to do is from backend, when we are rate limited, we are providing this 429. So also this is not API error. Instead, this is error of string and retry after number like this. So what this will do is we are getting the error body if there's an error, and we are also checking if we are rate limited, then after what seconds we can again retry. So we need to show that to front end. So for that, this retry after is that, and we are getting the retry after like if it's greater than 60, sorry, not greater than 60, but if it's anything, then we can show that, or if it's not there, then we'll show just 60 seconds. We are rate limited for 60 seconds, and we'll just dispatch an event in window object of rate limited, and that's done. Now after this, we are going to throw new error that request field, something like that. So throw new error, error body dot error, and if there's no error like that, then we'll have mm, okay, request field with status response dot status like this, and if it's perfect, then we are just going to return response dot json as promise of t like this. So what we are essentially doing here is, let me close this, and we are just getting our token and appending that token as application bearer token. Content type is application JSON. Other passing other headers and other options that we want to send, and we'll call this uh, authenticated fetch from our below API. And if the response is okay, we are sending it, and if the response is not okay, then we'll are checking if it's an 429 error. That means if we are rate limited, then we need to show that into the UI, and if we are not rate limited but there's any other error, then we are just throwing that new error. So we are handling those scenarios. Now after this comes our export function, create API client. So inside of this we get the token, so we'll just return something like uh, projects, the first projects, and we'll have the list method here, which will just have authenticated fetch, will pass in projects. So the return type would be projects, project array like this. And I guess we need to import this from type project, and now we'll have get token and our route as slash API slash projects like this, and that is all. So this is a get route, will get all the projects of this user. So Why does this have an error? Okay, this needs to be down below outside of this parentheses, right? And we are getting the projects. So projects.list, when we call create API client dot projects.list, then it would return this. So mm, that is done, I guess. And let's head over to index.ts again here, and we are going to revert this change of health and have this like here. Now we are going to create a projects route here. So after this, I'm going to use projects route. We are not going to test it in health. We could do that, but let's test it properly. So app dot get, not app dot get, but app dot route slash API slash projects. If it's like that, then we are going to have all our project routes here. So we have not defined that. So inside of routes, we need to create the project routes first. So inside of routes, I'm going to create a new file named as project.ts, and inside of this, first let's create project routes.get slash that will get all the projects of the user. So what should I do here? Just a minute here. First, let's define project routes. So project routes equals to new Hono. We'll call this, and the type is going to be bindings, but import Hono, then bindings as env and variables as app variables. Perfect. And we need to import this as well. And inside of this, no, inside of this we don't need anything, but now we'll attach the events. So project routes dot get async function like this, and let's close this. And inside of this, I am going to first get the user ID from const user ID equals to c dot where dot user ID as we defined in the middleware. So we have that here. Now we'll get the project IDs. So we'll write const project IDs equals to await c dot env dot metadata dot get. Type would be string of array, and we'll get user projects with $user ID, and the type would be JSON like this, or it's going to be an empty array if there's no data. What's an error? e.env.metadata doesn't exist. Getting this C, so c dot env dot metadata. So have we defined it correctly? Let's head over to the types c.env.metadata. Yeah, it's perfect. Head over here. Can we quick fix it? No, it has generated a lot of code. What's it doing? We have it. I think we need to restart the TypeScript server, restart TS server, and let's fix it afterwards. Okay, await c dot env dot metadata. Then if we'll fix that, just a minute. If the user doesn't have, okay, if there is no project IDs, so if no project IDs or project IDs dot length triple equals to 0, then we are going to return c.json projects as an empty array. And uh, what else? Like if there are projects, then we are going to fetch all the projects with promise.all. So await promise.all will get project IDs dot map with project ID, and inside of this, what should we do? Project IDs map, or we can just have a one liner c dot env dot. Okay, so bindings dot metadata. Okay, so I get the error. So c dot env dot bindings dot metadata, or this is just c dot env dot metadata dot get projects with project ID as JSON, and the type of it is going to be project. Let's import this project type. So project type should be imported from types of project. Have we done that? No, we haven't done that. So inside of source, we are going to create a new folder named as types, and this is going to be having a project.ts file, and the project.ts file would have this data, the project file, version meta, just that we have in front end. You can find this in the description of the video. And let's import this project. And what else? You have a look. Project with project ID, JSON. That's it. And after that, we'll just remove any projects that are corrupted. So const valid project says projects.filter, and project is not null, and we'll sort it by dates. So sort ab new date b dot updated time get time. Yeah, we'll just sort it according to this, and we'll just return that yc.json projects valid JSON. Save this, and project routes is not defined. Okay, it's defined now. We need to export it, I guess. Okay, export project routes like this. Head over to index.ts and let's grab project routes, and that is it. Let's reload our Wrangler server. Head over to 8787 and let's head over to health. It's perfect. Now let's head over to API. It won't work, but I just want to check. We don't have the authorization header. So now let's try to call this from front end. So let's head over to any of the front end file. For example, localhost 3000. So inside of app, inside of this ph.tsx, uh, let's call const projects is equals to API create API client dot put, I'm not sure if this would work. This should probably give us an error, but I just need to verify. If we head over to slash route, no session token available. Throw new error. I guess we are, no, it's perfect. It should be here. So no session token available. Let's try to log in again and check it. If we head over to sign in, and I'm going to delete all of this. And let's head over to sign in. Okay. Is it inside the cookies? Lots of tokens. Yeah, it would be inside of cookies. We are checking inside local storage, so it should be here somewhere. Uh, let's reload it, and no session token available. Am I missing something here? I'm not sure. Let me check. Okay, so I found the issue and removed the problematic code. So we are going to do that again now. And inside of here, we are going to get the token from use auth, which is a clock function. Then we'll get use effect. I'll also mark this component as client component by use client. We are just testing it, and we'll fetch the products. We'll get the token first, then parse the payload, and we'll see JWT is this, and we'll call our API client and pass it our get token. And we have one more error here. We need to solve this, not one but few errors. So not here, but in the API client, this should be like this get token function. So the error that was showing here should be gone. Yeah, it's gone. And one more thing that we need to fix is in the .env vars we have this trailing slash. We need to remove this. We just need to have this accounts.dev and no trailing slash. I'll save this, and I'll restart my npx wrangler dev server to reload those .env. And inside of here, let's save this and let's reload this page. It would call it and get the data. It's here, and I guess we can see the token as well. You can see we have auth header and token and user ID, everything from our auth middleware. So this thing right here, we can remove all of the consoles from here. We don't need it now. We are just testing stuff. So it's fixed and authentication is done. So two sections are complete in our code. We'll just remove all of this and let's refresh it. And yeah, we don't have anything. Let's head over to page.tsx, and I'm going to remove all of this code. We don't need it. We're just testing it. Save this file again. Done. We are not calling anything. Is anything else is left? Just let me check. No, I guess everything is complete in the authorization section. Uh, yeah, the authentication and authorization of Clerk is done with JWT decoding and everything. So now let's get to the next phase, which is development of the landing page. So let's do that. Okay, so now let's work on the landing page. So currently our landing page is this. We need to delete all of this. So inside of this, I'm going to remove all of this and write RFCE, and this is, let's name this as landing page right here. And other things are, we need to create certain components. So those are navbar and hero. So inside of components, I'm going to create more components. So new folder, and I'm going to name them as landing. And inside of landing, I'm going to create two components and a barrel export file. So inside of here, let's name this as hero.tsx. So this is going to be the hero component, and let's create navbar.tsx, rfce, export default navbar. Or are we exporting it default? No, we'll just export the function like this. Export function navbar, and this has to be capital like this. And this is not going to be an arrow function, a simple function like this. Export function navbar like this. Import React, or I think this is not needed, importing of React now. And I'll head over to the, I'll gonna copy this, paste it, and name this as hero right here. And let's create a barrel export file. So I will create index.ts file, and I'll import those components here and export it. So export hero from hero and navbar from navbar. So what this will make is, inside of here, inside of our landing page, we can import them very cleanly. So inside of this div, we are going to have navbar and hero like this. And you can see that everything is cleaner. It's from landing, not landing slash hero and landing slash navbar. So that are the barrel exports. And let's give this a class name of relative min height of screen overflow hidden. Save this, and let's head over to the browser, and you can see it's removed. We have navbar and hero. So let's create our navbar first, or let's create hero component first. It's much smaller, and we don't have any logic in there. So let's do it. Just a minute. All right, let's head over to hero, and inside of hero, this is going to be having a class name of relative flex min height of screen. Then we'll also give it a flex of call, item center, justify center, and padding x of 6. And inside of here goes our another div with a class name. The class name is going to be pointer events none, then absolute, then inset of 0, inside 0, overflow hidden, and again inside of this will again have absolute, inset of 0, background gradient, to bottom, and we don't need this. Okay, class can be written as linear, but I don't want to write it for now. So from, I'm going to give it a from color. From is going to be hash 1A0533, then via hash 0F0A2E, and again we'll give it 2 with hash 1C1C1C. Like this, let's head over to here and we have this gradient. Awesome. Now, what next? Uh, this is a self-closing div right here. Not this one. So this is just for the gradient. So this is a self-closing div. After this, what else? We again have one more self-closing div. So I guess there are so many self-closing divs. So it's just for the colors. So I'm going to copy them and paste it. I'll show you in a minute. Let's see the results. Okay, we have the gradient. Perfect. Now let me show you view word wrap. Okay, word wrap is already there. Let me do it again. Yeah. So we type this div right here. Then we have this div. Then we have this div. Just copy all of them. Okay, now after completing this div, I'm going to have another div with class name as relative, and inside of this I'm also give it a z of 10, flex width of full, max width of 2xl, flex call, item center, and text center. And again inside of this I'm going to use a link tag, and the link tag is going to have an href of sign up, sign hyphen up, and we'll also give it a class name, not like this. Class name equals to group margin bottom of 8, and inside of this link will go our badge component. So badge, the link component, okay, we need to import it. Badge, and is it a self-closing tag? No, it's not. And this badge is going to have variant as secondary. Then we'll give this a class name, and I'm going to grab those class names. Gap 2, border white or background white, padding x of 3, padding y of 1.5, text small, text white 80, backdrop blur small, transition colors duration 150, and when we hover, change the background to 10. Now comes the HTML part. We will have two spans with just a new introducing smarter experience, something like this. So these are the two spans, and I'm going to see this. Okay, new introducing a smarter experience. It's here. Perfect. Now, what next? Mm, link is complete. Then we'll have an headline. So after this badge and link, I'm going to have an H1 with build something lovable, and let's give it a class name of text 4xl, font bold, leading tight, tracking right, tracking tight, sorry, no, tracking tight, yeah, and text of white. When it's small, then text of 5xl, and when it's medium, we'll give it a text of 6xl. Perfect. Let's see it in action. Build something lovable. Good. Now we need to have that input card. So let's do it. So after this h1, I'm going to have an p tag that just tells create apps and websites by chatting with AI, this thing. And after this, I'm going to have another div with class name as margin top of 10, width of full, not fit, width of full. And again, inside of this goes a link tag. Whenever we click on this, we need to head over to sign up. So link and href is sign up. Last name is just block, not all of this extraordinary classes. We'll just use block, and let's end this link. And inside of this link, let's have our div, which will have everything. So I'm just going to grab those UI. Inside of this link tag, we'll have this. We need to import icons first. I'll show you the code, just a minute. Okay, we copied this thing right here. So a div, again, a p, and some icons and the plan and everything. Just a visual thing, nothing logical. Done. Now I'll head over to this app and you can see this. It's here. It's still not perfect. I'm not sure why. I guess because we might have missed a div. Okay, so instead of this div, this is a section first, not a div. And did I make mistake in something else? I gave it a max width of 2 XL, but there's an error here. Save it and refresh it. Okay, max. Okay, this is max width of 2 XL like this. Perfect. So it's looking perfect now. When we click over this, it should take us to sign up page and it's redirecting us to here. If we head over to sign up, it's redirecting here. If we head over to dashboard, okay, because we are already logged in. That's why. Perfect. So this is done. Now let's do the navbar. So navbar is not complex, but inside of navbar, we also need to have the clogged signed in and signed out components. It's pretty small component. So let's get it over with. Instead of this, I'm going to have header. Inside of header, let's give it a class name of fixed, top of 0, then z of 50 and width of full. Now again, inside of this, we'll use a nav component. We'll give a class name of mx auto, flex, height of 16, max width of 6 XL, item center, gap of 2, text large, then what else? Okay, it's not here. So mx auto flex at 16, max width of 6 XL, item center, and we need justify center and padding x of 6 like this. And now inside of this, I'm going to have the link with our logo. So logo.svg was already imported and I showed you this thing, not this thing. Okay, logo is something different and we don't have it. Oh, let me check. Okay, so Logo.svg is same as icon.svg, so I can do one thing. I'm going to copy this and inside of public directory we'll paste it, and let's rename this to logo.svg, and it should be here, and we need to import the link from next link. Next step, let's see the output. Lovable clone, perfect. We need to have the navbar now, other things of the navbar. After the link, we are going to have another div, flex, item center, gap of 3. Again, inside of this, we are going to use signed out and signed in button. So those are components from Clerk. So I'm going to paste it. I need to import signed out. Okay, need to import it manually. So import signed out from Clerk Next.js. Is it signed out? Clerk Next.js, and this is signed in and signed out. I'm able to see that there's no exported member. Let's import the button from UI button as well. We'll fix this in a minute. This should be there. Let's head over to node modules. You would haven't deep dived into node modules, right? So let's find Clerk from here. Clerk, then Next.js, and inside of this we have dist types, and we need to find index.d.ts. Okay, strange. We don't have the signed in and signed out button here. That is very strange. So let's do one thing. I'm going to find it in here. I cannot find it in here, but need to see uh, if this has been changed and if we are using a different version. So let's head over to package.json and clock Next.js. Okay, so currently I'm using the 7th version, and for the app I have used 6.37.4. So I'm just going to change this to 6.37.4, save it, and I'm going to open up the terminal, head over to the front end app, stop it, and I'll just write npm install. Okay, added 3 packages. Let's write npm run dev now. Should work now. Yeah, it is here. We need to take care of versions as well. And inside of the navbar, what did we do? We take the signed out button. If we are signed out, then we need to show login and get started. And if we are already signed in, then we'll show the dashboard button. So for now, dashboard would be, for us, dashboard would be visible. All right, it's here, but width full is not applying. Fixed, then top of 0, z of 50, and width of full. This is perfect, but I guess We might have to change something inside of the layout, marketing layout, or did I miss something here? Let's give this a background number 200. It's perfect. The width is full. So I might have missed something in the class names. I would have, yeah, instead of justify center, we need justify between. Perfect. Let's remove this. And yeah, we have our landing page ready. And if we head over here again, dashboard, if we logged out, if we would have logged out, then sign in and login page would be sign in and login button would be there. So our landing page is also complete now. Now next up is, let's create the dashboard here with all the CRUD of creating projects and everything. So let's do that. Okay, so now we are at chapter 4, and chapter 4 is about creating the dashboard, the CRUD of dashboard, creating the sidebar, the layout, and everything. So, first thing first, I'm going to close all of this, and inside of this app, we have the layout.tsx file, right? So, what I'm going to do here, just a minute. All right, so this page right here is our layout page. So in here, I'm going to have our sidebar and mm, uh, the projects cards and everything. So let's do that. First, I'm going to create a nav item, and the name of this component should be app layout. Layout works, but let's name it app layout. Looks good. And we get children in here, and we need to pass the children down. So we get children here, and the type of it is going to be read only, read only, children of React node, like this, and this is read only. Perfect. Now what should we do next? Just a minute. Okay, we have got the children, and let's create nav items as well. So we are going to have dashboard, analytics, and settings as the nav items. So going to paste it here. Nav items, we have dashboard, the route is dashboard, and layout dashboard is the icon. We need to import all three icons. Then we have analytics and settings. That's it. And now we are going to have a grid here. So grid would be something like, let me show you a diagram if I have of how the layout is going to look. Just a minute. Mm, New file, yeah. So this is going to be the app layout. So in here, sidebar and main content, sidebar, logo, project, stats, configuration, and the avatar. Main content is going to have a dashboard, project settings, and all of the content. So we are going to create a layout like that. And first, we also need to check if we are on the project editor, then we don't want to show the sidebar, because we actually do the creation of project and everything there. So const path name equals to use path name, and this is going to be a client component as well. So let's mark this as use client. And let's grab path name and also create a state for sidebar, like if the sidebar is open or close. So use state snippet, and it's going to be sidebar open, set sidebar open, and this is going to be false initially. And let's import use state as well from React. And next is we'll check if it is the editor page. So is editor page equals to path name dot starts with not editor but project. So if it starts with projects like this, then not projects but project with the ID, then it is the editor page. So we don't need to show the editor page, we just need to show the rate limit banner, and we'll show the children. So we'll check if is editor page, then we'll return a div with the children. That is correct, but this div is going to have a class name of flex, height of screen, flex of call, back bg background, and text foreground. And now inside of here we are going to have a rate limit banner. So we are just going to write rate limit banner for here. So when we actually implement rate limit components, and that will replace it. So let's write a to do here as well. To do rate limit banner. So we need to complete that. And after that, we are going to have another div with flex, flex1, overflow hidden. And inside of this goes our children like this. Okay, so if it is editor, we just need to show this. And now comes our actual component. So this return here will have div with class name, flex, height of screen, and flex of call, bg background, and text of foreground, text foreground like this. Let's head over to the Chrome, and yep, it's here. And what else? We'll remove this app layout, and we'll just copy this rate limit banner from here, paste it. If it's rate limited, then show rate limiting here. And we should comment this out as well. Rate limit banner is only visible if there is rate limited. So now we'll check if sidebar open. If sidebar is open, then we need to show div. So this is for the mobile sidebar, div with class name as fixed, inset of 0, z of 40, background black of 60, backdrop blur small, backdrop blur small, and if it's medium, then we need to hide it. So it's just for mobile. And on click, we are going to just have set sidebar open. Set sidebar open as false like this. Done. Can remove this braces. Now let's have the actual sidebar. Just a minute. After this div, and this div is a self-closing div. Let's have an aside tag, and inside our aside, okay, this needs to be closed like this, and this should be here like this. Okay, inside of aside tag, we are going to have class name with brackets like this, en We'll pass fixed, insert y of 0, and we need to import cn from libutils. Insert y of 0, left of 0, z of 50. Then we need flex width of 60. Then we need flex call, border r, border sidebar, border class, background sidebar. Then transition, transition, transition transform, and duration 200. And it's medium, we need static, and medium translate x of 0 like this. Apart from that, if sidebar is open, then translate x of 0, or else minus translate x of full like this. And now inside of here goes our actual content. Okay, so what should I do here is I'll get the branding info. So I have this div inside of here. Import next link. I just imported this div, imported link, and this div right here. We have link of dashboard. When we click on the logo, we will redirect to dashboard. Then when we click on the button, it will close the sidebar if it's the responsive sidebar. And as you can see, it's responsive medium of hidden. So let's head over here, and we have the icon here. And if I turn it to responsive mode, you can see that it was closed. Right after this, we need the separator component. So after this button and this div, I'm going to have separator from separator like this. Do we have it? No, no worries. Now we'll map our nav items. So I'll just grab those after this and paste it here. Nav items. So basic nav class name, nav items. The nav items are above this. We are just mapping it. So nav items dot map. We are checking if it's active with the path name. And if it's active, then we give it a class name like that. And on click of that, we'll also set sidebar open as false. Just that, save it and head over here. It's here. Perfect. Now what next? Credits display. So we need to show credits. So for that, I'm going to write credits display, or let's create the credits component. But I don't think we can show it right here. So let's write credits and to do add credits component like this. So we have credits, and what else? Again, we'll have separator. After the separator, we'll have the user button. So user button is from Clerk. So what I'm going to have is dot flex item center, gap of 3, padding x of 5 and padding y of 4, And inside of this, I'll use the user button from Clerk Next.js, and it's a self-closing tag. So inside of here, we'll give it an appearance, which will have elements and avatar box of size 8 like this. And after user button, I'm going to have a span with class name as text small, then text muted foreground, and I'll write account here like this, and we have the sidebar here. So this is the credits, and if I click on this, we'll see the clock window. We can manage our account from here, log out as well. Let's try to do log out. We haven't logged out, right? Okay, so we are logged out, and you can see that we now have login and get started buttons here. So let's log in. Perfect. But the sidebar should be of the page's height. So I'm not sure why it's not that. Height screen was given to it. So flex and height screen is given. And again, the aside should have height screen. Let's give this height screen. Perfect. It's here now. Okay, we routing is also working. You can see that it's being changed. So sidebar is perfect. Credits would be done afterwards. Now what next? Now we'll have the project cards and everything here. So that is done, and we need to display the main content. So main content area would be, just a minute, let me check. Okay, we need to have one more thing. The responsive sidebar is still not wrapped up. So if I close this right here, not close it, but you can see that we don't have any hamburger to open that sidebar. So for that, after this aside right here, I'm going to paste this devs. I pasted this code right here, and we are just having an header with level clone image and hamburger menu imported from Lucid React. And when we click it, set sidebar open as true, and then we will have main content after this header. It's the children's of the component. So now you can see that we have this dashboard page, and we also have this header. If I click this, sidebar is open. If I click outside or click anywhere, it gets closed. So that is done, and let's refresh it. Just done. Just a minute. Is the text besides this? If I delete this, okay, the text is besides this. So we need to have a gap when we uh, create that content. So we'll do that afterwards. So flex one. This is perfect. Did I miss anywhere? Flex height screen, flex call, and this aside was given a fixed as inside of pi of 0 as well. Width is 60, so we need to have a padding of 60 everywhere, I guess. So on the next components, we'll do that. And our app layout is complete. So next is we are going to have dashboard components like empty state, create project dialog, project cards, project grid, and then creating a barrel export for that. So let's do that now. Okay, so let's do the empty state now. So for that, what should we do is inside of components right here, we are going to create new folder named as dashboard, and inside of that, let's create some files. So first is we need an empty state.tsx component and an index.ts, which is going to be a barrel export. We'll do that afterwards. So let's create the function which is empty state. So export function empty state like this, and we are going to return some JSX from here, and we also need to give it a prop and prop type. So let's create an interface. So export interface empty state props, and this right here is going to have on create project like this void, and uh, it's on create project is useful because we are going to have a project button here, and make sure that you use the props here. And what we are going to do inside of here is we are going to have text and buttons create your first project and stuff like this. So dev class name, will give it a flex1 like this, then flex call, item center, justify center, padding x of 6, and we're going to give it a padding y of 20 as well. After that, let's have another div with class name as flex size 16. Then we are going to have item center, justify center, rounded to XL, and background of muted. And inside of this, I'm going to have icon named as folder open. Make sure that you import it from Lucid React, and I'm going to give it a class name of size of 8, then text muted foreground. That's it. And let's close this div. And after that, I'm going to have an h2 which will have contents as no projects yet. And let's give this a class name of margin top of 6, then text XL, then we'll give it a font semi bold, and then we are going to have a p tag, and the p tag is going to have create your first project to start building with AI, describe your idea and watch it come to life. Done. Now you also need to give it some class names. So I don't need the AI suggestion. Margin top of 2, max width of small. Then I'm going to give it a text of center, also text of small. I'm giving it a muted foreground color. The text done, and now we'll have a button which will be imported from UI button. Class name is margin top of 6. So this is going to have the text as create project, and we'll have on click on create project. That's it. So when we click this button, our prop function would be called on create project. So it would just open up the model to create the project. So with that, our empty state component is done. And now we need to create a dialog which will just get the project details and create the project. So we are going to have create project dialog.tsx, and inside of this, what should we do? First of all, this is going to be a client component. Then we will need the AI models. So we are going to use eight AI model selection from here. So these are the AI models. We have got support for ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, DeepSeek. So we need the value of the model and the label. So make sure that you don't mess it, because if there is any spelling mistake here, right here on this model values, then this would not work, because in the actual API calls we are going to mention this. And if we are using the provider for OpenAI, then OpenAI needs this value to get to know which model we need. Same goes for other models. This, if you are miss this or change the this, it's just for UI. This is label, so this doesn't matters, but make sure that you don't miss this. And after that, uh we need to have an interface, create project dialog prompts, and the prompts is going to be, if this is open or not, it is for boolean. And on open change, it is going to just open the model or close the model. And on submit, it's going to have data, which is name, description, and model. Yeah, that is correct. But what I have in mind is, instead of like this, data is going to be create project data like this, and this is going to return void. And let's create an interface here as well. Export interface, create project data like this, and inside of here, name string perfect, then description string is perfect. But AI model, we don't need AI model. This is going to be just model, and model is going to be of type string as well. Done. Now next thing, let's create our component and export it. So export function create project dialog, and we'll get open on open change on submit, which is of create project dialog prompts. And we'll return an do we need to export default? No, we don't need to export default because we are exporting it. No need to do that. Now before this function, we are going to have some states and model and description. So use state snippet, this is for name, set name, and initially this is going to be empty. Make sure that you import use state. And then for description, perfect. And then for model, so for model we are going to by default use the AI models of 0 dot value. So we are going to have GPT-4 mini as the default model, or we can also have DeepSeek v3. Both are very cost efficient. DeepSeek is very cost efficient, so most of the things that I use for demonstration in the video or while development we will be doing, it would be done in DeepSeek, because it is very cheap and the results are also very good. So you could do that as well. Now we will have a function for handle submit. So what that would do is just check the values and call our on submit button, and then after that is done, we'll just remove all the stale values. So function handle submit, and like this. And we need the event here. So event React form event HTML form element here, that works. Then we need event dot prevent default. Yeah, we do need that. But before that, we need to get the trimmed name. So const trimmed name is equals to name dot trim. And if there is no trimmed name, we are just going to return from here. So we don't uh, submit an empty name or a space. So like that. Now name is going to be trimmed name here, description is going to be description, model is going to be model. And we also need to trim the description. So if there is no description on the project, it completely works, but there's going to be a name of the project, so make sure you do that. Now after all of this done is, we are going to set the name as empty, set description as empty, and set model as AI models of 0 dot value. And on open change, do we need to change that? No, we don't need to change that. We'll handle this scenario from the upper function. So this is done. Now let's create the component itself. Now I'm going to remove this comment right here. I don't need that. Let's give this a class name, or instead I'm going to remove this and use the dialog function, not function, but dialog from our UI components. So dialog open and on open change, we'll use the on open change. Yeah, AI is correct. Let's, we'll do this afterwards. Let's import all of this first. Dialog is imported, dialog.content. Yeah, so dialog.content, we need to give this a class name of small, not height but small width of medium, like this. Then dialog header, nothing there. And instead of this, we'll have dialog content component. Make sure that you import dialog content from UI of components, and dialog header from UI dialog, like this. Dialog title, make sure to import it from this. Okay, dialog content. Okay, it doesn't have a closing tag. We'll fix that. Now dialog header, dialog title, dialog description. So dialog description, and this is dialog title. Dialog description is give your project a name and describe what you want to build. You can always change this later. No, we don't want that text. Your description will be sent as the first AI prompt. Perfect. And let's remove this, and dialog header closes here. That is done. And now we need the form component. That is correct, but I think we need to remove this. There's a lot of text and everything here. I don't need that. Instead, let's close the dialog content and the dialog first. Yeah. So after dialog header, we will have our form component inside of here. So form handles submit, it's perfect, but the class name is going to be just have a space y of 4, space y4, like this. And let's complete the form component. Now inside of this, we are going to have a class name of space y2, space y2, label html4 is going to be project hyphen name. Class name is going to be text small and font medium. Then we are going to have project name here. And after this, I'm going to have the input component. ID is going to be project name. Placeholder is going to be my awesome app. Value is going to be name. On change is going to have event set name, event dot target dot value, like this. And we'll use autofocus here. So this was for project name. Then we need the model selection, and then we'll have description, and then we'll have button for the dialog. So what I'm going to do is, I'm not going to write that code here. So after this div, I'm going to paste this, import select trigger, to import select from UI select, this from select trigger, Okay, we'll fix that afterwards, but we just imported this. This is for just drop down with AI models and map the AI models. This one, mapping those AI models, and we imported select things from select component. And this is wrong. Dialog description should be from UI dialog as well. Remove that. UI input, UI dialog, UI select. On value change, set model, use state. Did I did something wrong here? Okay, set model is of type string like this, and the error would go on here. Yeah, there's no longer the error. Now after this, we're going to have the same thing for description. So after this div right here, I have one more div with this, and we'll import text area from UI text area. Just a div with label, text area, and on change. Done. And then we'll have dialog footer component, and inside of dialog footer we're going to have our button to cancel or create. So dialog footer, make sure that you import from UI dialog, and button from UI button. So dialog footer, button, cancel button, and variant is outline. And for submit, type is going to be submit. It should be disabled when there is no name or no description, and then we'll create it. And on click of this, the form would be submitted. And here we have, on the form we have handle submit, and we have this handle submit. So when we click this button right here, this function would be triggered eventually by form submission. So that's it, and this component is also wrapped up. Now next is going to be project card, I guess. Let me check. Okay, so now we are going to work on three major components. One is the project preview, one is project card, and one is project grid. So essentially, project preview would be it would be the sandbox preview of code sandbox preview of the actual application. So we'll give the files to code sandbox for all the projects, and it would load a thumbnail like a view. And that would be that view inside would be inside the project card component, and all of those project card components would be inside a grid, which is a project grid component, and that project grid would sit inside our dashboard component. So we are going to create those three components. So first, let's start with the project preview component. So inside of here, I'm going to create project preview.tsx. Just a minute. Okay, so now I'm going to use this as a client component, and first we are going to export a function project preview like this, and we also need an interface. So I'm going to export interface project preview props like this, and this is going to have files as a record string, which is going to be a file name and path. Then on load, on load, we are just going to call this function, which is going to be void like this. And we are going to set the virtual height and width of the application. So the height and width is going to be 1024, and width height is going to be 640. Now uh, what we are going to create a function first, which is going to be transform our files to a code sandbox expected format. So for that, I'm just going to paste this function right here. So two Sandpack files, it will get the files. And what we are going to do is first we'll initialize this as an empty object. Then for each this files, we are going to run a loop, and from that we get the path and content of it. So then what we are going to do is we'll create a Sandpack path, which is if the path starts with a source directory, then we are going to slice it. So one, two, three, four slices. So we are just going to remove the source, and we are just going to have the actual path. And if it's just the path, then we'll just return the path. That's it. And then we'll have Sandpack files with the index and index or whatever it is, and we'll just have the code as the content and the path as here, and we'll just return the Sandpack files. That's it. So we are just parsing it as not parsing, but transforming it, the file format into Sandpack's expected format. So what will happen is something like this. So for example, if the directory is like this, source app.tsx, like this, if this is the value, then we need to strip the source and we only need to send app.tsx like this inside of the Sandpack. So we are going to strip this source, if we are checking it and stripping it and sending all the files. So essentially we are just doing that. And now next up, what we are going to do is we are going to extract all the dependencies from the package.json file which would be created. So function extract dependencies. We get files record string, and the record again here is going to be string like this. Remove this array. Uh, is this correct? Files record string, and yeah, it is correct. What's an error here? Okay, we just need to return a value from here. That's it. So we'll have const based dependencies. So based dependencies is again record string, and inside of here we are going to return React of 18.2.0. Whatever dependencies there are, we just want to return React and React DOM. So these both are essentially required for our application. And then will get package JSON contents as files of package.json. We'll get the package.json file, and if there is no package.json file, we'll just return the base dependencies. And now what we are going to do is a try catch block, and if there's an error, we'll just return the base dependencies. And inside of try, what we are going to do is we'll parse the JSON content. So parsed equals to JSON dot JSON content. And what should we do here? Yeah, we get the parse dependencies, and then we'll return base dependencies. We'll destructure that base dependencies. So we'll get the React this string. We need to wrap this like this. Okay, it's auto saving, so matters nothing matters. So it will return React and React DOM, and if we have any external dependencies or anything, then it would also return that to the dependencies here. So uh, if there is React and React DOM inside of this, then it would just override this and it would work. And if there is nothing like this, then we can return an object like this. Yeah, perfect. And mm, okay, then while the Sandpack is building the application, every Sandpack's preview would be uh, the building the applications, installing the dependencies, so that would take time. So while that is being done, we are just going to show the skeleton loaders. So for that, we are going to create a function which is load notifier. So as soon as the uh, Sandpack bundle is done, we call this. So we have onload function, and it would be void. And inside of this, what we'll do is we'll have const uh, listen from use Sandpack hook, use Sandpack, and we need to import this use Sandpack from code sandbox React. So at the top, I'm going to import not this from code sandbox Sandpack React. And from here, we need the use Sandpack. And while we here, we are going to get the Sandpack provider component. Then we'll also get Sandpack preview, and we'll get Sandpack layout. Sandpack layout. Yeah, that is it. So this dependency is a big one, so around 1 MB. Next up, what should we do? We call this use Sandpack. Okay. Then what next? We listen this using use effect. So use effect like this, and we listen for listen and onload. So whenever both of these changes, or if anyone changes, we'll load this effect, and we'll check if onload is not true, then we'll return, and we'll create this function like this: const unsubscribe equals to listen message if message dot type triple equals to done, like this. If it's done, then we'll use this function on load, or else we'll wait for it again. And whenever this component is unmounting, we'll unsubscribe. So we just need to return unsubscribe, I guess. Return unsubscribe like this. All right, now we have project preview function, which will get the files and onload, and this is going to be project preview props type. And now inside of this, we'll get the Sandpack files and dependencies. So const Sandpack files is equals to 2 Sandpack files. We already defined this function, and dependencies is going to be extract dependencies. And now we'll have our return. So now return is going to be just simple Sandpack components. So first we'll have a wrapper. So origin top left, and we'll give this a style attribute, which will have our height and width. So style width is going to be virtual width, and height is going to be virtual height, like this. And then inside of this, we are going to have Sandpack provider. First we'll have the div for Sandpack stretch. So Sandpack stretch to just stretch the application and give it a height of full, width of full. And inside of this goes our Sandpack provider. Now first let's give this some props. So template is going to be React TS, then theme is going to be dark, then files is going to be Sandpack files, then options is going to have external resources. So we need to pass Tailwind CSS CDN because it doesn't load Tailwind CSS. So we are passing it like this: https colon slash slash cdn dot tailwind css.com like this, and then we also need custom setup. So custom setup is going to have our dependencies like this done. And now inside of sandbox preview, we are going to have load notifier first. So load notifier on load like this. Make sure to import load notifier. Strange, it cannot be used as a load notifier. Have we imported it? No. We okay. Load notifier is a function. So function load notifier, yeah, this one. So function load notifier. And okay, so after this we also need to return null like this here. Okay, perfect, that is done. Now we also need the Sandpack layout after this. So Sandpack layout, inside of this we'll give it a style attribute which will have a height of 100%, then border of none, border radius of 0, and inside of this we'll have Sandpack preview. We'll give this show navigator as false. We don't need all of those uh, things. We just need to have a preview. So we'll have show open in code sandbox false, then we'll give show refresh button as false, and we'll give this a style which will have height of 100% like this. And I guess that is it. And this is the self-closing tag, and that is done, I guess. So our project preview component is ready. Next step would be project card, which would use this Sandpack provider component, and then we'll have the project grid. So let's do that. Okay, so now let's create the other component. Inside of dashboard, I am going to create new file named as project card.tsx, and while we are here, let's create the project grid as well. So project grid.tsx, and inside of project card, what should we do first is make this component as use client, and then we'll import the project preview with ssr false like this. Make sure you import dynamic from next dynamic. We are doing this because Sandpack requires browser APIs and should only load on the client. So we are explicitly telling that import this component with server side false. And after this, we need the virtual width and thumbnail height. So const virtual width, this is going to be 1024, and this is going to be const thumbnail height, this is going to be 160 like this. And after this we are going to have project card props. So export interface project card props, and it would have the project, and we'll get the project type from types project. Then we'll get the files is going to be record string. Then we'll have on rename and on delete functions. So on rename, we'll get the id of type string, and we'll have type as void, and this is going to be on rename like this. And then we need the on delete with id as string void as well. Then after this, we need a function to get relative time. So it would just get the ISO 8601 date string timestamp and convert it to years ago, month ago, week, day, hour, minute, like that, and return or just now. So for that, I have this function ready. So get relative time, get the date string, and get the current time. Then we get then and difference in seconds. So now and then. So what then was now is the current time, and then was the time which the project was created. So this is that date string, and then we get the difference in seconds. Like if it was created in an hour ago, then it would be around 3600 seconds, something like that. And we get difference in seconds, and then we get the units of it. Like if it's year, then it would be like this. For a minute, it would be like this. And after that, mm, yeah, we format, uh, we create a formatter and get the time. So actually, this piece of code, I've picked it up from net. I haven't written it. So it just formats the time. That's it. And then we get the project initials if there is no sandpack preview. So we have function get initials, as we'll get the name as string and return the type as string, and we'll just return the name dot split this, and not map, will have name dot split dot slice 02. Then we'll get the part of 0 to uppercase, or else, yeah, this is perfect. So we are just getting uh, two initials. If the project is social media app, then we'll get something like SM with the space social media, so SM. So we get the name of the app like that, initials of the app. Then we'll have export project card, which will be like this, and this is going to have project. Then we will have files on rename on delete from project card. Type is going to be of project card props. And then what we will do is we will first get the router. So this is going to be const router is equals to use router. This is going to be from next navigation or router. I guess it's from next navigation. And what else? Uh, let's get the initials as well. Const initials equals to get initials with project.name. Const thumbnail ref is equals to use ref, and we'll have this as HTML div element, and type, not type, but initial value would be null. This is thumbnail ref. Then use state snippet, scale and set scale. This is going to be 0 initially if we want to scale the app. Import use state. Then const has files equals to files, and then object dot keys files dot length greater than 0. Yeah, if we are just checking if it has files. And then we'll also have const, not this, but use state snippet with preview ready and set preview ready. Initially this is going to be false. And now what else? Now we need to compute the scale factor. So the app would be 1024 wide. So we are just going to use an observer for that and import use effect. We get the thumbnail ref. Okay, our spelling is wrong. Thumbnail ref. dot current. If there is thumbnail ref, return it. Sorry, if there is no thumbnail ref dot current, then return it. And if we do have it, then we'll check with the observer and set the scale according to that, like what's the content of that width, and we divide it with container width and virtual width, which is defined in here. And then according to whatever it's getting, we'll scale the application according to that, and we'll observe the thumbnail using this. So this is basically, if the app is small or big, we need to have everything as the same size. So for that we are using this, and for the ref we are going to use that ref at the bottom in the application, in the element. So return div, and first we are going to have on click here, on click router.push projects project id. This is going to be project, not projects, like this. And this is on click. Now inside of this div we are going to use a card component, and we'll just use everything. So for that, what going to do is I'm going to copy the component because it's just HTML, no logic. Yeah, we need to import things, so I'll show you. First is view word wrap. Yeah, we'll get card from UI card. So this is just a card component with basic CSS. Then we have this div which has the thumbnail ref, get cn, and we set the style. And now we are checking if it has files. If it has files, then only we need to show the Sandpack preview, or else if it doesn't have files, then we'll just show our uh, letters preview, which would be, I'll show you the initials. So here we have used initials. So first we also have the skeletons. So this is I guess skeletons. Yeah, this is all the skeletons, and we are also using the skeleton component. And if we don't have the Sandpack preview, if we don't have files, and we are not using the Sandpack preview, then we are just passing the initials of the app. And then we have project info, which will have the project name and time ago, like 3 hours ago, just now, or something like that. And then we'll also have drop down. So drop down would be for edit and things like that. So we need to import it from UI drop down and drop down menu trigger as well, import the button as well. So we'll get more horizontal icon from Lucid React, and drop down menu content from UI drop down menu. Okay, so this drop down first has the more horizontal button, not a button but an icon. So that would be 3 dots, and that 3 dots would trigger the drop down. And that drop down has the rename and delete functions, with on click, which just calls the uh, parent functions, which has been passed down from props. So that is it, and this project card is complete. And now we'll get over to the project grid component. And project grid is also very simple. So let me write the interface first and make this as a client component as well. And first I'm going to export interface project grid props, and this is going to be having projects as project type with array. Make sure to import project type from types project. Then we have project files, which is record string, or else it is going to be undefined like this. And then we have on new project, which is going to be void. Then we have on rename, which will have id string void, and same for on delete. After that, we'll have our project grid. So export function project grid, project files, projects and project files, on new project, on rename, on delete, and on project grid props. And then let's do this. First, let's close the return and this like this. And let's give this a grid, not flex. Let's remove all of this. Let's give this a grid, gap of 4, small grid calls 2, medium grid, okay, not medium, but large grid of calls 3, and Excel grid calls of 4. So this is going to be Excel. Done. Now inside of this, I'm going to use the card component. So make sure that you import from UI card, and this card is going to have some class names. So flex, height of full. I'll do one thing. I'm just going to copy that code. It's just HTML. Okay, so this card has this class name on click, and then on click, when you click that card, it would just create a new project of and it has the text of new project. And then we are going to map the project. So the first card right here, if we have consider this as project cards, and the first one is going to be the new project card, and then we have all the projects. So that is for that. And now after this card, we are going to have projects dot map project, and we'll give project dot id. Project is going to be of project, files is going to be project files, project id, on rename, on delete, and that is it. Now the files equals to project files, project dot id. This is something of issue here. And if I head over to the project card, head over to the project card props, files is something like this. Yeah, now the TypeScript work. Perfect. So our project grid is also complete. Now let's import all of this inside our index.ts. So uh, have this export project card from project card, export type from project card, import all of this and just export it. This is the barrel export file. So our dashboard components are complete, and now what we need to do is create workers, worker routes for getting all the projects, getting files of the project, creating a project, updating a project, and deleting a project. So we already did a route. So if we head over to the worker and source, inside of routes project.ts, we already created this route of project routes.get to get all the projects. Now we just need to create 4 routes of getting the project files, specific project files, getting a single project, then getting I guess creating a project, updating a project, and deleting a project. So in the next session we'll complete that. Okay, so now I am inside my worker projects.ts file. So inside workers, source routes project.ts file, we already have this route for getting all the projects. So now let's create other routes. By the way, while we are here, I'm going to paste one thing. So this is a comment. just comment for endpoints. Like we have all the endpoints here, like get API projects, API projects ID. So get API projects is list all the projects for the authenticated user. Then we have get API projects ID to get a single project ID with ownership check. Then create a new project which generates the starter files as well, and update the project name or the model, and then delete a project and all of its file. So we need to create this endpoints. And one more thing, remember this TypeScript error that we were getting? So this is because I imported env from Hono, but instead I have to import it from types. So we have env there, and all of the TypeScript errors are gone. Okay, now let's get the API endpoints. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and paste it right here, so you know which endpoints we are working on. I'm going to close this, and after this I'm going to copy this one right here and paste it. And let's write project routes dot get by id. So what we are going to do here is project routes dot get by id async c, and let's close this. And now inside of this, let's get the user ID first. So c.var.user ID, and let's get the project ID. So it could be inside c.request.param. This param is ID, so let's get it. And then let's get the project from our key value store. So project is equals to await c.env.metadata.get. The type is project, and we'll check for project hyphen project ID and get it as JSON. We got the project, and now we'll check. If we don't have the project, then return c.json project not found. But with this we'll also return the code which is not found with 404. And after this we'll also check for ownership. If project.owner id not equals to user id, like this, not this, but project dot user id not equals to a user id, then we'll just unauthorized, and instead of unauthorized we'll just say access denied, and the error code is going to be forbidden. You can write it anything, and 403 remains the same. And if everything works, then return c.json as the project. So our API endpoint is complete with the help of AI. And let's do this. So I guess if we write comments, it's getting better and better with comments, the code generation. So might be because of that. So I didn't have to write a single line of code here. Everything, every logic and everything was done by the AI itself. We just did some changes, but instead of that, it was 90% correct. Now let's do the project routes. And for this, we need to do several of things. We also need to create the credit system. So uh, if we are on a free plan, then a credit system just checks if the user, on which plan the user is, and whatever the plan of the user is, according to that we can create the project. So for free plan, the free project limit is I guess 3, and for upgrade, for pro it's like more, unlimited, not more. So this is going to be a big file. So what I'm going to do is, let's do this afterwards. First let's complete the other stuff, because this is going to be a long thing, because we also need to have the other things. So let's complete the other thing, which is get files as well. So we also need to have one more route with this. It was not here, right? So we need to write it, get slash API slash projects, not projects, but slash API. Okay, it was projects, API slash projects slash ID. and files, get all the files for a project with ownership check. Perfect. So it's doing automatically. So project routes.get id files async c. It's correct. Let's close this. We get the user ID, we get the project ID, and then we get the project and project ID. Perfect. And if we don't find the project, then we'll return project not found. And if the user ID is not equals to user ID, we give access dot denied. And now we get the version and its files. So we don't want to follow this. Instead, const version equals to await, and we need to create a version object first and get the version key. So after this, I'm going to first create const version key equals to project dollar project. No, this is going to be project ID slash v project dot current version, project dot current version like this slash files dot json, and we get the version key. And now let's get the version object. So const version object equals to await c dot env dot files dot get version key, not as json, like this. And now if we don't get version object, then we'll just return c.json 404 files not found and not found. And then we'll have const version equals to await version object dot json, and this is going to be as files, and this is not record, but this is going to be an array of objects like this, which is going to have path as string and content as string like this. And then we'll have return c.json files version dot files, and we'll also give the version, which is the project dot current version. So we are just getting the files from that, and our API is complete. Now let's do the project update. So what should we do? Mm, I'll write a detailed comment here for patch that updates the user's project or model. Only the project owner can update it. And I'll also write a comment of request body, which is going to be like this: name string and model string like this. Perfect. So I guess with this it will easily create the code. The AI will easily create the code, and let's start writing it. So project routes dot patch with id async c. Let's close this first. Now inside of this, const user id is equals to c dot where id. Let's get project id, and name and model would be not like this. We'll get it from c dot request dot json, but we'll do this afterwards. First, let's get the project. So project, and if project is not found and user id is not found, we'll return it. And now let's get the body. So const body equals to await c dot request dot json, and let's give this a type name string model string like this. And if body dot name is there, then const sanitized equals to sanitize project name. So we need to create the sanitize things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy that entire file inside of services. I'm going to create a new file, name it as sanitize.ts and paste it. Also, let me write it down so that I can give you this in the description of the video in the starter files. So I need to give you sanitize.ts in the worker. Okay, so what's the code here in the sanitize? Let's paste it. So max project name length, so 100 characters. Then max chat message length, 10,000 characters. Then sanitize project name, it just trims it, removes the HTML tags, remove the control characters, and then returns us the project name. So then we sanitize the chat message, like remove the control characters and trim the message, and is valid model ID. So this valid model ID, valid models dot has. So where is the valid models? Okay, we need to pass the valid models, and we'll just check if it has the model ID. So if you mess it up, then it will just fail. So that was sanitize, and let's use it in here. So sanitize equals to sanitize project name, and we'll pass as body.name. Then if sanitize is there, then we will have project dot name is equals to sanitized, and then we'll close this and we'll check for if body dot model, and then we'll just have project.model is equals to body.model, and then we'll have project.updated is equals to new date, and then let's update our c.metadata. So c.env.metadata.put project with project id, so key value, and this is going to be key and this is going to be the value. So json.stringify and project, perfect, and we'll return the new project, perfect. So this patch is also complete, and now let's do the delete thing. So for delete, how we will be able to delete this is going to be remove project from metadata from KV, remove chat history from KV. So KV is key values, and removing the project ID from the user's project list, and deleting all version files from R2. So let me get the comment and paste it so AI can get it better. Now project rights dot delete, and this is good. Let's close the bracket first, and we get the project ID. We get project like this. If there is no project, then access denied, and yeah. Now what next? Now let's remove the project ID from the users list. So const existing IDs equal to await c.env.metadata.get string user projects and user ID and with JSON like this. Then we'll have const R2 objects. So we'll delete all the R2 objects for all the files. Await c.env.files list and prefix with project ID. Then we'll delete all those files, and then we will do delete promises. So const delete promises, so we'll map all these R2 objects. So delete promises is equals to R2 objects.objects.map. We'll get the object, and we'll have c.env.files.delete, perfect. And then will have await promise solve, and instead of just delete promises, we'll pass in an array which would first delete project metadata from key values. So env.metadata delete project ID. Then we need to delete the chat history. So chat history key is just chat, like this, chat with project ID. Then we'll have c.env.metadata.put user projects user ID json.stringify, and this is going to be updated IDs. Updated IDs. So we don't have the updated IDs, right? We need to do it. So after existing IDs, right here, we are having this updated IDs, and we also need to change this. So what essentially we did here is we got all the existing project IDs of these users and filtered that project ID, and from here we are just giving them the new updated IDs of the user projects. So it's much better, like we can calculate this at runtime, but since we are using Cloudflare, so Cloudflare is a mainly is it's used by developers for speed. So while we are doing that, we'll do this all, and we know that we will get more queries right now, but when the user uh, gets their values, they don't have to calculate that all on runtime. It would be very speedy. So for that we are doing this, and since we are using Cloudflare, we are just utilizing Cloudflare's powers. So now return c.json message. Do we need to send a message? Yeah, we'll send a message, and also success as true. Success true, like this. And we have our delete project route as well. So project delete is done. Project patch is done. We get all the files, that is done. Getting an individual project by ID is done. Getting all the projects is done. Now we need to create this of creating new projects. So let's do that, and I'll also need to show you how this key value works, and how this Cloudflare key works, and what would be stored in Cloudflare key. So this that would be done once we create the actual project from the UI, or I can show you one more thing. Just a minute, I'll grab the docs. Okay, so now let me explain you this Cloudflare concepts of key values. So this is Cloudflare's key value pattern that we are using. So essentially first, why we are using Cloudflare key values. So Cloudflare KV. So it's a key value store. You give it a string key, it stores a JSON value, and it's much faster. And now for files we are using R2. So KV has a Cloudflare KV has a file limit of 25 MB value limit, and it's designed for small, frequently read data, and project files can get large. An AI generated app might have dozens of files totaling several megabytes, and R2 is an object storage like S3 designed for larger blobs. Plus R2 has zero egress fees, so downloading files is free. So we are using R2 for file storage here, and key value KV is used as key values and store and acts like a database here. So let me explain you the pattern. So projects key pattern is projects, then user ID, and then it has value of all the user IDs, all the user project. So whenever we want to get a project of a user, what we'll do is if we open up here, what we are doing is do we have something like user projects? Did I mess it up? Just a minute. Okay, we do have it. I'm sorry. Okay, so projects, and this is getting project IDs. Okay, yeah, project ID. Yeah. So whenever we want all users project, so we just use this key and it will give the array of all the projects. Then if we want a metadata for a single project, then we'll have project colon project id, then it will give single project metadata. So what that means is we have the name of the project, the model, last generated version, and everything. Then, if we are storing chats, like we chat with AI, right? So if I say create a dashboard, then create a button inside of that dashboard, then that's chat, and the response is generated by AI at the chat message. So what we are doing in that is we are storing all of that history inside of the chat message array. And whenever we want to get a specific chat of a project, we find it by chat colon project id and we get it. Now comes the R2. So what R2 is and how we do it. So for every generation, like if we type a single thing, create a dashboard component. So that is a message and that is a version. So what we do is inside of R2 file storage, we have this project ID slash V0. This is the version number. And then we create the files.json file, and inside of that files.json file we have the entire project files with the path and the value, and we parse it with code sandbox on the front end. And for n number of versions we have n number of uh, key value R2 keys. So that's how it works. And what next? Yeah, whenever one more thing. So whenever we are deleting the project, where is it? Yeah, inside of here, as you can see the R2 objects. So we are getting all the R2 objects with project IDs slash so we are just giving it a prefix of project ID. So as you can see, project ID slash is the prefix and it will get all these versions. And we are running c.env.files on map with all of this on, and we get all the delete promises and delete all the objects, and we wait for it with promise.all and wait for it to delete complete and everything. So that's all that I wanted to make you learn about Cloudflare KV and R2. So KV is the database and R2 is storing our files and everything. Images would also be stored in R2. So I'll also show you how to see all of that data inside of Cloudflare dashboard. So for now, I'll save this, and now I'm going to create the post method, which will have the credit system and which will also have the initialization of project with the starter files and everything. So let's do that now. Okay, so now let's do the post route. So for that, first let's head over to here. And in here I'm going to write some comments, or else I'm going to just copy and paste it. So yeah, create a new project with a unique nano id, project metadata stored in kv, the user's project id list updated in kv, starter template file stored in r2 as version 0, and this is the request body. We get the name, model, and description. So let's get started with that. So first, patch project routes dot post. Let's complete this, and inside of this we'll get the user ID, we'll get the body. So const body equals to await c request.json. Perfect. And then uh, let's get the sanitized name. So const sanitized name is equals to sanitized project name body.name, and if there is no name, then we'll just have invalid project name and code is invalid name, like this. Then we need to check the credits. So uh, w- for credits, first we need to create the credits.ts service. So inside of services, we are going to create a new credits.ts service. And inside of this, what I want you to do is first export interface user credits will have remaining credits, which is number, then total is number, then we'll have plan, which is going to be of free or just pro. Then we'll have period start, which is string, and period end is going to be string. That's it. Now we'll have const default free credits is going to be not 1000. We're just going to provide it 50. Then we'll have unlimited credits. So const unlimited credits as -1. So -1 is for unlimited. Then we'll have free project limit. So if the user is on a free plan, then they can only create certain number of projects. So for that, we are going to have export const free project limit as 3. Then what else? Then we want to create a billing period, which means the start period and the end period of that user for each month. Like for example, the date today is 3rd March, and for 3rd March to 3rd April, the period start date would be 3rd March and the end would be 3rd April. So that is the billing period. So let's create the billing period. So function create billing period, and this create billing period is going to have a return type of period start and period end of string. And inside of this, first we'll get the now, then we'll get period end. So const period end equals to new date with now, and then we'll set the month. So now and end is same for now. Then what we are going to do is period end dot set month is period end dot get month plus 1. So just increase the number of month. Then we'll return the period start as now dot to as a string and period end as 2 dot as a string. Perfect. Now we'll create another function which checks and reset the period of the user, like uh, for every this period of month we give 50 credits. So if the period is over, then we need to have a new period, and then we need to reset the credits as well. So let's do that. So async function check and reset period. Inside of this we'll give credits, which is of type user credits, and we also need to pass in user ID, which is again a string, and we'll pass in the env. So we need the env from types, and the promise is going to be user credits. Perfect. And what else? Yeah, now let's get now is equals to new date, period end is equals to new date, credits dot period end. And what we will check, if now less than period end, then will return the credits, which means that period hasn't expired. So we don't need to renew those credits. If user has the credits expired, then it's not this function's task to update that. Now if the period has expired, then what we'll do is we'll call our create billing period, this function, to create a new period which will have the start date and end date. And now what we'll do is reset the credits as user credits equals to an object which would have first the credits, then will have remaining. uh, if the credits plan is free, then we'll have default free credits, or else unlimited credits and period end and period start date. And then what we will do is we need to update our credit system. So this code is perfect. env.metadata.put credits with user id json.stringify reset credits, and then we'll return the those credits. So this piece of code is perfect. Check and reset period. Now let's write our actual function that is needed in the projects, which is get the credits. So export async function get credits, which will have the user id and env return type of promise user credits, and const credits is equals to await env.metadata.get, and the type of this is user credits. We get the credits with user id as json. And then if there are credits, we need to remove this piece of code. And if there are credits, then we'll return check and reset period. So credit user ID and ENV. So if there are credits, then if we also need to check if it's not expired, the period is not expired. And if there are no credits for the user, if we don't find it, then this is we need to initialize the credit. So initialize credits with user ID and ENV. So we need to create this initialize function as well. So after this, export async function initialize credit. We get the user ID, we get the ENV, and we also need to get the plan, which is going to be free uh, or pro, like this. And I'm going to close this, and this is of user credits. Right, this is showing me an error. Okay, we don't need to close this. Okay, and now inside of this first const period, we are just initializes the credit, right? So we'll get the period, and then const new credits is equals to user credits, and inside of here we'll have remaining. If plan is free, then default free credits, or else unlimited credits. Then we'll have total. If yeah, we need to have total as default free credits, because if we are on the pro plan, then we are not going to have the checks as well. So default free credits here, then we'll pass in the plan period start and end. And then after this, we are going to have await env.metadata.put credits user id json stringify new credits. We'll store that and return the new credits. Perfect. And we need to call this initialize credits with user id, and the second was env, and then we also need to pass in the plan, which is going to be free for now. So get credits and pass in the plan. That's it. Then there are other methods as well that we are going to use, but will not create that for now, like checking of credits and deduction of credits and upgrade of plan, downgrade of plan. So we'll do that whenever that is necessary. Now inside of project.ts, let's check our credits first. So const credits equals to await get credits. We'll pass in user id and c.env, and now we'll check if credits dot plan triple equals to free. Then we'll first get the existing project IDs. So we need to check if it's a free plan, then we if the user is not beyond the 3 project limits. So we'll get existing IDs is equals to await c.env.metadata get of type string, and we'll have user projects with user ID and type as JSON. And now const project count equals to if there are existing IDs, and then we need the length of it or else 0. And we'll check if project count greater than equals to free project limit, and we need to import this from credits. Then we'll return that free plan is limited to 3 projects. So instead of this error, I'm going to have this error right here. Code is project limit reached, like this. Is there something wrong? Yeah, we need to remove this. Okay, where are we at? Yeah, project limit, and we'll pass in the limit, which is going to be free project limit, and current is project count. Then if things are perfect and we don't have any error, then we are going to create project ID. So project ID is equals to nano ID of 12. We need to import nano ID. This is nano ID, and nano ID can be imported from the nano ID package. I'm not sure if we install that. Let's try to import it. Import nano ID, nano ID. Yeah, we have installed it. And after this right here, nano ID will get the date. So const now is equals to new date to as a string, and then we'll create the project object. So project, type of project, and ID is project ID. We'll pass in the user ID. Name is sanitize name. Description is body. No, we don't need the description. We are just seeing the project, so we don't need description. We'll get the model, which is body.model, or else the default body.model, or the default model is GPT-4o mini. And then we'll have current version, which is going to be 0 because we are just initializing the project. And we'll remove the description. We'll have created ad and updated ad. We'll save it, and that is it. And let's create the initial version of the project. So const initial version. So this initial version would create the starter template and everything. So we need to have that as well. So let's create the starter files, things and everything first. Okay, so now I want you to head over to the AI folder, and inside of that, I want you to create a file which is default project.ts for default project template. And in here, I'm just going to paste my code which will create the project. So I'm going to give it to you in the description starter file. So let me write it down so I don't forget that. I need to give you default project file. Done. Now I'm going to paste it. And let me explain you. First, we are importing the types. Then we have this get default project file function, which just returns an array of objects, which has path as the directory of the application app, and the content, uh, which is the actual code of that file. Then we have app.tsx. This is the default React starter file. So we have the app.tsx file, then index.tsx file, which is just importing the our app, React app. Then we have index.css file, basic CSS, nothing more. Then we are having the package.json file, which only has the dependencies as React and React DOM, and dev dependencies are types of React and Tailwind CSS and TypeScript, nothing more. And then we are creating the initial version, version 0. So create initial version, we get the default project files and return the version number as 0, prompt as initial project setup, model files, changed files. So we just map all of these files and get the files path, and we give this type as manual, created at new date, file count as file length, nothing complex. And now let's head over to projects.ts and let's use this initial version here. So const initial version is equals to create initial version. Make sure that you import this function, and we pass project name and project model here. Now let's have const existing IDs equals to awaitc.env.metadata.get user projects with user ID and JSON. And then we'll have updated IDs as project ID with existing IDs, and we'll get the project IDs, or else if there are no existing IDs, we'll just give this project ID as the value. That's it. And now we'll use the promise.all method to uh, update the project ID and uh, add the project inside of it. Then what else? Then we will have put for user projects, and updated ID should be there for user projects. And we also need to update all of these files in R2. So project ID v0 files.json. So this is the initial path with v0, and the actual value inside out would be files with initial version files. And then we are going to return c.json as project with uh, success status code of 201 created. And that is it. With that, our post is also complete, and we have completed all our API routes, default project template. And we need to do one more thing. We need to map route in the worker, but I think we have already done it. As we had the starter function, we have exported the project routes, and if we head over to index.ts, we might have this project routes here. So all of this is complete. The API side of this project CRUD is complete. We just now have to do this in the dashboard page. So everything, skeletons, empty state, creation of projects card, projects grid, everything is complete. We just need to have everything now on the dashboard page. So let's create the dashboard page now. Okay, so now let's move forward, and I am going to page.tsx of dashboard right here. This one, inside of app dashboard we have page.tsx. And what I'll do is, instead of first doing it here, let's create the API client. We have already created that, but let's add the methods. You can see that we have already done the list. So let's do the other methods here, so that we just have to use it. So inside of this projects, we'll also have a get method with id string, and we'll have authenticated fetch. We'll pass in project of type project, then get token API projects with id, and yeah, that's it. So this is for get. And for create, not this, first let's get for get files. How in the hell AI is able to know what I want? So this is pretty awesome. I'm also planning a VS Code clone in future. So we have also planned WhatsApp clone. WhatsApp clone is almost done. WhatsApp clone V2. It's business WhatsApp clone with AI. So that is done. The after that comes the Binance clone. It's in the works. Around 70 to 80% of work is done. It's Web3 application. We are not doing smart contracts, but actually we are working with the Web3 libraries and everything. If I get a good response in that video, then I'll definitely work something with smart contracts. And then we also have a BitTorrent clone in the uh, bucket list, and we also have VS Code clone, GitHub clone. So much to come. Let's get started with this. So authenticated fetch will get the files as project file, not record. So this is going to be of project file from types project uh, types. Then we also have the version from here. So version is just going to be number, and in here we'll have slash API projects ID files. That is correct. And then we need for create. So create name. Uh, Instead of this, what I will do is we will have data, which will destructure name, model, and description like this. And then authenticated fetch project get token slash API projects method post body JSON stringify data. That is also perfect. After that, we just need the update and delete one. So now update is going to take ID with string, data is name, string model, string, authenticated fetch project get token slash API projects dollar ID for project we want to update. Then method is going to be patch and body JSON stringify data. And now comes delete. So delete ID string authenticated fetch success boolean get token slash API projects dollar ID uh method delete. Yeah, that is all. So how cool is that? I had to write very little code in this file, and I just had to hit tab, and all of this was done automatically. How cool is that? Software development has evolved a lot. And now we are inside the dashboard page. So inside of this, what should we do is let's do some work here. We'll have the states and everything. So first we'll get the token. So const get token is equals to use auth. Make sure that you import use auth from Clerk Next.js. Then we also need router. So const router is equals to use router. It should be imported from next navigation. Then we need to have state for projects. So use state snippet projects set projects, and initially this is going to be empty array import use state, and the type of this is going to be projects array. So like this, make sure that you import project. So after fetching all of our projects would be here. Then what next? uh, mm, Yeah, we need to have a state for loading. So use state snippet loading set loading, and this is going to be true initially. This is going to be in the loading state. Then we need a state for opening the dialog for creation of the project. So use state snippet again, dialog open, use state, and initially this is going to be false. And then we need the delete target, rename value, and rename input ref. So we'll do that when we are doing that. Uh, Apart from that, we need a map of project files like this. This is for the code sandbox. Then let's fetch the project. So I'm going to create a function const fetch projects is equals to async, and inside of this I'm going to wrap and try catch block, not this catch. And if I get an error, then console dot error, error fetching projects and show the error, and we'll have a finally block which will just have set loading as false. So the projects are loaded. Now inside of here, const client is equals to create API client, and we'll pass the get token function here, and then we'll get the data. So const data is equals to await client dot projects dot list function, and then we'll set the projects as data dot projects, and we need to close this function. And now we are going to fetch the projects as soon as the components load. So use effect, and this is going to be fetch projects because we are using the fetch projects, and we'll just call the fetch projects here, import the use effect hook. What's wrong here? Okay, use effect should be outside of this function, my bad. Perfect. And this needs to be wrapped inside use callback. So I think we need to just wrap this inside of use callback. Yeah, that's it. And we can just use callback hook, not react.use callback. Perfect. Now, uh, after this, we also need to do one more thing, but let's do one thing. Uh, let's create this, and let's have the components there. So if there are any projects, then show us the projects. So flex call, gap of 6, padding of 6. Inside of this, then we'll have flex, item center, justify between, not baseline, between. And now inside of this, we'll have an h1, which will have my projects. And this h1 is going to have a class name of text to Excel and font bold. After this h1, I'm going to have a button which will set the dialog as open when we click on it. So I'm going to just copy paste it. Import the button from UI button, import the plus icon from Lucid React, and this will just open up that modal. And now what? Let's do one thing. I'm going to go into the browser, and let's head over to the localhost 3000. Let's head over to the dashboard. By the way, when I open a new tab, you see this daily dev extension here. This is pretty useful for reading uh, blog posts around the world. So it curates according to my interests and have news, videos, or blog posts here. So you should definitely check it out, daily.dev. It's a Chrome extension. Let's head over to the dashboard. Okay, ECMA script file had an error. What is the error? Use effect has an error. Okay, we don't need the use. Import React, use callback, use effect. What exactly is the error? Use effect from React. Do I think we need to mark this as a client component? That is the error. Yeah, that was the error. Okay, my projects and create project is here. Reload the page. It's not visible here. Why is that happening? Okay, so if I hide this flex call, I have given a flex call class here. So it is because of that inside of layout. Where is that flex call? We remove this. And yeah, we have my projects here. Perfect. So I did make a mistake inside of layer.tsx. Inside of this main return, we don't have to use flex call here. So we have the projects here and create project here. Now what else? Just a minute. Now we are fetching the project. So if we do have the project, then first let's have the skeleton. So let's head over to our page.tsx again, and after this button and this div right here, we'll check if it's loading. If loading, then we'll show the skeletons. So just going to copy those skeletons, or we're going to have this. So this is the div, and let's import the skeleton from UI skeleton. It's just a div with gap 4 grid and array, and we are going to have 4 skeletons. Then if we are going to check if project dot length greater than 0, then we are going to show projects grid, and we'll pass in the props, or else we are going to show the empty state, and we are going to pass on create project equals to set dialog open as true, and we need to pass props here. So project dot length greater than 0. Okay, then this and projects grid, we need to pass in the props. So we'll pass in the projects equals to projects, then we'll pass in the project files. I'm going to we need to get the project files, and on new project we need to set dialog open as true, and we also need to have on rename, that is going to be handle rename, and on delete, which is going to be handle delete. So we need to create these functions. So first we need to get the project files. So project files is again project files, and handle rename and handle delete. So we have the state for project files. Now let's fetch the project files of each project, and then we also need to have the handle rename and handle delete. So also let's create those functions. Const handle rename id string. What else? Handle rename id string, and let's leave it like this for now. Const handle delete id string and this, and what else? We need to fetch the project files, right? So I'm going to grab my use effect, paste it. So if the projects dot length projects, okay, this is going to be projects and set projects. Project set projects, and in fetch projects, this is going to be set projects. Now project's length is equals to 0 return. Now is mounted is true, so we know that the component is mounted, and we get declined. And for each project, if it's already fetch, we return it. But if it's not, then we get the files, and then we convert project files to record string, and for each file record we get the content and set project files. If there is error, then we set the object empty, so it shows us the fallback gradient. And I guess that is that, and this is going to be projects.length and projects here like this. Now if we head over to here, you can see no projects yet, and if I click on this, this should open up the dialog to create the project. So now let's have that dialog. So in here, after this, I'm going to have create project dialog, and open equals to dialog open, and on open change is going to be set dialog open. Then on submit is going to be handle create project. So we need to create this method as well, handle create project, which would just create the project. So after this, we'll have const handle create project. Data is create project data, or name model description works. Inside of try, we get the client, we get the response as clients.projects.create, and then we push to this. But instead of this, first I am going to try session storage dot set item. I'll explain you this why we are doing this session storage thing. Dot set item, and this is going to be pending prompt result or response dot project dot id, and then we'll have data dot description dot trim like this. So why we are doing is, as soon as we create the project, we are going to the project's route, and then we need to auto send that first route so that AI can start creating. So what we are doing is, as soon as we go to that route, we'll read from session that this is the pending prop and auto send it. So for that we are doing it. And router dot push, we need to have catch here. Catch if there's any error or whatever it is. Session storage is just unavailable. We don't need to do anything. Okay, data dot description has error. Data dot description dot trim. Okay, it's not. Yes, it is. Data dot description. Okay, this is going to be there. We don't need the error. This router dot push. Now inside of this, if we get error, then we are going error creating project, and then we'll have const message equals to error instance of error dot message or fail to create project, and then we're going to have toast dot error message, and this toast should be imported from toast sauna. So let's import it. Import toast from sauna, and that is it, I guess. Yeah, we are able to create the projects. As you can see it, it's opening the model. Perfect. We have all our models here, and with this it can also create projects. So let's create a social media app, ChatGPT 4 mini. This is a super simple social media app created, and we are at the project, and you can see that we have the ID. If you go back, we have the project, and you can see that iframe of code sandbox is also loaded. So this is the actual preview of the application. It's not the gradient, it's the preview of the application. And now on click on this, we also have the rename and delete. So we need to have the functionality, this functionality completed of rename and delete. So let's do that. So for that, just a minute, I need to confirm what we need to do. So we need to have a rename dialog and a lot dialog for delete. So I'm just going to copy and paste the code. It's not a big deal. Rename and delete. So after this div, or no, before this div, we're going to have this dialogues here. I'll show you this. We are getting this dialog from components UI dialog. We need to have the states of rename target and set name rename target. So let me import everything first. I'll show you the code once it's done from my end. Okay, this is done. Now I'll get some other functions that we need, and then I'll show you the entire code. So now what else we need is the delete target, and the refs and everything. So up here, after this project files, I'm going to paste this piece of code. Delete target, set delete target, and this it's a state. Rename target, set rename target. Rename value, set rename value, and rename input ref. We have use ref here. We need to import it from React, and afterwards we need to have handle rename function. So uh, we have this handle rename. So I'm going to replace or delete that and paste this function here, handle rename. We get the projects by the ID. So from ID we filter it and get the actual project. If we don't have the project, we'll return. Then we set the rename value of the project, the new project, and set the rename target as the ID. And after the dialog enters, we'll just autofocus it. So that is done. And now for renaming, actual renaming, we are going to have this function of confirm rename. If rename is confirmed, Then if we don't have any rename target, we'll just return. And if we do have it, we get the trimmed value of rename, and we get the original project from its ID, projects.find p, and p.iz triple equals to rename target. We set rename target from here as the ID, and we get the original project. And if we don't have the trimmed or trimmed triple equals to original name, if both are same, then we just set rename target as null and return, because there's no change to be made. Then we are setting the optimistic update here. So first we set projects as the new name and set rename target as null. So for the UI, it happens pretty fast. That is the optimistic update. And now we call the API. And in here, what we are doing is we call the API and tell it to update this project, and then we'll just show that project has been renamed. And if there's any error, we are just reverting this change of optimistic update. So the user would just know that it has failed, and will uh, error with a toast that failed to rename a project. Why we are doing this is, if we update a project, we want it to happen at that moment into the UI. The user doesn't have to wait for a minute or 30 seconds for the API to complete and the database things to happen. We don't want to show that. So what we are doing is, we are assuming that the API is going to hit and it is going to do its work. So we update our front end first and then call the API. And if the API is successful, then there's nothing to be done. But if it fails, then we just revert our UI to its previous version. So that is all we are doing here. And then we have handle delete. So for handle delete, when we do that, we just open the confirmation model with set delete target ID. And when we confirm that we want to delete, we'll do the same thing here. Confirm delete this function. If delete target, then return try, create API client, delete the function, set projects, remove that, and set projects files, remove the state files as well. And we just show that those that project is deleted, or else we just show that project delete failed, try again. And finally, if we set delete target as null. That is it. And now to fix this errors, we need to import input from components input. And I need to show you this, right? So we had this create project dialog. Now we have this dialog for rename. So we import the dialog from component UI, dialog content, dialog header, dialog title, description, and then the input tag. Input tag is just the new rename value. And we are also handling the key events, like if we enter hit the enter button or escape button, it should work. If we hit enter, then confirm rename should hit, and if we press the escape button, it should just close the model. And then we have the dialog footer of cancel and rename. That's it. And then we have alert dialog for deletion. It's just asking for confirmation that should we delete it or not. That's it. And now let's save this and let's see if it runs perfectly. And I'll try to rename this first. Rename model is opening. So instead of social media app, let's write lovable clone here. Rename. It's done. And I think it's working. If we refresh the app, it's here. And now let's try to delete it. Delete, and it has been deleted. Yeah, so that is working. So entire project CRUD has been completed. So this marks the completion of our section 4, which was pretty long. And the next session would be, if we create the project, for example, social media clone, super simple social media app we created. We need to now create this editor shell here. Editor shell would be a chat bar here, The layout, entire layout would be here, a header here. So let's do it now. Okay, so now let me show you how our data is in Cloudflare dashboard. So we need to do some setup. So now we are going to deploy our worker so that we can actually see we can visualize the data. So there are several of steps we need to do first. So I'm going to open up my terminal. I'm going to open up a new here. Just a minute. And first, I'm going to uninstall the Wrangler first to install the latest Wrangler. So let's head over to the worker first, and I'm going to uninstall Wrangler, npm uninstall Wrangler, and then npm install -g Wrangler to just install the latest version. And then I'm going to log out from my account, Wrangler logout. So my Cloudflare account, if I'm logged in, then I'm going to log in. So I'm going to log in. Just give me a minute. I need to open up my profile. All right, all done. Now Wrangler login, and this would open up Cloudflare. So this is open up for me, and I'm going to log in with my account, continue. Hello. Okay, so I've granted authorization to Wrangler. You can check the docs from here, worker docs. And now you are also logged in here. Now, what I want you to do is we are already inside worker, and now we are going to set up the KV namespace. So Wrangler KV namespace, create metadata, and done. We are going to copy this ID and like to would you like Wrangler to add it on your behalf? Yes, please add it. What binding name would you like to use? Metadata. For local dev, do you want to connect to the remote resource instead of local resource? Yes, we need to do that. And now let's head over to wrangler.jsonc, and you can see that we have two KV namespaces. This is the new one, which is remote, and this is the old one, which was for our local. I'm going to comment out this for now. Perfect. And let's do the same for the R2 bucket. So Wrangler R2 bucket. Sorry, this is not 42. R2 bucket. Create lovable clone files. And I'm also going to comment out this for now. And let's hit enter. Okay, we need to enable R2 first. If I uncomment this, would that work? No, I need to head over to my Cloudflare dashboard. Workers. Just a minute, I'll enable that in a minute. Okay, so to enable R2, we just have to go to storage and databases, and we just need to head over to R2 object storage overview. And now I need to uh, add my payment method, the credit card details and everything here. You will not be charged, as you can see, total due is $0. You just need to add it. If you in their free usage, it's 10 GB per month, and $0.015 per additional GB per month, but we are not going to cross 10 GB per month, so don't worry. So we are not going to pay anything, we are just adding our card here. So I'll add my card, or if you don't want to do this step, you can follow the application locally, but I'm going to visualize the app, so I need to show this. Okay, done. So I have added it, and now I just have to create a bucket, but I can create the bucket from here. So let me try to create a bucket from here. Let's run the command again, R2 bucket, and let's see if we are able to create it. Yeah, it is created. R2 buckets, lovable clone files, binding is also this. Yeah, we need to add it on Wrangler. Yes, yes. Okay. Bucket name should be files, not lovable clone files. Uh, is it created here? Let's see if we can delete it. Let's delete it. Done. It's deleted. Now we'll do it again. So we need the bucket name as lovable clone files, and binding is files. So let's comment this out and let's try to do it again. Yes, binding name is files, and yes, and okay, it didn't add it, or I didn't save the file. I'll just reopen that, and yeah, I have it here. We have files, and this one is the remote one. So binding is files, bucket name is lovable clone files, and we'll just comment this one out and delete this one out. Save it, and if we refresh the page here, we should have the bucket here. Yeah, we have it. Now what next? Just give me a minute. We have created the R2 bucket, we have updated the Wrangler JSON-C files, and now we also need to deploy, but uh, what should we do is first we need to put up the secret. So Wrangler the secret put, and we need to set the secrets. So if we head over to .envvars, first we need to set the clerk issuer. So clerk issuer, and the value would be this. So I need to copy this, and I'll add the value. Then we need to put JW keys URL. So yes, I need to create the worker. Okay, done. Now we'll do this again for clerk JW keys URL, and we'll copy this, paste it, Done. Now, I guess we need to deploy our worker. So the command for that was, I guess, npx wrangler deploy. So npx wrangler deploy like this, and let's see if it works. Okay, this is just a warning. So this is our actual path. So we need this path, and now we will head over to .env.local on front end, and in here there might be some configuration that we need to add. Just a minute. So that was next public worker URL. So that would be used in the API client. So next public worker URL, and this is going to be this for now. And if we head over to the API client, and at the top you can see that we are using it from here if we have it from env variables. So I think everything is wired up, and let's try to uh, run our worker. So npx wrangler dev, and also restart our next.js application. It already reloaded the environment variable, but let's restart it. And worker, it's running, but it's running on 8787. I guess it's already running, or it's on remote. Okay, it's already running. So it's already deployed. So it's running. So if we head over to compute here, workers and pages, you can see that we have workers here, Cloudflare worker. So this is our lovable clone recording. We have R2 files, R2 bucket as named as files, and KV namespace as metadata. If we head over to here, we don't have anything, and same as for metadata, we don't have anything. So let's create the account, and let's see if we are able to see the data here. So localhost colon 3000. It's not loading. I guess I need to remove the .next folder. Let's do that. rmrf dot next and npm run dev again. Reload it. Yeah, we are here. Now we just need to log in. Continue with Google. Continue. Now let's try to create a project. What's the error? No access token available. It's available now. Let's create the project. Social media app, basic social media app. Create the project. Project is created, and if I head over to here, and let's head over to KV namespace. Voila, we have our data live on Cloudflare. So you can see user projects. We have this user ID. This is a user ID from Clerk. Then we have our project with this project ID. You can see YNV. YNV. So it's there, and this is the credits of the user. As you can see, remaining 50, total 50, plan free, period start and period end date. So this is our Cloudflare key values. We can see this, the entire thing. We can edit this, we can manipulate this or add entry here. So this works as a database, and now I can show you the R2 object storage as well. If I head over here, lovable clone files, and you can see that we have a project directory. So every project has its all own directory, and inside of that directory we have versions. So our version 0 was created, and inside of that version dot 0 we have this files.json file, and that files.json file would have our starter template. So I can open this up on my VS Code right here, and let me view Bootstrap. And you can see that we have an files object. Inside of this we have array of the path app.tsx, the content of this. So everything would be stored in here like this. So everything is working, and Cloudflare is also set up. Now let's start with the editor shell component, and let's start do the magic. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to create this page, the header, the sidebar of chat, the layout, like the iframes and everything. So let's do that. So first we are going to create those components. So for that, just a minute. Inside of here we have this page.tsx, not this one, this one. We have this page.tsx right here, and do we get the projects page? No, it's not written here. So this is project and project ID. So am I doing something wrong here? Is the right route different? No, the route is same. So the redirection, I guess, is not perfect. So inside of dashboard, instead of projects, we just have to have project like this. And if we are on the dashboard now, why it's not working? Okay, it's here. Let's refresh this. Yeah. Now when I click on this, we are at the projects page. Now inside of projects page, let's do the components that we require. Uh, just a minute. What are the components I need to check? Okay, so inside of main page.tsx, we are going to have the editor layout first, I guess. Yeah, editor layout. So we need to create an editor layout component. So uh, inside of components, I'm going to create a new folder named as editor, and inside of editor first, for barrel export we are going to have index.ts, and let's create editor hyphen layout dot tsx. Let's write rfce and name this as editor layout, and not export default. We are just going to export const editor layout, and let's export editor layout from editor layout like this. And let's head over to page.tsx of this project, and I'm going to import this editor layout right here. So just a minute. All right, so we are just going to return the editor layout from here, so nothing else. Editor layout, not edit, editor layout, make sure to import that. And if we head over to the screen, we have editor layout here. Now inside of the editor layout, we will have the header, which would have the logo and project name, the preview, the share and everything. Then we'll have chat panel and we have the preview panel. So inside of editor layout, what components should we use first? So we are going to have a div there with editor header. So let's also create an editor header component. So inside of components, in here I'm going to create editor header.tsx rfce, not rfc, rfc, and editor header like this. We don't need to export default, like this. And inside of editor layout, I'm going to have a div, and then we'll have editor header, editor header like this. And this div is going to have a class name of flex, height full, width full, flex call, and overflow hidden. Just crashed. Okay, it's here, editor header. We have the editor header here. Now what next? After this, we need to have the chat panel and the preview panel. So first, what should I do? Hmm, let's have the tab switcher component or editor tabs, or let's do the, just a minute, what was the name of the component? Yeah, it is going to be the chat panel. So let's do the chat panel now. Okay, so let's create the chat panel component, and inside of this editor I'm going to have chat panel dot tsx rfc, rce, no, we don't need class component, rf, let's write rfc and remove the export. I don't know the exact shortcut. This is going to be chat panel, and let's use the chat panel inside of this. And after the editor layout, we are going to have a div right here with class name as cn, and cn with hidden. If it's small, then hidden, md flex, flex 1, overflow, overflow hidden. And then after this, if we are dragging, then select none. So we need to create a state of dragging. So let's do that. I need to create a state like this right here. Is dragging, set is dragging. So this is useful for resizing. So after this, we'll check if is dragging. What should we do here? Is dragging, and we'll just give it a class name of select none. And what's the issue here? So we need to close this, and this, yeah. And now we also need to give this a ref of container ref. So let's create a ref here. So const container ref is equals to this, and let's give this a ref here, ref container ref, like this. And inside of this I'm going to import our chat panel component like this. And we also need to mark this as client component because we are using these hooks. So if you are using hooks, we need to mark that as a client component. So chat panel is here, and after the chat panel we need to have the drag handle. So that would be used for dragging. So we also need to do that. And after that we need to have the right panel, which would have the tabs of panels. So that is complex. What should we do? Okay, so now we have the chat panel, we'll have the tabs. So first, let's also have the drag handle. So what that would do is just give us the things like what we have to change. So I'm going to comment this and write this as drag handle. And after that, I'm going to create a div right here. And this is going to be a self-closing div. Class name is equals to cn with panel resize, panel resize handle, then shrink of 0. And if it's dragging, then we need to have panel resize handle active like this. And then we need to give it on pointer down, move, and up. So okay, we have this panel. So yeah, it's here. And this classes are being applied from our global.css, I guess. If we search it inside of here, when we pasted this, we already have this panel resize handler. So all of this has been covered. And now let's head over to editor layout again. And now we need the panel. So if it's the preview panel, we need to show preview panel, or else we need other panels. So I'm just going to see, just a minute. Okay, so after this, I'm going to have another div with class name relative flex1 overflow hidden. And inside of this, let's write the text as preview panel for now. And it should be here. So on the above div, the container ref, they should be side by side. So here this is going to be flex height full. No, I think I messed up. We created a ref, right? So this is here. Yeah, no, we haven't messed up. So initially this is hidden, medium of flex1, and overflow hidden. And this is the container ref. It's flex, then why it's here? Preview panel. Okay, the preview panel should be inside of this. And yeah, this is the chat panel and this is the preview panel. So now we can drag and do everything. And now we can do the stuff. So what next is we'll initialize the states and everything and start creating those components. First we'll do the editor exact page with states. So we are going to use the concept of smart and dumb components. So these all right here, editor layout, then editor header, chat panel, those all are dumb components, and the smart component is our main component right here, which is the page.tsx. So this is going to be the smart component. All of the logic and everything would be here and it would be passed down as props. We won't be doing props drilling because props drilling is something when we are doing props to 5 level of components or more. We are just going to do it for 2 or 3 level of components. So we have not used any state management library or context, so to make it simple, so we are just using it in this component which we refer as a smart component. And let's start doing it. So uh, we also need to do the layout. I guess layout is already done, right? For this dashboard page has the layout, right, with the sidebar and everything. So layout is already done. mm, we need to have the page.tsx right here with all the states and everything. So let's do that. This is going to be pretty long, and I also need to refer every piece of code right here. So let's do it. Now first, so first, what I'm going to do is editor page. This is not projects page. This is going to be editor page, and inside of here we get the parents. So we need the project ID. So we get the parents from here, and the type of it is going to be parents and promise, project ID of type string like this. And now let's get the project ID here. So const project ID is equals to use parents from next navigation, and from here, not use parents, we are just going to use the use hook from React, and we'll pass in the params here, and then we get the auth token. So get token for calling APIs, use auth from Cloud Next.js, and then we also need to initialize the router. So const router is equals to use router from next navigation, and then we need the rate limited, but we haven't created the rate limited hook. Then mm, we need to create some ref. So I'm just going to copy that and I'm going to tell you all of that. Yeah, we have these refs. Make sure that you import the use ref, and we have this auto heal ref. So this would just count the number of times if any auto heal requests were made. Like if it detected any error, then it would automatically try to heal that error. So we can do 3 times automatically. So this is to count that. Then we have just generated ref to check if the last generation was AI initiated or it was manual edited, so we need to check that. I'll let you know why we are doing that when we uh, reach to that section. And then a streaming ref. So this is for server side event tracking. Like if we are still getting the AI response, then we are going to store that in a streaming ref to check things. And max auto heal attempts, which is for that we would just auto heal for 3 times, and after that we would just tell that we are not able to fix it. Then this is pending prompt ref. So this pending prompt ref was done from dashboard here. So as soon as we created the project, we have this session storage pending prompt. So we navigated to that project, and we check from session storage that if there is any pending prompt, then it should start creating the AI request as soon as we have it, and remove it from session. So that is for that. Mm, as a component. Yep. Now comes next part. Then we'll have a ref for handle send message after this. So this ref holds the latest handle send message callback. So it would be used for auto send effect whenever we want to uh, we save the file or do something. It should have auto send the message. So this is for that. Now let's do the next use states. So we are going to use so many states here. So for that, I'm just going to copy all of that states here, and I'm going to explain you why we are doing that. So yeah, first make sure to import use state hook, use state, and import the project type. Okay, so this state is for setting the project detail. So we fetch it via use effect as soon as we have the ID of the project and get the project details and set it. Then we get the files of the project and store it in files and set files. Then active files. So if we are on the Monaco editor, and we want to we are editing any file manually, then we need to set which is the active file to send it to the iframe. So this is for that. Then for all the message history, it is stored here. So we need to render the message history right here on this panel, the right panel. So that is for that. And what's the use auth error? Use auth should be from Clerk, right? Okay, we need to mark this as a client component. So use client, and then the errors are for other things. We'll fix this. So this is for the chat history. Then is streaming to whether check if the AI is currently generating a response. Then this is just for loaders. Then version history, we have the timeline, right? So we need to store version history metadata. And this right here is all the versions. Okay, so sorry, I'm just repeating this. And if the versions are loading, then we need to show the spinner, right? So this is for loading the versions. And this is for credits, how many credits the user still has. This is for that. Then if we have total credits, like if it's not unlimited, then we need to see the credits. So for each AI response, we first check it if the user has the credits or not. So this is for maintaining that. Then we have the user's current plan, free or pro. That is for that. And now we uh, get the selected model. So if the state is just the initialized, so we have the default model ID as ChatGPT 4 uh, like that. So this should be imported from lib models, and we need to create that lib file as well. So I am going to uh, get that file. So inside of lib, yeah, lib, I'm going to create that models.ts file, and I'm going to paste this code. I'm going to give it to you in the description. Let me write this down. Just a minute. Models.ts from lib. Okay, so I'll show you this file. This is uh, just the demo data. So this has model info. So we just have ID, name, provider, tier of the model, speed, quality, credit cost, description, and supports vision. Supports vision is if we can send image into that model. So this is for that. Then we have this model info, which has models. So we are using Anthropic models, OpenAI models, then Google models and DeepSeek versions. So DeepSeek versions models doesn't have support vision, so we cannot send images to that. So this is for that, and we have all the info that we render in UI. Then we have this default model ID, which is GPT-4o mini. So this is very cost efficient, but DeepSeek is also cost efficient, so we can use DeepSeek or 4o mini. Then uh, provider labels. So this is just for headers. So Anthropic, OpenAI, Google, DeepSeek. We have four. If you want to add more, you can add it and edit this file. Then this is the provider order. So first is Anthropic, OpenAI, Google, DeepSeek, like that. Then the speed of the model. So we get the speed, and if the case is very fast, then we return fastest, fast, and medium, like that. It's just text. Then we have that lightning bolts right on the model. So we are returning if it is very fast, then 3 bolts, fast is 2, medium is 1, and model quality stars, and get model by ID. We are just getting the model ID from this one basic file, right? So I'm going to save it, and let's import that default model ID right here. Then we have this credits exhausted. It would check if the user is in free plan. Then if the credits remaining is less than 0, then we are going to have this true. So, and we also check if it's unlimited, then we mark this as short circuit, and uh, uh, it is always false if credits exhaust. It's if it's on the pro plan, and if it has -1, then it always have false. And then we have the viewing version. If we are viewing any old version, then we need to set which version we are using. Then current files ref. So this is for okay, so this is for when we are viewing any older version, and if the users click back to current, then we need to show our new files right in the code sandbox. So this is for that, and this is for difference of the files on the timeline. So this is coming from that, and we got all our state, I guess, what was needed. Next step would be to use effect with our project data and set all the details. For that we will do it afterwards, but first let's down pass down the props that we need. And we also need some more uh, refs. So I'm going to get those first. After this, we have these refs. So auto save timer ref. So this is for debouncing of auto save. Like if we are doing any changes in the file, then after few seconds, we are going to auto save it. Then this is if the user is typing for more than like continuously 30 seconds, then we will just manually hit the save if it's still writing, so we don't lose the data. Then we just save the last saved files, and this is for manual edit. I guess this might not be required, but we'll keep this for now. And then if the data is loading, then we need to show the editor layout skeleton. So I'm going to copy a component which is just a simple skeleton of the editor layout. So before this, I'm going to paste this right here, and this is just a skeleton component, editor layout skeleton, which has some divs and skeleton from UI skeleton, basic skeleton, right? And now we are going to have, if it's still loading, then we need to show the skeleton right here. So I'm going to have it, just a minute. If is loading, then return editor layout skeleton like this, and we don't need this. And since is loading is true, we'll be seeing this editor layout skeleton. So let's keep this for now. So we have the project details here, the chat panel would be here, the preview tabs, the share and the clerk auth icons. Then we have this preview panel and the chat panel. So this is the skeleton we had designed, and as soon as we get the data from API, we'll show our components. So we'll do that afterwards. And now let's pass all of the state inside of editor layout. So I'm going to pass the states, and we also need to create certain functions for rename, delete, model change, then set active file, files change, send message, and there are lots and lots of uh, components that we have to, not components, but states that we have to pass and create the functions that we need. So first, instead of doing it here, we are going to do it on the editor layout interface. So we'll create an interface on editor layout. So let's head over to the editor layout, and in here, before this, I'm going to paste this interface right here. So this is editor layout props. We get the project ID, we get the project name, we get the files, we get the messages. So the messages type is going to be chat messages. Make sure that you import it from types chat. Then is streaming. So currently, are we getting any input? And we have this function on send message, and if it's an image attachment as well, and on files change, then active files. On files is changes. Whenever we change files, we should uh, invoke that function. Then we store what active file is it is. Then if active file does change in the Monaco editor, then we have this preview panel. So this preview panel is the preview panel component itself. So we have written react.react node, which means it's an React component. Same for code editor panel and history panel. So we are controlling those states from above. So uh, we are uh, passing it from there, but we could have just imported those from here, and that would work as well. But since we are passing everything from above, I just did that. And this on back to current is if we are viewing any different revision, not revision but version, and we need to get to the current version. That's for that. And on restore viewing, I need to check what this is about. I'm not sure, just a minute. Okay, it's just restoring the version, then get the credits remaining, then total credits if the credits are exhausted, and what is the selected model ID if we want to change the model, then users plan on rename of project and on delete of project. So these are all the interface that we are going to not interface but props that we are going to pass, and this is the interface. And then we are going to use that here. So in here, let's destructure that, and then we will have editor layout props, and let's get all the props from there. So you can get all the props from there, and I'm going to paste it. So we have all the props needed right here. I'm going to save the files, and I need to define some constants. So for chat panel, we are resizing it, right? So we need to have some constants. So min chat percentage. So minimum if we are if we are resizing the panel, so the minimum chat percent should be 20. It cannot be below 20. If it would be below 20, then it would just mess up the layout. So this is the threshold for that, and the max, it cannot increase from max size, and for default it would be 30. And for minimum chat pixels, we are giving an uh, absolute like minimum pixels, which prevents it from becoming unusable. If it's very small, then it would not be usable, so we need to have certain limits on that. So these are the constants for that. And now what else? I'm going to save this file, and then I think we need to get the data from use effect, and then we can pass out all the data in here, and then we can start working on the editor header. So get the project details and credits and everything, and then design the other things. So let's get started onto that. Okay, so next step, I'm on inside of this editor page. So what should we do next is create the functions and get the APIs and everything. So first up is mm, I'm not sure what to do. Just a minute. Okay, so let's get the data from the use effect. So first we need to load the project, and loading of the project, we get first the project, its history, chat histories and versions and credits. So we need all of those data. So for that, I need to head over to the worker first, and inside of worker, you remember we only had the routes for project, right? So the project is done. So we have uh, projects of getting the files and projects details, but we need to get the chat history, the versions of the project, and the credits. So for that, we need to create all of those things that we need. So let's start creating that. So first we are going to head to the chat, and we are going to create a chat route. So chat.ts, and let's also create a credits.ts route, and let's also create versions here. So we'll be needing versions, right? So versions.ts, and inside of chat, first let's initialize our hono. So const chat routes equals to new hono, import hono from hono, and we'll passing the bindings, and this bindings is not from hono types. Bindings is going to be type env from types, and then we are going to have variables from app variables and remove this variables. And then we are going to have this object like this and call it la. Yes, chat routes is done. And now we also need to export the chat route. So export chat routes like this. And now inside of this, we'll add all our methods, and let's use this inside of index.ts like this, app.route chat, and this is going to be chat routes. Make sure that you import chat routes, and let's do the same for credits and versions. So I am going to head over to chat, copy this entire thing, head over to credits, and just replace this to credits routes like this. And let's head over to the versions as well, paste it, and we'll replace this to version routes like this. And let's head over to index.ts, and in here we are going to have app.route. This is for credits, and we are going to have credits routes, and we are going to have app.route versions and version routes. Import the versions. Okay, so this is done, and now let's head over to credits.ts, not credits but chat.ts, and we need to get all the chat, right? We are not going to do anything other. We are just going to get all the chat first. So let's create that uh, route which just gets the chat history. So I'm going to do a comment here, and this is going to get our data. So we'll have chat routes dot get project id async c, and we get the user id, we get the project id, and then we'll have const and project is equals to await c.env.metadata.get project, and we get the project with project id, and type json. Make sure that you import the project type from types project, and we also need to close this one right here like this, we don't get any error. And after this project, we'll just check if we don't have the project, then we are going to return project not found 404 like this. And then we'll also check if project.user id not equals to current user id, then the access is unauthorized. Then we'll get the chat history from the key value store. So chat history equals to await c.env.metadata.get. This is correct, but this part needs to have chat session, and we need to get the chat session. So chat session should is a type that needs to be defined. So instead of types, we created types for project, but let's create type for chat. So chat.ts, and inside of this I'm going to copy and paste the file. You can get it from the description of the video. So we have image attachment as a type, so we get image in base 64 and type of the media name. Then we get chat message, then we get the chat session. That's it, and I'm going to save this file. Inside of credits I'm going to import chat session. We have it, and then we have chat history, not like this but chat with project id and json, and then we'll just return c.json chat history, not like this but messages as chat history dot messages, or an empty array. Okay, chat session has this messages, then why Okay, it's not a type of array, it's just chat session like this. And yeah, we'll return that. So we'll get an empty array now because we don't have any chat history. We need to post it first, but this is just for getting to those APIs the data, and we can move forward with this section. And when we are doing the next section, I guess the AI engine and chat system will create the post system there. Now we also need the credits. So for credits, we just have a single route in there which gets the total credits of the user. So I'm going to copy and paste the API type to make let it work. So we have API credits, get the user's credit balance, and response should be like this. So we are going to have chat routes dot get, and this is going to be slash, and then we will have async c like this, close this, and inside of this we'll first get the user ID. We get the credits from uh, get credits. What is that function? Get credits. Okay, so have we written that function get credits inside of services of credit.ts get credits? Yeah, it's written. We can just use this to get the user's credits. So inside of credits.ts, not inside the services but workers, yeah, this file. Why this has all of this data? I guess I've okay, so this is my bad. We have written everything on the other file, so I need to cut this out and paste it all here. Not everything. This entire thing is for credits, but this thing only, chat routes. I need to cut this and I need to paste this inside of here, and I need to cut all of this, save it this file, and use it inside of this. Downside of using tab and AI everywhere, I didn't check. So this is going to be credits routes dot get, and we'll get the credits by await c.env dot metadata dot get. But we should just use the get credits function. So await get credits from services, and we'll pass in the user ID and c.env, and we'll just return c.json. We get the remaining as credits.remaining, total credits.total, plan is credits.plan, period end is unlimited. That's it. And I guess credits routes is just this. We have returned the credits, and if we head over to our page, we also need to get the versions. We get the credits, we get the chat, and we need to get the versions of things. So inside of versions, okay, this is a pretty big file that we need to do. Just a minute. So I'm going to paste this comment, which would have get API projects and project ID and get all the versions of that project, and close the comment, and let's do it. And we also need to have a function named as get owned project. So what we will do is first we'll check if the project that the user is requesting for inside of this versions is owned by this user itself, and then we also need to have a function to version meta. Okay, I'm going to copy and paste that so that it makes workflow speedier. After this, we have two functions right here. First is get owned projects. It's just checking if this project is owned by this user with the user ID and return the project if it is, or else will return null. And to version meta is just extracts the version meta from a full version object. That's it, nothing more. Import the version and version meta from types, and we are just returning the version number, type, prompt, model created at file count, changed files and restored from. So I'll show you everything when we post the things in the uh, API and show you in Cloudflare dashboard. But now we are just setting up the base things, so this is for that. Now we need to create our actual API down here. So we'll have version routes dot get. So I'm not sure if we need list all versions with metadata, or we need the, so just let me check. Yeah, we need all the versions of the project. So projects-id version. So I guess this is the base route. And if I head over to the index.cs, and yeah, this is the base route. We are just going to have slash here. So inside of index.ts right here, we have API chat. This is perfect. API credits. This is perfect. But for versions, this is different. So this is going to have API slash projects. Then we have the project ID, because versions are going to be for project with IDs. Versions are not orphaned. Like, we cannot have a version as a standalone instance. It is communicated, it is linked with a project ID. So we get the ID from here, and we just use the slash inside of version.ts. So that was what confusing me. So inside of here, we just get version routes dot get with just a slash, and everything would be handled from top. And we'll have async c and close this. And first, let's get the user ID, and then let's get the project ID from c.request.param ID. And then we check if this project is owned by this user, and if not, then we return it like project not found or access denied. And project ID should be of type string. So why it's crying about? It is of type string. Let's save this and we'll fix this afterwards. This TypeScript error. Not sure why it's being caused. It shouldn't be. Project ID. We'll just have if project ID, then only get it. If not project ID, then return project ID is required like this. Okay, and after this, what should we do? We should have all the versions. So we will have const version promises. So there might be more than one version, right? So this is going to be promise version, or it's going to be null if we don't have anything. This is like this, and then we get the current version and push it to version promises like it. Yeah, so for let v equals to 0, v less than equals to version project dot current version, and if the current version is 5, then 0 to 4 should run, or 0 to 5 should run. Then v plus plus, and version promises dot push c.env dot files. We need to get the files, not the uh, other thing. So c.env dot files, which is from r2 dot get. We have project id slash v slash v, then we will have v1 v2 v3 like that, v, and then we will have files dot json like this, and this is not going to be a json object like this, and we'll have then here first. So, and we need to remove this from here, the type, and inside of then we'll get the object, and we'll check if there is object, then we'll return object dot json, sorry, like this, object dot json, and the type of this is going to be as promise version, and if there is not, then we'll just return as null like this. We have the object, we get the object, then we'll check if object is there. If object is there, then we'll have object.json as, okay, we need to have parentheses here, or we'll just return null, and if there is an error, then we'll just return null. Okay, then this is done. Now we'll get all the versions. So const version is equals to await promise.all version promises, and then we will get the version metas. So we don't need the files, we just need the versions metadata. So version metas is equals to versions dot filter. Let's have this code and I'll check if it's perfect. So version metas, and version metas type is version meta and array, and I guess it is perfect because we don't have any TypeScript errors. Still, I'm going to have it versions dot filter. So v is version, and if it's not null, then return it, and then we'll map it to version meta, so it just returns that this thing, so we don't need to return the files or any other things in it, and we'll sort it according to the newest first. So we are just sorting it, new date. No, we don't need to sort it by date, but we'll sort it with the version number. So we'll have it by b dot version number minus a dot version number to make it simpler, and we'll return c.json versions as version metas and current version as project dot current version. I guess that is done, and we also need to save this file index.ts, and now we have all the data that is required in our use effect right here. So let's call the use effect and get the data there. So this is going to be a big thing. So after this, I'm going to have use effect like this, and this use effect is going to load as soon as we have the project ID, get token, and router. So project ID, get token, and router. It should load it, and then we will have a function named as const load project equals to async and this, and we need to uh, call this. So we'll just call this project because we are doing this because this is an async function. And what else? Inside of this, let's wrap this around try catch block. And I guess we will also need finally. So inside of finally, we set the loading and loading versions as false. So finally, and finally is going to be set loading false, and set is loading versions false, like this. And now if we head over to our screen, you can see that skeleton is gone. And to make it work, we can do like this: set timeout, for 200,000 milliseconds. Do something like this. Okay, so that effect is running. So as soon as the page is loaded, it runs for 2 seconds. We have this, and finally it gets executed, and our skeleton is gone. So we'll just revert this out. Was just checking if it works perfectly. So we have all the data now after this try. So we need to get the data now. I was just checking the loading states and everything. So let's get the data now. Okay, so now let's do the actual uh, getting of all this, but we also need to set up our API client with the chat and version. So let's head over to API client, and in here, like projects, we need to do for chats like this. So just a minute. Chats, and we have a function of get history. We get the project ID as string, and then we do authenticated fetch, and authenticated fetch is going to have messages, chat message like this. And we pass in the get token and the route, which is API/API/chat project ID like this. And we get the messages like that. After chats, what else? After chats, let's do for credits. So credits, we get the credits. We just need that one route. So get authenticated fetch. Credits is not this, but it's the entire period end and unlimited and plan and everything. We get all of those details from here. So we need to have that remaining total plan period end is unlimited, and then this route, that's it for credits. And after that we need to have for versions, so versions, and we are getting all the versions for that project. So we have list we get the project ID, and we call authenticated fetch. We get the versions as not number but versions meta, and get token, and route as API project ID versions, like that. Perfect. And now we can use it onto our page.tsx. If we head over to the page.tsx, and now inside of load project, first we have the try, right? Inside of try we get the client, so client is equals to create API client. Make sure to import API client, and then what should we do is const equals to await promise dot all, and we get client dot projects dot get with project ID, and like this. But I'm going to write client dot projects dot get and pass in the project ID. Then we will get client dot projects dot get files. We pass in the project ID. Then we get clients dot chats dot get history. We pass in the project ID. Then client dot versions dot list. We pass in the project ID, and we get clients dot credits dot get. We pass in the project ID, and not project but project ID to get the data. Okay, no, we don't need to pass in the project ID here, because it's credits are not associated with project, it's associated with account. And now we get the project response here. Then we get files response. Then we get chat response. We get versions response and credits response. And after this, as soon as we get it, we set the project as project response dot project, like this. Then we based on that, we set the selected model ID. So set selected model ID as project response dot project dot model, or default model ID. And then what we will do is set credits remaining as uh, credits response dot if it's unlimited, then -1, or else credits remaining. Then credits total is credits dot do total, and set user plan as credits response dot plan. Then we need to set the files. Now for files, it's different. Okay, so const files record is going to be files to record, and files response dot files. Now we need to create this files to record uh, function. So I'll just grab that and create it. At the top, outside of this, I'm creating this function files to record. We get the project file here, and then we need to remove the markdown fences here. So uh, it has the uh, triple dots, which has the file name and everything, and file type and everything. So we need to strip that down. So for that, we also have this function right here, strip markdown fences, and it removes it from regex, checking it from regex, and just removes it. So that's it. Okay, then we have the files to record, strip markdown fences, and then we'll just store the clean file and return it. And then we also need uh, record to files something function, which is sending files to the API like this. So we are just have this function record to files object or entries record. It's a helper function. And I guess we are returning from here. Yeah, we need to close this, and then inside of our use effect we have files to record function, and then we'll have set files as files record, and then we'll have files ref.current as file record. Then we'll have set messages at chat response dot messages and set versions as version responses dot versions. That is correct. And now we need to have the initial active file. uh, so we need the first file when we uh, check the Monaco editor. So which file should be the first? So we'll have const file paths is equals to file responses dot file responses dot files dot map. We get the path, we just need the paths. And if we have an app.tsx, then that would be the entry point. So file paths dot includes slash source slash app.tsx. If it includes that, then we'll set active file as source app.tsx. And if we don't have an if uh, if we don't have it, then else if we are going to check if file paths dot length is greater than 0, then we'll write set active file as file paths of 0. So whatever the first file is, we'll set it if we don't have the app.tsx inside of editor, inside of the code view. So I'll revisit this section when we are doing that. And now we need one more try catch block inside of this, and for catch we are just going to skip it. But inside of this we are going to get that pending prompt and store it inside of the ref. So const storage key is equals to pending prompt project ID, and we'll check if not check but get that pending prompt. And if there is a pending prompt, then we are going to have pending prompt ref, or yeah, pending prof ref dot current equals to pending, and then remove the session storage entry like that. Let's save it. And now inside of this error block, what we'll do is why would it would generate an error if the project is not found? Only then it would generate an error. So we are going to push it to dashboard if it's an invalid project, and we don't need an error as well here, so we can get rid of that. That is it. We have got our data, and we have stored it. And let's reload here and check if things are working. I click on this, I'm getting redirected to dashboard, so there is some error. Console log error, and let's see what the error is. And I'm going to open up my console, click on this, head over to here. Okay, API credits is not found. 404. API chat not found, API credits not found. Okay, I need to deploy this worker changes. So we might be running on local, and after this changes, we need to deploy the worker again. So npx wrangler deploy, and then the worker would be able to find those API endpoints and everything. So let's try to deploy it, because our hosted worker doesn't have all of this new data. We may switch to the local version. after this. We just need to change the API URL and start npx wrangler dev. And now let's try to reload it. And yeah, we don't have any error now. As you can see, it's able to fetch the data. So we just had to deploy the worker again. That was the only issue. And what next? Let's head over to what was next. Yeah, we just need to remove this and have it here. Remove the error as well, because the error was generated by us, not the code. The code was not wrong. Now we need to pass these things to this editor right here, editor layout, and then work on the editor header and the editor layout component. So now let's pass the things that are needed. So I am going to copy all of that and visit all step by step, or I'm not going to copy it to make you understand. So first we'll pass in project and sorry, this is going to be project ID. It's going to be project ID. Then we'll pass project name, and that is going to be project dot name, but we are storing the project name like this here, so I'll do that. Const project name is project dot name or untitled project. So this is going to be project name like this, and that is done. What next? Then we need to send the files. So files is files. Then we will send messages as messages. Then we'll check if a streaming is streaming. And then what else? Let's send all the states first. So active file is active file. Then credits remaining is credits remaining. Credits total is credits total. Then is credits exhausted is credits exhausted. Then we'll have selected model ID, selected model ID in user plan. Then what else? We'll pass in the viewing version. So viewing version as viewing version. And then we have some components. So just a minute. Okay, so we'll pass in that preview panel as preview panel dev, code editor panel as code editor panel dev, and history panel as history panel dev. Will uh, change this to actual components afterwards, but for now it's this. Now we need to send some functions of handle send message, handle files change, handle model change, and handle rename and handle delete. So and handle restore version, and if there is any error, so we need to handle that as well. So let's create functions. After this we have on send message, we will have handle send message. So we need to create the function here, const handle send message, and we'll have pending send message implementation like this. And after on send message, we'll have on files change, we'll have handle files change, and then we'll have const handle files change, alert pending file change implementation, write this. Not sure if this is the correct thing. We are just using AI for now. And after this, on active file change, we'll have set active file. We don't need to create it. We actually have it as a state. Then we'll have on model change equals to handle model change. Let's create that function as well. Handle model change, alert pending implementation. Then after this, we are going to have on rename and handle delete. So on rename is equals to handle rename, and let's do on delete equals to handle delete. And after that, on back to current is going to be handle back to current, and let's create all of those functions. So handle rename, pending rename implementation, handle delete, pending delete implementation, handle back to current, and this is also alert pending back to current implementation. So this is done. So what's error here? Okay, handle delete expects more argument. So what is that? I guess we don't have any ID here on handle delete because we know the project ID. So we just have to delete the project from here, and we have all the necessary things that are required here, and we have passed it. We'll do the function implementation afterwards, but for now all of this is done, and we can move on to the editor layout component. So the actual wrapper is done. Now we should move here and start working on things as required. Okay, so now let's head over to the code editor, and uh, I am inside of editor layout. And now inside of editor layout, let's do the editor header component. So for editor header component, I am going to first head over to the editor header component, and inside of here, let's have its props and everything. So I'm going to just a minute. I'll get the editor header props here. I'll paste it. So we need project name, we need files, active tab, on tab change, then mobile panel, then uh, we need on mobile panel change, project ID, user plan, credits remaining, credits total, on rename and on delete, and device mode and on device mode change. Now for the interfaces, uh, let me check where to get those interfaces. Okay, so device mode is going to be from device mode edit. Okay, so we need to do that, and apart from that, we need the editor tab value. So editor tab value, where do we get it from? Edit from the editor tabs, and we also need, yeah, we just need to create two components, which is editor tabs and device toggle. So let's do that. Inside of editor, I'm going to create editor tabs.tsx, and then I'm going to create a device toggle.tsx, and let's do the device toggle first. And this is a client component, use client, and let's write the component rfc, and this is just export function device toggle. This is device toggle, like this. And now let's create the type. So export type device mode is equals to desktop or Yeah, you should generate it. Tablet, or it's going to be phone, like this. Then we are also going to have devices. So for devices, I am going to paste this, and mode is desktop, table, or phone, and icon is going to be the icon that we need. It should be imported from Lucid React, and the label is desktop, tablet, and phone. So it's just the pixel label there. Now after this we are going to have the interface, so props interface. So export interface device toggle props, and then we'll have device mode as device mode, and we'll have on device mode change as mode device mode, and then just what, so this is state and set state, like that. And what else? Then the component is pretty simple. We get the props in here, device. Let's give it a type first, so IntelliSense would work. So device toggle props, and in here this is device mode and on device mode change. And inside of here we are just going to return, and we'll have the button which will just change the tab. So I'm going to copy that component right here. I'll paste it, and now you can see the device toggle. We need to import cn, and we have this div. We map this devices, and we check if that tab is active. So we get the device mode, and if that device mode triple equals to this device dot mode, then uh, that tab is active. So for that we give this class, or else we give the other class. And on click of that, we just change the device mode with the this. So that is it, and we render the device icon. That's it. So this device mode, device toggle is done, and we would be able to import it here, device mode. Now we need to do the editor tab value. So editor tabs is going to be uh, the tab changes between the preview and the code. So it just uses the sandbox preview or the Monaco editor code. So for that we'll have use client here. Then what else? uh, let's export the type of editor tab value. So export type, and we will also have the history here. So editor tab value equals to preview or code or history, like this. Then we will have editor tabs props. So export interface editor tabs props, and we'll have active tab as editor tab value, and on tab change is going to be tab and editor tab value, which would return void. And then we will have the tabs. The tabs is nothing but the preview code and history. So I'm going to get it from my code and paste it. So tabs, we need to import the icon. So icon I go to, and this icon of history from Lucid React. So import those, and this is just the tabs like we have for device. And then we have pretty simple component. So we'll just export function editor tabs. So we just have this, and the type of this is editor tab props, and we get the active tab and on tab change, and we just return uh, like we had for button. So going to grab that code and paste it. So import cn, and we have this div with tabs.map. We check if it's active, and on click of that we change the tab, and this is the class names. That's it, pretty simple. I'll save this and let's import this inside of editor header. So we have our editor header complete, done. And now inside of editor header, what should we do is we'll get all the props that we need. So I'm going to destructure it and give it a type of editor header props, and I'm going to destructure everything from here. So this are all the props, and what should be done here is first, uh, yeah, first we are going to have a function, async function handle open preview, and this would just alert that uh, preview open is preview open is pending. So this would just open the preview in code sandbox. So this is for that, and we need a use state snippet for use state for that. So use state snippet. So this is opening preview, and set is opening preview, and initially this is false. Import use state, and in here now let's do our code. Just a minute. Now I'm going to remove this div. Instead, this is going to be a header here. Header is going to have a class name of flex, height 12, shrink of 0, item center, border bottom, then we'll have border and background, BG background, and px of 1.5, small padding x of 3, and inside of this we are going to have a flex, item center, gap 1.5, small gap of 3, and inside of this we'll have link to dashboard, which will just show us the logo. So I'm going to paste it right here. Make sure import link from next link. href is dashboard, class name aria label, and image of logo.svg. This should be next image. We'll change this afterwards. And if I head over to the browser, you can see that we have the Lovable logo, and if we click on this we can redirect it to the dashboard. So that is working. Now let's do the other things in here. And what else? Now we need the project name plus that drop down for project. So let's do that. Mm, After this link, we are going to have a div with class name of flex, then flex call, and inside of this we'll have a project menu component, so that needs to be created, and we'll do that. But let's write a span here, which is previewing last saved version, just simple text. And let's give this span a class name of hidden, padding 1.5, text access, text muted foreground, and if it's small then we'll give it a block, and for mobile versions it's hidden. And now we'll have project menu. So project menu should be a component inside of here, so let's create that. Project menu.tsx, and project menu would be a big component, I guess, because it's a drop down and will have uh, the drop down values and everything. So all in all, it would be calling the props from the main component. So let's create it. So first I'm going to have the interface for project menu props. So this is the interface. We get the project name, project ID, credits remaining, credits total, user plan, on rename and on delete. Then we need the theme options for theme switching. So we got the three themes. We also need to import this theme from theme provider, and moon from Lucid React, sun from Lucid React, monitor from Lucid React. Yeah. So the theme options, we have three themes: light, dark, and system. Light is the light mode, dark is the dark mode, and system is whatever theme is configured for your system would be here. Like if you have configured dark theme for your system for your OS, then it would automatically use the website as the dark theme. So that is that. And now let's create the components. So export function project menu, and uh, let's give the type of project menu props, and let's get all the props, and I'm going to have all the props here. Credits total, if there is no value for that, then the default is 50. And now inside of this, we first get the user as use user from Clerk Next.js. Then we get the router, so const router is equals to use router. Then we get the theme, so const theme and set theme from use theme hook. And then we need several of states for is rename model open if it's delete model open, and the rename value, and rename input ref, so to store the input value. So these are all the states, and ref is rename open, set is rename open, delete open, set is delete open, rename value, set rename value, and rename input ref. And uh, use effect, we are going to have a use effect here, which would run as soon as we have the project name, and we set rename value as the project name. So as soon as the model opens, we have the actual project name here. So the user has to just uh, change it. Then uh, when the rename dialog opens, we need to automatically have the focus there. So we are having the input ref here. So we'll have a use effect here, which would, if is rename is not open, it would just return. And in the 15 milliseconds, we'll just focus on that input ref. So we'll pass this ref to the input right down there. After that, we have other functions, which is handle rename confirm and handle rename key down. So let's do that as well. So handle rename confirm is just calling its parent function, uh, the on rename, which we received from props. So we trim the value, and it trim is not same as the project name. Then we call the on rename function from props, and set is rename model to false. And then we will just cover the escape and enter key to as a shortcut. Like if we press enter key, then we will have handle rename confirm run, and if we press the escape key, then we'll just close that model, and we will show the credits. So in here we have this variables is unlimited. If the credits are -1, then it's unlimited, or else we'll have the total credits remaining. Then is pro if the user is pro, and display remaining is total credits remaining, and we calculate a percent uh, of credits according to that because we are showing a progress bar there. So now I'll get the actual component as well, and I'll just show you. From now we'll return this fragment here, and I'm going to show you the component. Let's wrap it, and let's import drop down menu. So this is the drop down menu in which all of this would be displayed, then the trigger for that. And if we click on the project name, we trigger the drop down menu. We need the icon chevron down from Lucid React, and now comes the drop down menu content, then the drop down menu item. First is go to dashboard, so this is just a link to dashboard, then drop down menu separator component. Then we get the user info, so user image URL from Clerk, then username, and then we show if the user is pro, then we show a badge of pro plan or free plan. Then we show the credits remaining and the credits progress based on that. And after that, we have a route to settings. Make sure to import settings icon from Lucid React. Then we have a button to drop down menu item to rename the project. So it would just open up a model which would rename the project. So we have this pencil icon and then a period sub menu. So this is for the colors. So we have drop down menu sub and drop down menu sub trigger palette from Lucid React, drop down menu sub content, and we'll just show the themes here. And we need the check is the icon from Lucid React. We need the trash icon, this is for deleting the project. And for help we will just redirect it to settings. And now we have the rename dialog here, then we also have the delete confirm dialog. So now this dialog is from UI dialog. We have the dialog content, dialog header, dialog title, dialog description, and then we have the input, and we are attaching that rename ref here so that we can focus on it, and this is just an input. Then we have dialog footer button from UI button for cancel and submit. Then we have this alert dialog for delete, so just basic React, nothing special. Okay, alert dialog header is not being imported, so did I import it from any other component? Alert dialog header, yeah, imported. Alert dialog footer and alert dialog cancel and alert action. That is it, and let's see this. So this is self-explanatory, and we are not passing the data to the header here, so we are not able to see the data. So let's pass it from the uh, we have the project menu is complete, and now we need to use the project menu inside of here. So let's pass it as well. So inside of editor header in here, let's use the project menu, not project preview, project menu component. It's a self closing tag, and inside of here, let's give this a project name of project name. Let's save it, and okay, so project menu is using use router, and we need to have use client at the top here. So use client, save it. Okay, so we use router from next router, but we need this from next navigation like this. rename value dot trim undefined. So rename value dot trim in here or inside the disabled. So rename value dot trim. So what is the rename value? Okay, perfect. So we have got the credits. We have used 0 credits. We have everything here now. The theme is also changing. We can head over to settings. Now we are able to rename the project and we need to pass the other props. So let's pass all of that. Let's head over to the editor header. And after this, I'm going to pass all of this props here. Project ID, credits remaining, credits total, user plan, on rename and on delete. And let's refresh this. We are still not getting the project name. Are we passing it? We should have the project name, right? Project name is from the top level. So if I head over to this page here, so we are getting the project name here. And what is the project name? So the project name is here. If we don't have the project name, then it is untitled. So should it be something different? Just let me have a look. Hmm, we are getting the project name. So let's write project name as custom here and let's see if that works. No, it's not working. The project name is not coming here. So I guess the issue might be something else. We are passing it the custom name here. And if we head over to the editor header, where we are using the project name, we are just passing the project name inside of this project menu. And inside of this, we are getting this project name. We are setting it as the rename value, handle rename confirm, and we are using the project name here. Let's hard refresh the page and see. Still not here. Let's write something as custom name. Yeah, that is coming, but why this project name is not here? In here, I'm passing this inside of editor layout. If we head over to editor, okay, from editor layout, we are getting the project name, and inside of editor header, we are not passing anything. So that is the issue. Props passing. So we'll do that afterwards, and not afterwards. Let's complete it now because the end we are going to need that, and that would cause an issue. So let's remove all of the changes that we made. Something crashed. Okay, it's working now. Let's pass in the props that we need. Just a minute. Okay, so let's head over to the editor layout component, and inside of editor layout, I want you to do some states. So the states is the active mode, active tab, device mode, and chat with person. So we have editor tab value from editor tabs, device mode from device mode, and this is for chat with percentage. Just that we seed it with default chat percent, and let's save it. And now let's pass in all the things that is required in the editor header. So editor header first needs the project name, which is going to be project name. And if we save it, if we head over to the browser, we have the name right here. So that fixes things, but we need to pass the other things as well. So let's complete this. So then we'll pass in the files, which is files. Then we have active tab, which is active tab. Then on tab change is going to be set active tab. Then we will have mobile panel, which would just be the mobile panel component. So let's have mobile panel, and we need to define this, right? Mobile panel, and it's just a state, not a component. So we'll just have here mobile panel. So use state snippet mobile panel and set mobile panel, and inside of here we are going to have it a type of chat, and the types for this is going to be chat or content, like this. Then we have the container ref. So mobile panel is here. What else? On mobile panel change. On mobile panel change is set mobile panel. So for what this mobile panel is, it's just when we are on the responsive, we are just going to show chat and content, like that. We are not going to show other options, like we need to have the live preview or anything else. We are not going to show that. uh, so we are keeping compact on the mobile mode. Next is we'll pass in the project ID. So project ID is the project ID. Then we will pass in the user plan. It is going to be user plan. Then credits remaining is going to be credits remaining. Credits total is going to be credits total. Then on rename will also pass on delete. On delete is on delete. On rename is on rename. And device mode is device mode. On device mode change is set device mode, like this, and let's save it, and we have everything that we need here. Perfect. Works. Now this piece of thing is done. If we try to rename the app, we get the error that pending rename implementation. So we'll do that afterwards. Now let's move forward with our header. What else should be done inside of editor header? Let's head over to the editor header component. We got the drop down, we got the span. We'll end this divs, and then we'll have pills for showing the uh, tabs for preview or code. So let's do those tabs. So in the mobile version, this is hidden. On medium screens, this is block. Then absolute left 1 by 2, then minus translate x of 1 by 2, and in this again we'll have another div with flex item center gap of 0.5, rounded full, not right full, rounded full, and background secondary of 60, bg secondary slash 60, and padding of 1. And now inside of this div we are going to map the tabs. So tabs dot map. Why is my AI not working? Don't we have the tabs of, where are those tabs of preview code and history? We wrote it somewhere, right? Let's head out to editor tabs. Yeah, we need these tabs from here. This piece of code of tabs.map is just like this. Why we are not using this component, I'm not sure. Let's use this component inside of here. Instead of this div, I'm going to use the editor tabs, and this needs the prop of active tab. So active tab is, what is the active tab? I'm not sure. So are we storing the here on tab change, and where do we get the active tab? From props? Do we get the, yes, we get the active tab from props. So let's pass the active tab here. And what else? On tab change. So let's pass on tab change as well, and let's complete this. Preview code history. Yeah, perfect. So we have preview code and history. So these history should show versions. Code would show the Monaco Editor, and preview would show the preview here. So that is done. Editor header. What else? Then we will have the button for mobile panel, and what else? Mobile panel has just two buttons of preview and chat. So I'm just going to copy and paste it. It's just basic JSX. And if we head over to VS Code, after this, we have this right here. Import CN, message square. So this is just basic JSX. If we are on the uh, smaller screen, it is there, and for bigger than medium screens, it is Heddle. Make sure to import I, and you can see that nothing is visible here, but if we close this and make it small, still not visible. It should be visible. Not sure why. Are the changes not loaded? Did we save the file? Yeah, we did save it. Not sure. We'll fix that we'll fix this afterwards. It's not a big deal. Now we need the device toggle, and then we'll need the live preview button, and the export button, and the user button. So let's do all of that. So after this button right here, we'll close this div, I guess. Which div is this? Yeah, we'll close this div right here. And after this div, we are going to have another div of ML auto, and flex shrink of 0, items center gap 1.5, and small gap of 2. And inside of this, if active tab triple equals to preview, then whenever only the preview tab is active, then only we need to show the device toggle. So if we are viewing the history or anything, then or the code, then we don't need to show this. So this is for that. Dev class name hidden, medium flex. For smaller screens, this is hidden. Item center gap 1.5. Inside of this, we'll just use the device toggle component that we just created. We'll pass in device mode as the device mode, and on device change is on device mode change. And let's do a perfect. The CSS is not perfect. So if I copy this piece of code right here and paste this after this, would this work? No. So I just messed the CSS, so I need to fix it. Just a minute. Okay, so let's keep this here and let's try to close all of this divs. So I'm going to close this div right here, which closes this. Then okay, so now let's try to close this div, and this div right here closes everything. No, I guess that is perfect. So this two divs closes, then this div. Okay, I guess this thing is outside of this div right here. Okay, perfect. So that is working and that is done. Now we need the export button. So let's do that without messing the code. After this, right here inside of that div only, we are going to have a button to show the preview and an export button. So I'm going to copy that button right here. So this is the button. We need to import button from UI button. And if it's disabled, if the preview is opening, then it's disabled. So is opening. So we did okay, so we just wrote is opening instead of is preview opening. So we'll just have is opening here and is opening here, and then we have handle open preview, and let's have loader 2, let's have external link, preview open is pending. Done. Now what next? Let's have the export button. So before the export button, I'm going to have the user button from Clerk. So I'll just paste that code and import the user button from Clerk Next.js, paste it, and we have this here, and this is not inside of this button, outside of this. Perfect. And now we need the export button. So for export button, we'll create a separate component that would just show us the pro things and everything. But for now, instead of that, let's have just the export button. So I'm going to have button and we'll write export here, and I'm going to pass in this props here, and we just have the export like this. And when we click on this, it would open up the model if we are not on the pro plan, and this is a pro only feature. And then I guess this is done. Let's also write an on click handle here, on click alert export pending, like this. Done. So editor header is done. Now we need to do the other things, which is we can resize this panels. Then let's do some chat panel things here and some preview panel things. So let's do that. Okay, so now what I want you to do is let's do this resize thing first. So let's try to resize this panels, and for that, let's head over to editor layout, and after the editor header, we have this container ref where we have the chat panel, and mm, let's have some divs wrapping this. Just a minute. Okay, so we are going to have a div right here, which would be class name shrink 0. Then we'll have overflow hidden, and then we'll manually apply some styles. Style width will have chat with percent, with as chat with percent and percentage, and then we'll also give it a min width of min chat pixels, like this. And we are going to get this chat panel and paste it here, and then we would have the drag handle. So we have this drag handle, so now we need to give this an events of on pointer down, on pointer move, and on pointer up. So let's create those things. So on pointer down, we are going to have handle pointer down, then on pointer up, handle pointer up, and then we'll have on pointer up, not up, but on pointer move equals to handle pointer move. And let's create those functions right here. So const handle pointer down is going to be an use callback. So as soon as we get it, so we uh, set the uh, so we just can capture the pointer event and save it, so that we start the handle. So I'm going to copy and paste this piece of code, use callback. So we get the event, prevent any default, then we set the current target to set pointer capture with pointer ID, and set is dragging to true. So we start dragging, and then we have handle pointer move. So let's have the up thing first. So after this up, so release pointer capture, we are releasing the event and set is dragging to false. And then we need the pointer move event, and we'll paste this piece of code. So you can just write it. I've got this from Stack Overflow, to be honest, so I'm not able to explain you this perfectly. So what's happening is we are checking the state if it's not dragging, and if we don't have the container ref, then we are returning, and then we get the container rectangle by getting the container ref dot current. So this containers current bounding client rectangles uh, height and width things. So we get the percentage and compute the minimal percentage and effective minimum width according to that, and set the width chat width percentage, something like that. Not sure what exactly is happening. And then we have a use effect which would run as soon as the component mounts to keep in sync this piece of code, to keep in sync the chat panel with window resizes. So just write this down. And with this, okay, as you can see, we have 30% of the screen here. And now I can resize this. You can see that it's being resized. So our resize is also done. I'm sorry, I was not able to explain you this properly. But to be honest, I also copied and pasted this code with Stack Overflow and some AI. So uh, please bear me with that. Now resizing is done. Now what we need to do is when we click on this, we need to, instead of showing the preview panel, we need to show the code panel and history panel. So that is the last piece of code here remaining with the error boundary as well. So let's do that. So first, what I wanted to do is just a minute. Okay, so in this file, after this, we have this div right here, which just shows us the preview panel, but I think it's not like that. Uh, we'll remove this, and inside of this, we are going to have div with class name like this. Then we'll have cn, and we'll have absolute inset of 0, and then we'll have active tab triple equals to preview. If active tab is preview, then we'll have z of 10, and it should have the visible class name, or else it should have z of 0 and invisible invisible class. So we are checking if the active tab is preview, then we are giving it a z of 10 and visible class name, so that we show it. So inside of this div, we'll have again another div which would see if the device mode is not desktop. Just a minute. Okay, so in here, I have this piece of code, this thing here. So we have some class names and other class names, and according to the uh, device size, we are showing the widths, and we need to create this panel error boundary component. So let's create it. Panel error boundary dot tsx, and the panel error boundary tsx component is a class component, and it's a client component. And first we have error boundary prouds, name and children. Then if it has errors, we initialize the constructor, then set the state, get derived state from error. We have the component that catch lifecycle hook. Then we have the handle reset button, and we just show the UI for the error and try again to reload that component. So this is a class component. This was used in earlier days of React to catch errors, and there's no other way to do this. We need to use the class components. And now we have the preview panel here. We click on code, it's not visible. So now let's do the code. So if I head over to my code here, uh, we'll leave this to devs, and then we'll have a dev again with class name cn, which would have absolute inset of 0, and if active tab triple equals to code, then we'll have z of 10 and visible, or else we'll have z of 0 and invisible. And inside of this we'll have panel error boundary, and we'll have the code editor panel component here. Okay, so name of this is going to be code editor like this, and code editor is here. And now we need to do the history. History panel is going to be the same. So after this div right here, we have this div of history panel, and just the same with showing history panel. Going to save it, and if we head over to here, history, done. And then we need to do one more thing. Whenever we are dragging our panel, so we need to block the iframe from mouse capture. So to do that, we have this just write this code, and it would just fix an error which would be caused in future. We are just writing it so we don't forget it. So this is for this dragging, and whenever we load the code sandbox iframe here, that would cause an issue, but this fixes it. So this is done now, and we have editor layout complete. Our error boundary is also complete. So I guess everything is done, but we just need to export everything from this index.ts for barrel export. But we can do that afterwards because we still need to do many components here. So we can do that afterwards. So no need to do that now. And now this makes this section complete, And the next section would be the chat section, which would uh, not chat but AI engine. So when we type anything, it would just call the AI and start generating. So we have that section now for AI setup of everything. So our section 5 is complete, and now let's start working on section 6. Okay, so now let's work on our AI engine. So first I want to have the system prompt. So inside of worker and inside of source AI, I'm going to create a new file named as system prompt.ts. So I'm going to paste in the code. So what exactly this file will do is it has the exact prompt of the system where what we send to the AI. So just let me down that we need this file. So I need to give you this. Okay, so what we are doing here is first we are importing the type of project file, and then we have this base system prompt. So in here we are telling to the AI agent that you are an expert React TypeScript developer, you know TypeScript, CSS, and you are working on React project. Then we are telling it to return us React components and how the output format should be. So we need the format in XML style tags, not in markdown fonts like this. We are telling AI that we don't need code like this. We need an XML format. So XML would be this file tag and end of file tag, and the file tag would have the path as the path of the file and then the actual code. So AI should return code like this, not like this. Then some rules of the file tag. Then we are giving it a tech stack of React 18 with TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, functional components with hooks, default exports and things like that. Then what about the code quality and token efficiency? Then styling guidelines, how the application should be styled, and the completeness. Then we also need realistic mock data inside of the application. So we are telling it to never use placeholder products like product 1, item 1, lorem ipsum or something like that. It should design the mock data and return us that so it looks realistic. So we are also giving it the data type pattern, like we need something like this and something like this. And with that we also need images. We don't need empty components, we need images. So you can get the images from placeholder images from pixum photos. Then it can get the avatars from here. It can get some fallback images from here. So that is for that. Then we are also giving it design patterns. You can add any more patterns that you want to add from here. Then dependencies. So dependencies, we need telling that for icons always use lucid react router dom for routing, recharge for dashboards and analytics with those charts and graph. And to manipulate date, use date fns, and for animations use framer motion. So this should be injected inside package.json file if the dependencies like that. And if you have any other UI guidelines, like we are using Shadesy and components inside of this, if you have any other requirements like you want to use material UI, then you can just add in here that use material UI for UI and change the design patterns according to material UI, and it would generate like that. So uh, easy stuff. Then iteration rules, like uh, when modifying an existing project, we don't need to re-output the files that are not changed. We only need the files that has been changed. So something like that. Then the package.json rules, like how the dependencies should be added in here, like in the dev dependencies and dependencies like that. Then after that, we have this format existing files context. So this is useful to give the existing file patterns. So now we'll get all the files in here. So it could be 10 files, 20 files, and what we'll do is we'll get the file. We have the file path and file content inside of that. So we create the XML tag again, like file path with file path, and then we give it a file content, and then we have this entire file blocks. And now we tell AI whenever we want to reiterate on this, that return this, and this is an existing project, and all of these files in this tag, this new existing files XML tag, all of these files are existing. Only output the files that are changed. Do not re-output the files that are not changed. So we are telling that into our prompt. So that is that. Then for building the system prompt, we are having this function of build system prompt. Then we use our format existing file context into this and return the base prompt plus file context for this. Then message pass. So this is for how much old messages we want to send. So we are sending the old messages of the user as well to remember, to let the AI remember like what we have exactly chat with AI. So this is for that, and this is for summary length. Then this is prepare chat history. So get the recent chat messages, and the message role should be assistant and return all of those messages. So that is that. That is the system prompt file, and I'm going to save this. And then next up, what we need is the file parser. So this is for telling the AI to get us output like that. Now the AI would get us the output, but we need to parse all of that things. So in here I am going to create a new file, name as file parser.ts, and I'm going to fetch my code again, paste it. I'll write it down so that you can have it. All right. So let me explain this file. Now we are getting the project file type from projects. Then the type file type tag regex. So this is this file path. So how should the regex should match it? So we are having the regex like that. I have given breakdown of the regex like that. Like this is the opening tag, this is the closing tag with new line, then capture group 1, the file path, capture group 2, file content, and this is the closing tag. Then this G is for matching all this responses. Then strip markdown fences. So we tell AI exactly like do not use dot slash this tilde icon for the AI responses, but many models still do return that. So we are having this for backup. Like if it does return content like that, then we just strip those again for if it returns like that. Then yeah, now we need to parse files from response. So we have this files array, then we get the file type regex, then we match every regex here. If it matches, then only go inside of this. We get the path of the match, and we get the content of it, and we stripe the markdown fences from the content, store it, restore it in the content again. Then we also validate if the file path is valid. So this function would be below here. So we are just checking that the file path is perfect, or else we are returning. So this is the function for that. Explanation is here. And then we are pushing the files into the files array, and we are just returning the files. So this component, this function does that. And after that we have this merge file. So this merge file function is useful when we are reprompting things and we have existing project files and we just want to have the files that are changed and preserve the old existing files. So this function uses the map data structure and does all of that. So that this is for that. And this function extract explanation. So this is for extracting the AI response explanation, like not the code, but AI is also going to respond with some text with explanation and stuff like that. So we are extracting that explanation using this uh, extract explanation function. So this is for that. I'm going to save it. And what next? Then I guess we need to install the Versal AI SDK. So what we are using here is the Versal AI SDK package, this one. So this is like an ORM for AI. So what that means is we write a single code uh, for a model, and whatever model in future we want to use or inside of our application here, it would automatically use that uh, thing. So our code is automatically rewritten inside. So for that we are using the Versal AI SDK. So uh, that is that. Now just a minute. I'll grab the packages that we need to install. So if you want to add anything other than that, you can just check the docs. And it also has this streaming here, streaming UI thing that it's provided, like inside of our application. We are not using the streaming UI. We are using our own server side event. So we could also had use this thing from Versal, but for compatibility with Hono and more customizations like sending images and everything to the chat, we are doing this. But we could have used it. There's workarounds for using this as well. But for me to explain, I use this for explaining to you the server side events, what it is and how it can be useful. So I have done that. So now let's install the packages that we are going to use. Just a minute. Uh, I'll head over to my VS Code. I'll open up the terminal inside of the worker directory right here. Yeah, we also have this worker. I'm going to paste this inside of worker, or yeah, inside of worker, yeah. So we need the AI package. So this is the main AI package. Then we need the AI SDK for Anthropic, OpenAI, Google, DeepSeek. So whatever model you want to use, you just have to add it. Like if you don't want to have support for Anthropic and Google, you just want to have OpenAI or DeepSeek, or if you want any other model, like where can I find the providers? Yeah, provider options. They are given for OpenAI and Anthropic. You can get the other provider specific documentations. There was something somewhere I picked it up. Yeah, this is the AI SDK provider. So it has support for all of the AIs out there, like most of the things like XAI, Grok providers. We have DeepSeek and other things as well. It also has provider for 11 labs. So you could use anything, any provider from here, and just use it in your project. So we are using all of these. I'm going to install all these packages. Done. Now I'm going to write npx worker dev to start my worker locally. Didn't was not able to find the. I'll just a minute. Npx worker dev. We'll fix this error afterwards. Like we don't need to run it now. Let's work on the other code first, and then I'll fix it. Or else, let me just fix it first. Just give me a minute. Okay, so I've got the issue. The issue was just we are using the wrong command. It's not npx worker dev. It's npx wrangler dev like this, and it would work. All right, it just worked. So now our just a minute, at what phase we were. Yeah, we just installed the SDKs, different SDKs, and now we want how to do one more thing. We have to just a minute. I'll open the exact property. We also need to add compatibility flags inside of the Wrangler JSON. So inside of Wrangler JSON, after the compatibility date right here, I'm going to add this compatibility flags, and we need to add this Node.js compact. So this is because uh, uh, we need Node.js compact because the Universal AI SDK uses some Node.js APIs internally, like crypto for request signing, and Cloudflare workers need this flag to provide those APIs. So we are doing this because of that. And I'm going to restart my worker, and inside of my API client, I am going to copy this route from here, and let's head over to env.local. I'm going to comment out this and paste that route for here so that we use the HTTP localhost version, not the deployed version. So I'm just for testing, I'm using that. Now, next up is we need to set up that multi-model support, the provider thing. So let's do that. So for that, inside of AI right here, I'm going to create a new folder named as providers. Inside of that, I'm going to create index.ts. And now inside of this, let's create the uh, provider details and everything. So first we need an interface named as model config. So this is the name of the provider, display name, API model ID, credit cost, tier of the model, is it fast or premium, speed of the model, quality, description, if it supports visions, and max output tokens. So this is that. And now then we have this model registry thing that will just have details for every models. So I'm going to paste that as well, and I'm going to show you everything. So this export const model registry is just we have Claude Sonnet 4.5 support. So the provider is Anthropic, display name is Claude Sonnet 4.5. The model ID for API model ID is going to be this specific thing. Then cost for this using this model is 2 credits on our credit system. Then tier is premium, speed is medium, and quality is very high, and description is best code quality ideal for complex features and architecture, and this supports vision, so we can send images to this, and the max output tokens is 16,384. So every model right here supports the vision. The only models that doesn't support the visions are the DeepSeek ones, DeepSeek V3 and DeepSeek R1, and the output tokens are also different. So DeepSeek V3 has 8,192 and DeepSeek R1 has 16,384. So make sure you do that. And now I'm also going to have a default model. So export const default hyphen model. And for default model, we are going to use GPT 4o 4o mini like this. And then we are going to create a function of export function get model. So export function get model, we get the model as string in here, and we get the env. So env is our types from env, and the return type is language model. So did we define that language model? Okay, so the language model is from the AI package, so let's import it. So after this I'm going to import type from AI, and the type is going to be language model like this. And in here let's pass that language model, what else in here, that's it. And let's call the not call, but let's do the function. What's the issue here? Language model. Okay, it just needs a return, so let's do that. Now first const config is equals to model registry, and we'll pass in the model. So we get the model config, and if we don't have the config, we'll just throw new error that unknown unknown model, and then we'll have a model like this. And now we'll use the switch case to create the models and use everything. So switch config dot provider, and then if the case is going to be anthropic, then we are going to return create anthropic. This needs to be imported from the uh, AI SDK packages. So I'll import all of them at the top. After this, I'm going to import all of them. Create Anthropic, create OpenAI, create Google Generative AI, create DeepSeek from all of these packages. And at the end, now what should we do is we'll pass create Anthropic, and we'll read the API keys from env.anthropic API key, and then we'll pass config dot API model ID. And one more thing, we are using API key from env dot anthropic API key, not from process dot env. So in Cloudflare Workers, that process dot env would not work. In Cloudflare Workers or in this AI SDK package, there was some issue in that. So for that use case, we are using env.anthropic API key. So env from our Hono env. So make sure to use that, and let's return a default case, which is going to be throw new error that provider not implemented, and this is going to be config.provider like this. And now let's do for other cases. So other cases are OpenAI, Google, and DeepSeek. So all of them have the same thing. Just OpenAI, Google create Google generative AI, get the API key, and DeepSeek create DeepSeek and get the API key. Now you won't be having this API keys. We need to get this API keys. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to get those API keys. So just a minute. I am going to head over to OpenAI right here, API platform, and we can start building from here API dashboard. So we need to log in. I'll log in with Google. I'll use my account. Then you just need to write personal here, and you are an engineer or whatever you want to here. Do that. We'll create the organization. I'll invite my team later. And to create the API call, we'll use my test key and project name as Lovable clone, or we can use this API key as Lovable clone API key like this. We'll generate the API key, and you need to copy this API key and copy this API key, and you need to head over to the wrangler.json, no, not wrangler, but env.local, and you need to create the environment variables here. So not env.local, but it was inside of devvars, yeah. So inside of dev whereas you need to create those API variables. So open API key and then the open API key. Then we need the Google API key if you want to have support for that. Then we'll have DeepSeek API key and we'll have Anthropic API key. So for testing purposes, OpenAI and DeepSeek are very cheap. I'll just show you my uh, DeepSeek one. Just a minute. So how cheap was it for me to develop? So I'll just show you just a minute. Okay, so this is my DeepSeek platform, and as you can see that my monthly expense was only 0.04 USD, and I added just $2 onto my DeepSeek account, and it was like using very less. So as you can see that my monthly expense was just 0.04, and it's not using much tokens. Last month also it was just 0.015 dollars while I was testing this application and creating it for both DeepSeek R3 and V3 and R2, whatever the name of the model is. So uh, you can just head over to top up here and you can add the balance. So I just added a $2 balance here, and you could, I guess, yeah, minimum was $2. So you can add $2 here and it would work. So $2 is in Indian currency around 180 rupees at the current moment. So it's very cheap. So 180 rupees, and I've used this pretty much. Like I've used so much of this. When I'm using this, I'm using it so much. So this you can see that in here it's not very much data, but I have another account where I use it, and the usage is very much, but pricing is very cheap. So DeepSeek is also cheap, and the results are very good, but it doesn't support images. So for that you need to use other models, and you can generate the API keys from here and paste it. So this was for DeepSeek, and that's all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close this, and if you hit continue, you also need to add some API credits on the API on OpenAI. So you can add a minimum of 5 credits, and I also did 5 credits, and I did it around 1 year back, and I've used in so many AI applications for the cheaper models of GPT-4 or Nano or Mini, whatever it was, but it was very cheap. So $5 credits is sufficient. But if you don't want to do multi-model thing, you can just add it on DeepSeek or OpenAI on any one platform, and it's good to go. I would not show you for Google, because for Google you have to do a mandate for 15,000 or $200, something like that. And I did that on my account, but it's not feasible for you learners, so I'm not going to show you. But you can find tutorials on how to get an API key from Google Gemini, and do that. And the other model, Anthropic. So for Anthropic also, the pricing is very high. So just a minute, if I can show you that as well. Added something like 2000 rupees, or around $20, something like that, on Anthropic. So I'll show you that, just a minute. Okay, so this is for Claude. So the output of Claude is very high, like very high, very high. So it's very good. So last month I utilized Claude's token of $1, and this month it's around oh, not 30 days. Yeah, 30 days is reasonable. So $1.16 for my entire last 30 days usage. So I used Sonnet and Haiku for stuff, and I topped around, I'm not sure, where can I see my balance? A Cloud service organization is disabled, or like it's unavailable for now. But I assume I added $5 to $20 only, not much. So that's that. I'm going to use my API keys, and I'm not going to show you uh, those API keys. And now let's move forward. So we have got multi-model support as well. Now you remember that we added this sanitize.ts file right here in the services. So this is now I'll explain you that. So This is for creating a new project now. So we have project max project name length is 100, max message chat limit is 10,000, then sanitize project name and sanitize chat message, and if it's a valid model ID. So now all of those would be used, and then what else? Now we need to create the actual chat route for creating the project. So now let's do that. Okay, so now let's head over to the routes chat.ts, and now after this get route, I'll have another route for the project. So that route would be post with project ID. So I'm going to paste this comments right here, and multi-line comments, and this is prompt from my copilot. You can just ignore this. And now let's write chat routes dot post. Now we need the project ID, and then we need to close this. And now first let's get the user ID. So const user ID c dot v dot where dot user ID. Then we get the project ID c dot request dot param. Okay, and we need body as await c dot request dot json, message as string, model as string, images is going to be image attachment. Make sure that you import it from type. And now after this, let's get the user message. So const user message equals to sanitize chat message, and we'll pass body dot message, or this could be an empty string. And if we don't have the user message, then we'll return c.json. Message cannot be empty, validation error. Yeah, that is that. Now let's get the model ID. So const model ID is equals to body.model or default model. Make sure that you import default model, and then let's check if there are images, and if images length is not greater than 5, because we only support 5 images. So const images is equals to body.images or empty array, and we'll check if image length greater than 5, then we'll just return maximum 5 images allowed. And then what we have is const image of images size in bytes. So we are checking if all the uh, image is under 4 MB. So this is for that. And now we'll get the model config from model registry. Then if we don't have model config, we'll just have invalid model selected, or we'll just have unknown model, whatever you want to check. Now uh, let's do the ownership check. So we get the project c.env.metadata.get and get the project with project ID and JSON. And then if there is no project, then we return project not found. And if project.user ID not equals to user ID, then we just return unauthorized. After this, we need to check the credit. So const credit check is equals to check credit. We'll pass the user ID, model config.credit cost, and c.env. And I guess we don't have this function check credit. We need to create that. So this check credit would be inside of the services credits.ts, and after the initialize credits, we are going to create this check credits function. So export async function check credits, and we get the user ID as string, env as env, and we need the credit cost as number, like this. Then return type is, yeah, this is that, but uh, after this, the return type is promise, and types are going to be allowed, boolean, and credits are as user credits. And then first we get the credits, so const credits is equals to await get credits. Then we check if credits dot remaining triple equals to unlimited credits, then we return allowed true. If it's unlimited credits, then no need to check, or else we return allowed as credits remaining greater than equals to credit cost, and then we return the credits. So if remaining credits are 1 and the credit cost is 2, then we uh, return allowed as false and return the credits. So that is all that this function does. And let's head over to chat.ts again, and let's import the check credits. And is this c.env? Just a minute. I think we need to change this thing right here. User ID model config.credit cost and env. User ID, yeah, perfect. We just solved a bug using TypeScript. Now, if the user's model is, what we want to do is, yeah, what we want to do is, if the user's plan is free and if they want to work with the premium model, then we just need to return an error that premium models requires a pro plan. So this is exactly that. And in this, I'm going to write c.json return. Okay, this model is only available for pro users. Perfect. And with the error, we are also going to give it a code and plan as perfect plan credits, credit check credits plan, something like this. Perfect. So now after this, we are going to have, if it's not allowed, then they have exhausted all their credits. So if not allowed, then return c.json, you have exhausted your credits exhausted, remaining, and required. Perfect. And after this, if there is an existing project, we will first load it. So const version key as project id v project.current version files.json. Then we get the version object as c.env files.get version key, and we check the existing project now. So what I'm going to do right here is const existing files as project file, like this, equals to an empty array. And then if version object is there, then const version data is equals to await version object.json as version. Let's import the version from types project. We get the version data, and we push the existing files. So existing files equals to version data dot files, not model, files, or error array. Okay, this cannot be reassigned, so this is going to be a let. Done. Then let's get the chat history. So this is correct, but this is going to be chat session is equals to await c.env.metadata.get chat session and chat with project ID and JSON. Then we get the chat history from chat session dot messages. And now let's do the system prompt after this. So const system prompt is equals to build system prompt and passing the existing files, import the system prompt, and let's import this chat session from types. And after this, what should be there? So we need to give the uh, old message history to the AI. So for that, const raw messages is equals to raw messages. It's an type of array with role user or assistant and content as string, and we initialize an empty array. Then for const message of chat history, perfect. Then if message dot role equals to system, then we'll skip it or else we push it to the message. So if message dot role equal systems, then continue, or else raw message dot push role message dot role or content message dot content, like this. And after this we have const trimmed history equals to prepare chat history with raw messages. Prepare chat history is already created in this file. And then we will have the SDK messages. So const SDK messages model message trimmed history dot map. Yeah, this is perfect. Then we'll have message dot role triple equals to user. Then we'll have role as user, content as message dot content, or else we'll have role as assistant messages this, like this. What's the error here? Okay, so to check this is not inside of this object right here. Okay, perfect. And let's import the model message from AI. Now, what next? We also need to append the images with the message if there are any images. Then we need to stream the AI response, and then we need to parse the files from the AI response and then store the new version in R2. And we also need to deduct the credits after successful generation, and we need to save all the messages to key value as well. So let's do that, and after that we need to send the final event as uh, that it is working and done. Now after this, just a minute, what I'll do is I'll just grab all of my route. So instead of writing everything with AI, I'm just going to paste it right here. So okay, so after this, I'll import everything that is necessary. Just a minute. So stream SSE should be stream text should be from AI. I'll show you the code in a minute. Just let me import the files, deduct credits and extract explanation. We need to create the deduct credits thing first. Yeah, we just have the deduct credits. We also need to import model registry. Okay, so what we are doing here is after getting the user model, and then we are what we are doing after all of this is start the streaming of the server side event. So we'll return server side event. So let's start the streaming. So we get the AI response, we get the model, and we have the stream text from AI. So we get the model, system messages, and max output tokens, and we send the event of type chunk for each of this response, and return the text of chunk from text stream, and then we parse files from the complete response. So we are parsing the files, then we merge the files, we store the new version in R2, then this is all for storing in R2. We update the project metadata, and then we deduct the credits. So for deducting of credits, we need to have a function of deduct credits. So just going to create that as well. So let's head over to credits.ts, and after this I'm going to have deducts credits. Let's fetch in user credits and unlimited credits. So unlimited credits is going to be -1. Let's create that const unlimited credits equals to -1, like this. And for deducting of credits, if it's unlimited credits, then we don't deduct it, and we check the remaining by deducting the credit cost, and set the remaining credits as the new credits in our key value store, and return the credits. And inside of here, let's grab the deduct credits, and then we save the chat messages to key value store, and then we send the final event of files, and we end uh, uh, the streaming. So we send the event as done, and we set the data with files, and if there is any error we just handle it, and then we send server side event of error, and that does it way of this creating the chat routes dot boost, so creating a new chat. So this is the AI generation and everything. So our AI engine is completely done. Now we will do the chat messages. So we when we head over here, we need to create the components for this chat message bar and sending those messages, and with that we call this our AI engine everything, and start creating the files and everything. So in the next phase we'll be working on this chat panel here, and then we'll do the preview panel. So let's do the chat panel now. So AI engine part is complete. I'm also going to include this file in the description of the video so you can get all of this code. Okay, so now let's start with our chat system. So first we need to do the message bubble. So all the bubbles that you see of the message, we are going to have three types of message bubble here. First is the user generated bubble, which would be on the right side. Whatever message we write would be here. Then the AI generated, that would be here, which would support Markdown. And third is the system generated messages, which is if we auto heal, then it should be here. Then if we restore a version, then it should be here. So those are the three type of messages we want to do. So for that we need to create a message bubble component. So let's head over to our code editor, and inside of my app components in the editor, I'm going to create a message bubble .tsx. And should this be a client component? Yeah, this is a client component because we are going to use states here. Use client. And after this, let's create an interface to get the message bubble props. So export interface message bubble props. And by the way, if you noticed, my auto completion is working now. It was because I didn't have a subscription for Copilot. I just got a premium subscription for Copilot, and because of that I have now unlimited inline suggestions for Copilot, and it's working now. Message is going to be of type chat message from types. Then we'll also have a streaming as boolean, and we'll also have is auto heal in progress. So we are going to have the auto heal. Now we need to have the file tag regex. So remember the XML tag that we have, file then path. So we need to strip raw files from that. So for that we are going to use this regex. Now then we need to also catch the partial file regex. So sometimes the AI would not complete the code, then it could be an error. So to detect that, we use this partial file regex. Then we will have strip file tags. So strip file tags would just remove the file tags from the front and back. So for that we have this function stripe file tags, uh, which would just get the content and is streaming as boolean to check if it's still streaming, and return type of string. Now mm, I guess we are not using a streaming in here, but we'll keep it. Then we get the uh, cleaned code from here. Then if it's partial file regex, we just replace it. And if there are any leftover file tags that survive the regex, then we replace it with an empty string and return the trimmed string. And after that, uh, we will have a helper function which would test if we do have any file tags inside of that. So this is for has file tags, this is for that. And then we'll create a function for format model name. So function format model name, we get the model as string, return type of string, and then we get the model info. So const model info equals to get model by id from libmodels, and we pass the model here. All right, this is model in here, or we can keep it model id. Get model by id will pass in model id, and then if there is model info, then we'll return model info dot name. Or else, what we will do is, if we are using any old models, then we'll just return Claude, ChatGPT, and something like that. So if model dot includes Claude, then we'll return Claude. And if model dot includes Gemini, then we'll return Gemini. GPT-4o is GPT-4o. GPT-4o mini is GPT-4o mini. And DeepSeek is DeepSeek. Perfect. So after this, we'll return the model if nothing matches. Then we also have const auto heal prefix. That would be the app has a build runtime error. And then we have a function for extracting of attempt number. So so if we are doing auto heal, then we can only do auto heal for 3 times. So for that, we have this, not this, but extract attempt number, this here. So it would just match the number of attempt. So if the message is something like that, I'll just show you. Parses attempt x of 3. So if attempt 1 of 3 is there, then it would just parse the attempt number, like if it's 1, 2, or 3. So that is for that. Then we also need to format the time. So for formatting of time, I'm going to create a function format time. We get the timestamp as number, not number, but we get it as string, and we return a string. So return new date with timestamp to local string, and hour is 2 digit. And okay, hour is not 2 digit, instead we'll have it numeric, and minute as 2 digit. Let's have it now. Let's create the export function message bubble, and then we get the message as streaming and as auto wheel in progress. We don't need to pass any default values. And let's close this. Now we don't need this from here. Now we have one thing. We are using lightbox to show the image, and to show that we will have lightbox. So let's do that afterwards, I guess. And message bubble can be shown afterwards. uh, just a minute. Okay, so we are following a different approach. First, let me clean this. And instead of doing this first, the chat bubbles first, we are going to do the other thing, which is actually hitting the API and sending a prompt. And this message bubbles would be done at last, so that you know what we are actually doing. So I was using the other approach, so we are using now a different approach. So first, what we are going to do is, in the editor page, this page, we are going to create the handle send message first, so that afterwards we will create the chat input component, where we write the input, and when we send it, it would hit the API, and it will call the API. And after that, what I'm going to do is, then we will have the message bubbles here. So let's do it step by step like that. So, first is I want you to head over to the editor's page. So, inside of this, the project page. So, this is here. We have this editor layout, and we need to create this uh, handle send message function. So, we have this alert pending send message implementation. So, let's create this first, or should we create the components? Okay, let's create the component so that you know how to call that and everything. So just a minute. So inside of this editor layout, what has to be done? Just a minute. We need to have the chat panel. So do we have the chat panel here? Let me check. Yeah, we do have the chat panel in here, and inside of chat panel we have nothing. So let's head over to editor layout, and what should be here inside of chat panel? We are going to pass messages. Then first let's pass the messages. So messages equals to messages. Then if it's streaming, on send message. Then after this we'll have credits remaining as credits remaining, is credits exhausted as is credit exhausted, and total credits, no, we don't need that. We'll remove this. Instead, after this we'll have select model ID as selected model ID. Then on model change is on model change, and the user plan. Need to close this and this right here. Okay, so what's the error here? I think inside of chat panel we need to give the types and everything in here. So let's do it. And inside of that this chat panel, we are going to use the chat input, the message bubble, and all of the things in here. So this is the chat panel right here. And now inside of this, we are going to have those bubbles and the uh, that chat input here. So now let's create the interface that we are getting here. So export interface chat panel props. So we are getting messages as chat messages. Make sure to import chat messages from type chat. The streaming is boolean. Then onside message, we get the message of type string, and images as image attachment. Make sure you import images attachment, and return type is void. Then we get credits remaining as number, is credit exhausted as boolean, then selected model ID is string, and on model change is model ID string void, and user plan is free or blue. Perfect. So now we'll pass chat panel props here, and yeah, we need everything from here. So I'll get it and paste it in here. Remove this, and now first what should we do is let's get the messages and ref. So we need to know how much to scroll when we load this. So const messages and ref is equals to react.useRef HTML element, and we'll have useRef instead of react.useRef. And then after this we'll have const selected model equals to get model by id, and we get selected model id. Then we also need to have support visions, if the model supports vision or not. So const supports vision equals to selected model dot supports vision or false, like this. And then we are going to have a use effect. So whenever this component loads, it should scroll to the bottom of the content. So we could have so many messages, and we need to scroll to the bottom of the messages as soon as the messages are here. And if streaming is false, then currently it's streaming, so we need to scroll as well. So for that we have this, and then we'll have messages in ref dot current scroll into view behavior smooth. Perfect. And now after this, let's have our chat panel. So let's give this a class name of flex, height full, flex call, then background, VG background. And now inside of this, I'm going to have the scroll area from UI scroll area. And let's give this a class name of flex1, flex1 and overflow hidden. And now inside of this, I'm going to have another div with flex, flex call, and gap of 5 and p of 4. Now inside of this, uh, I'm going to check if it's an empty state with no messages. Then we need to just have some placeholder data that messages better. I'm not going to write this HTML. I'll just grab that code. So I'm going to paste it right here. I'll show you step by step. So messages.length, if there are no messages, then we need this div. So this is a basic div. Now this is for glowing icon. Make sure to import this icon from Lucid React. These are the class names. Then we have a text of what do you want to build, describe your app, and AI will generate working code with the live preview, basic HTML. Then we also need to have some suggestion chips. So for that, I'm going to have some icons from Lucid React. So this code is this, and then we'll get the message square from Lucid React, and we are just mapping it. And if I save it and if we head over here, so this is the UI that we have. When we click on this, it would just send the message with that like that. So on clicks on send message suggestion.label, so a landing page, so it would just start creating a landing page like that. So this was the component. Now let's move forward. Now we will have message bubbles here. So let's do the message bubbles, and then we will have the uh what should we have? Mm, then we will have, yeah, the message bar. So after this conditional react, we will have messages.map will get message and index, and this, and we'll just use the message bubble component that we created, and we will pass key as message.id. Then we'll pass in the message as message, then is streaming as if it's streaming, and not like this. So let me write it. If is streaming, so is streaming, and then message dot role triple equals to assistant, and index triple equals to message dot length minus 1, then it's streaming, and is auto heal in progress. So is auto heal in progress. So if it's streaming, and message dot role is not assistant but user, and index triple equals to message dot length minus 2, and that is it. Perfect. Make sure to import the message bubble. Didn't I save this? Okay, I need to return a JSX. message like this, and we head over here. Yeah, it's perfect. And now we don't have any message, so it's like this. So message bubble is done. We don't have any project. Need to create it because I think I'm on my local. So let's create social media app, create. I'm getting an error. Console. Let's try to create. It's returning internal server error. Why is that? Let me open up the worker. If I see, okay, Kiwi get failed. Is this because of any? We are running from localhost 3000, right? So if I head over to my index.ts worker source, localhost 3000, and let's head over to devs.wheres, and in here, I think this might be because of this. Let's delete this for me right now, and let me restart the worker. Let me recreate it. Social media app. Let's clear the errors. Create, and yeah, it did create the project. So it's here. Okay, so it worked. So I had those empty variables here. That was the error. Now it's gone. I'll fix that. I'll fix that. And now let's move forward again. Now after this, let's have the message panel. So the chat input component. So let's do that. Okay, just a minute. And now let's head over to the chat input component. I'm not sure if we have created that component inside of components. Chat input. No, I don't think we have it. Chat input. No. So let's create the chat input component. So chat input.tsx. Let's write RFC and export function. Yeah, chat input. Perfect. And let's remove the React import and let's head over to our chat panel. So inside of chat panel, I guess we are, yeah. After this div, I'm going to have the chat input right here. And if we save this and head over to here, then we have this chat input here. Now we need to do some styling here, but we'll do that afterwards. And now let's pass in the prompts that are needed. So on send equals to on send message, and then is it streaming, then remaining credits remaining is credits exhausted, and if it supports vision, so supports vision like this. Let's head over to the chat input component and let's do our styling. So let's do the interface first. So export interface chat input props, and on send is message string void, and this could also have the images. So images, image attachment, make sure to import images attachment. Then is streaming as boolean, credits remaining as number, is credits exhausted as boolean, and support vision as boolean. Done. And now inside of this we will pass in all of those props. So on send is streaming, credits remaining, credits exhausted, and support visions. And this credit exhausted is false by default, and support vision is also false by default like this. And now let's do the further thing. What should we do here is, let's do the styling of the components first. Let's do it. So in this component as well, so what we are going to have is, for images we are going to have three type of support. You can drag and drop the images, you can open up the file input and have the images, and the third type is you can copy and paste the images. So if you copy the image from anywhere and if you paste it in the input text or control by command v or control v, it would be automatically loaded here from internet, so something like that. So for that we are uh, doing that. So let's have the value. So first use state snippet to have the value of the chat. So value, set value, and this is going to be an empty string, and use state, and then we will have const text area ref equals to use ref html area element like this. And then we will have const file input ref is equals to use ref html input element null. And then we will have attached images array. So use state snippet attached images, set attached images, use state, and this is going to be an empty array, and type of this is going to be image attachment, and this is going to be an array type. Now whenever the component mounts, we need to autofocus the text area. So I'm going to have a use effect hook. It should run as soon as the component is mounted without any dependencies, and it should just have text area dot current dot focus like this. And we also need to resize the text area based on the panel width. So I'm going to have use effect, which would changed on value as well. So whenever we have the value greater, like multi lines, then also we need to change the height and width. So let's do that. Now const text area is equals to text area dot current, and now if text area is there, then we'll have text area dot style dot height as auto, and text area dot style dot height equals to math dot min text area dot scroll height, and with 200 pixels like this. And then what should we do is mm, just a minute. Yeah, let's have the chat input component from here now. So div with class name as padding x of 3, padding bottom of 3, padding top of 1.5, and inside of this we'll also have on drop with handle drop and on drag over uh, e.prevent.default. So let's create a function const handle drop equals to component like this, and let's have on drop equals to handle drop. Okay, this is handle drop like this, and on drag over we'll have e as e dot prevent default. So as soon as we drop any image on side of this component, we need to stop what the HTML event does. We need to have this handle drop function called. So we'll do that. Now after this, We'll save this first, and I don't see our component here. Yeah, because we don't have the text area inside of this. So let's do it. So just a minute. I'm going to have this class name, which is going to be a big class name. Just a minute. Inside of this, I'm going to have this class name. Make sure to import cn and would wrap, and we have this class name right here. And now inside of this we are going to show the attached images, and what else, we will also have the paperclip button to show the images and everything. So we'll do that afterwards, but first let's have the text area. Just a minute. Inside of this, what I'm going to do is I'll have a div with class name as flex, items end, gap of 2, padding x of 3 and padding y of 2. And inside of this, uh, let's have an hidden file input. So first we'll have this hidden file input, and let's create this handle file select. So const handle file select is an empty function like this for now, and this input is done. After this we are going to have the text area. So we have this text area component, which would have ref as text area ref, value as value, on change set value, on key down we need to have the handle key down and handle paste for pasting the images, and we're going to remove this for now. And if it's disabled, we'll have as disabled, and like that. And after that we are going to have a button which would just would send the handle send. So after this I'm going to have a button. Make sure to import the button from UI button and send horizontal from Lucid React. Now let's do the handle key down and handle paste. So let's create these functions. Const handle paste, handle key down, and let's create handle send. After, let's do the is disabled. So is disabled is if it's streaming or if the credits are exhausted, then we have is disabled. So is disabled equals to is streaming or is exhausted, and then we'll also have this as content if value dot trim not equals to 0, or else we can do like this, value dot trim dot length greater than 0 and attach images greater than 0, then it has content. And yeah, those errors are solved, and we have this describe what you want to build. So this should be at the bottom. Not sure why it's not here. Mm, if we send it, nothing would happen here now because we have those empty function of handle send message. So we'll do that first. Let's have the attached images component. So I'm going to get that outside of this div. Just a minute. After this, what should we do is, yeah, I'll paste this code right here of attached images. So if we have any images attached, then we need to have this component to show those images. So we map all of those images in a good component, and then we also have this handle remove, so const remove image like this. And we also need to define this max images. So max images is a const of 5 and max image size, and we also need to create accepted types. So at the top here, I'm going to create this max images as 5, max image size is 4 MB, and accepted types is PNG, JPG, GIF, and WebP. We have all of those, and we pasted the component and the button of remove image, and let's input the X from Lucid React. And I guess this is done. If I copy an image from dribble, let's copy this image, head over to here and paste it. No, this is not working because we need to have that handle paste. So we need to do that, and also we need to have that paperclip button now. So let's do that as well. So inside of this div, before this input, if our model supports vision, then we have this button of paperclip, and this paperclip is from Lucid React, and we just have this button which would be disabled if our touch length is greater than image max images, and it would be only visible when our model supports the vision. So that is that. If I save this and if I head over here, because we are current model is ChatGPT 4 mini, it supports the. So if I click this now, this would open up, and if I select this image, should be here, but it's not here. So I think we need to handle those functions now. So let's do that of on click file input ref.current.click. So whenever it's clicked, we'll have handle file select, and whenever this handle file select would run, it would set the image inside of it. So let's wrap that function now. So first of all, let's do the handle file select. So handle file select, it's a use callback function. So like this, use callback. If we got the files, then we have this handle files uh, uh, function, which would just set the image. So we need to have that as well. After this, we have this handle files, use callback. We get the files and we first check how many images are remaining. Then we get which files we need to process. Then we also get the toast if there is any maximum images are used. Then this process file should be, just a minute, is a function again which would read the file as base 64. So after this, I'm going to have this function right here of process file. So process file first checks that only JPG, PNG, GIF, and WebP are supported. Then max size is matched. Then we read the file as base 64, and if it's failed to read the image, then it shows the error, and then it just reads the file. That's it. And okay, process file should be before this. So I'm going to cut this from here and paste it here. So handle process file, and then we will have handle file. Handle file should be before this as well. And then we have handle file select done. And now if I head over to here, click on this, and let's get that image. And yeah, you can see that we have that image now. and this cross button as well. Now we need to remove this image. So you can see we have 1 of 5. Now uh, let's try to remove that file. So for that we had that this function remove image. So what I'm going to do is that function will have use callback set attached images. We get the index and we just remove it from the attached images. So if I get the images again, close this, it's deleted. So that is done. Now what are the other functions? Now uh let's handle the paste. So let's do the handle paste and handle key down. So let's grab the handle key down first. So handle key down is this. Whenever we press enter, then we just call the handle send button. And what next? Let's create the handle send. What are those errors? Okay, it should be before all of this, I guess. Handle send. Yeah, use callback, and we don't need this rate limited for now. And we can remove this rate limited from here. And yeah, so this is our handle send. We get the trimmed value and we check if its credits not exhausted, and if it's not streaming, then we call on send message. And then we will have also attached images. Send the attached images, set the value as empty, and set the images as empty again. So this is our handle send function being called. Then let's do the handle drop. And so after this we have the handle drop, where it is, handle drop. Yeah, let's remove this, and I'm going to have this. So did we have this handle files? Yeah, handle files is here, but we need to have it at top again before handle drop. And we also need the process file. So process file should be at the top. Okay, now handle drop is, we just check if the model supports vision, and we get the event and get the event.datatransfer.files and check if it starts with image, and then we just call the handle files component. And then we need to have the handle copy, handle paste, sorry. So handle paste is also very simple. We just get it from clipboard. So handle paste, instead of this, I'm going to have this handle paste. First we check support vision, then we get the items from clipboard items. We get the image files, all of the images from clipboard items, and map it and get it as file and push it into this image files. And we again send it to our handle files function. Done. So I guess all of this is complete. And if I head over to Dribble, copy an image from here, paste it, still doesn't works. Paste. Okay, I guess this is not being copied. And let's open image in new tab, copy the image, and yeah, now it's working. So it's here, it's done. And now we need this input at the bottom. So let's fix that and create UI. If we call it, then we can have that pending send message implementation. So it's calling the upper component. So that is done. And now let me check if its parent component has anything. Okay, so this inside of chat panel, this is not inside of scroll area, this chat input. This is outside of scroll area like this. And now it's at the bottom. Perfect. So this is done. Now we need to have the handle send message actual calling of this API and server side events thing. So let's handle that, and then we will have our message bubbles here. Okay, so now let's head over to the page.tsx of the here, and now let's create this handle send message. And instead of this, what I'm going to do is paste this function right here, make sure import toast from Sono, and let's go line by line everything what I've pasted. So okay, so we have this handle send message which is use callback, and we also have image attachment. So we get the content in here, images, and we check if it's an auto heal or not. And okay, then we reset the auto heal counter. Then we will check if we are viewing an older version. So if we are, then we first go back to current version, and then we do changes, and we have this just generated ref, so that we are making that we are starting a new generation which is not complete yet. Then we create a user message, that message of this. So the user has created this message, for example, create a social media app, and this is the message ID and the content. Then we get the timestamp and we get the images. Then we set the image messages, and we set is streaming as true, then streaming ref current as true. Then we get the AI message ID, so empty AI message ID, and we get the message ID. We pass role as assistant, and content is just uh, empty because we uh, get it first and then we stream the response in it. So this is for that. Then timestamp is this, and we get this message ID outside because we need to store it, and we get the model ID. Then we set the messages of that empty AI message. Then we get the Claude token. We also get the worker URL, and call the API of post onto our Wrangler, and then we get the response. We get the error body, and we don't need this rate limited thing for now. We can remove this piece of code, and then if there is no response, then we would just throw a new error. Now we will read the server's send event stream. So we initialize the reader, then decoder for text decoder, then we will have buffer and while true. So while this condition, at the end we will have this condition. Okay, I'm not sure where it just ended. Just a minute, let me close this. Okay, I'll send you the show you the condition at the end. So we get the done and value. If it's done, then we break the loop, and if it's not done, then it would still continue. I guess this would just end the loop right here. If done is there, then we will break the loop. So while true, yeah, while true, condition would be here. I'm sorry, I just forgot how while loops work. I'm very sorry. So condition is right here. While this is true, this condition is true. So this would run infinitely, and we are breaking it if we receive the done event from backend. Then we just uh, decode the code and parse it. Then after we set the messages, we have this function of refresh messages, refresh versions. So it would just refresh our version. So uh, we'll do that, and I don't need this rate limiting stuff for now. I'll remove that. We'll write this refresh versions message function in just a minute. Get the messages, catch any errors, remove this, rate limited. And I guess this is done. Okay, refresh versions and project. Let's do the refresh versions now. After the use effect, I'm going to collapse this, and after use effect, this use effect, I'm going to paste in this refresh versions. So refresh versions is client.versions.list, just getting all the versions again, that's it, and setting it in the versions. So that should be it. And what error do we have again? I close this. Okay, just a minute. Hmm. Okay, handle back to current should be at the top, I guess. So let's get these at the top, all of these functions. Leave this. And now, if we refresh the page, React has detected change in the order of hooks called by data page. Did I made any error here? Just a minute. I think we only need to have the handle back to current at top like this. handle back to current, cut it, and we'll paste it here, save it, and let's see what else are we calling here. Refresh versions, handle back to current. Let's close this. There are still some errors. Let me try and fix it and I'll get back to you. Okay, so it has been fixed. The only change that we needed to do is uh, if you have this right here, not this one, yeah, we have this if is loading return editor layout skeleton. This should be at below after all of the components. So make sure you do that. And now let's test our API. So inspect network and let's have this side and let's call our create project API. So create social media app. And just a minute, I need to paste in my API key for OpenAI. So let me do that. Okay, so that has been added. And now let's try to send the message, create social media app, and I'll send it. And let's see response. We didn't get any. Yeah, we are getting the server side events in the response, as you can see. So it's working and it has started creating the application. So voila, our this part is working. Now we just need the message bubbles here and the generation progress. So that is only remaining in this part. So that is done and I guess this is complete. This is done event. As you can see, it has generated the social media app and then it called the versions API. So this is our new version which has 4 files: header, post list, postcard, footer. So it did create it, and now we can also preview it here. After we complete this section, we'll just head over to the live preview, and uh, this is almost complete. So let's do that now. Okay, so I'll head over to the message bubble component. I'm going to remove all of this, and I'm just going to paste my component, and I'm going to show you. We also need to have this generation progress component. So let's create generation dash progress dot tsx and let me grab that component as well and I'll just explain you. So just like it. Okay, so this generation component is it just renders real-time progress of AI generation. So phase one is thinking, it would just show thinking. Then phase two is generating files with the files that are generated. And just a minute, my VS Code just closed itself. I'm not sure why. Let me open it. Okay, so I opened it. So phase three is done. It would show the summary card. Then it would be used by the message bubble. So make sure that you have used client. Then props, we get the content is streaming and changed files. Then file progress, its path and status. File open regex, file complete regex, parse file progress. So this is all documented. So you can just read the component. You would understand what's it working. Then generation progress. First we get the files for progress. Then we check if it's streaming or it doesn't has any files. So it's thinking. So for thinking, we have this icon of brain circuit and we have this thinking and analyze your request. Analyzing your request, then it doesn't has files, then return null. And then if it's still streaming, then we are generating the files and we show the files, and then we show the file list of all the files. Then we show a progress bar, and that is it. I'll save this, and inside of message bubble we use that. And now from here we are going to continue. We had written all of this, so we'll just start with component. So first we get the image, then we get the user. So if this message is from user, or is it system message or AI generated, then display content, remove the file tags, and remove the partial incomplete blocks as well. Then show the progress. Then if it's thinking, and for auto heal, now the component. And if the message is from system, then a pill shaped message. Then our actual component. If it's from user, then we show the user or bot, the icons, or model name. Then the image thumbnails. Then if we click on image, it should open up the lightbox component to show us the images. So I'll wrap the file so you can see everything. Then our message bubble. And we use the React Markdown component here, and React Remark GFM. So this would also add support for tables and every other Markdown components. And we show the generation progress here. And that is it. If we save this now and head over to our UI, you can see that we have this message and 6 files generated. Now I'll also add a new message, that add a sidebar component, and send it. And you can see that it's analyzing, and now it's on generating phase. So it is generating the files, and it is done, I guess. Yeah, it's done. And now this section is complete, and now let's work on the live preview section. Okay, so now we are going to do this preview panel component. So for that, first let's close all of this. And have we created that preview panel component? I'm not sure. So let's head over to the page.tsx right here. And inside of here, what is the preview panel? Okay, so this is the preview panel. We are just passing the div. So instead of that, let's create the preview panel component. So uh, what should I do is, inside of editor, I'm going to create this preview panel dot tsx, and this is going to be a client component. And inside of here, first let's write export interface preview panel props. It's going to have files as record string, and on error error, which is going to have message of string, and the return type is void. That's it. And now after this, we need to create a function that extracts the dependencies. So we already had created this in backend, but let me paste it here, extract dependencies. So this is going to be the base dependencies, React DOM. Then we will have package JSON content. Uh, then we'll return, if there is no package JSON content, then we'll return base dependencies. We get package.json content from files of package.json. We parse all of this, and we return base dependencies with parse dependencies, and we return it. So that is just the extract dependencies. And then we need a function to convert all of this file to Sandpack files, which is, we just need to remove the trailing slashes. So we already did this inside of our page.tsx to and back files. Somewhere we did this. So let me search to sand back files. Okay, it's in project preview. Project preview. Okay, yeah, we did this in the that, and we also did this file. So let's grab this from here, and we also have extract dependencies from here. So preview panel, I'm going to paste this to Sandpack files. After this, mm, what else? Uh, let's create an error listener. So error listener is just if there's any error while compilation of project, it just returns us this. So on error, we use Sandpack from Sandbox React, and we get Sandpack as listen from that. Use ref and last ref. Then we have this use callback hook, which would just uh, mm, did I did something wrong here? Okay, so after error listener, we have this use effect. It would just run when we have an error, and it would call the handle error function. And after this, let's close this. And after this, we need to subscribe to the error by subscribing to the error message bus. So use effect, we have this unsubscribe function. We just listen using this function. So we listen if there is an error. So if Sandbox has any error, it throws it, and we listen via this, and this would be called and it would be called via use effect dependencies, and we handle the error from that. And after this, we'll just return null like this. And now we also have a badge of lovable badge on the Sandpack. So this is a very simple uh, component, lovable badge, which would have use state and a tag. So a tag would just head us to slash of our apps or dashboard. So that, and we have the image built with lovable, something like that. And now let's have our entire component. So inside of this export function, preview panel, and let's return from here a div like this. And in here, first we get the Sandpack files. So Sandpack files is equals to two Sandpack files, and we get the dependencies with extract dependencies. And this div is going to have class name Sandpack stretch str etc, and then we'll give it a height of full, width of full, and inside of here we'll have Sandpack provider. And this might be, no, this is not a self-closing tag. And now the template for the Sandpack provider is React-ts. And if we head over to project preview, we might have used Sandpack provider here. And let's grab all of this from here and let's paste it here so I don't have to write it. Template, then theme, files, options, and custom setup of dependencies done. And now whenever we have error, so on error, then we show the error listener, this thing, and after that we have Sandpack layout, and Sandpack layout is going to have Sandpack preview. This is self-closing. So Sandpack layout is going to have style as height 100%, height 100%, border as none, border none, and border radius 0, like this. And now Sandpack preview is going to have, okay, I need to import Sandpack layout, and Sandpack preview is going to have show navigator, show refresh button, then show open in code sandbox as false, and actions button, actions children, okay, actions children. This is going to be lovable badge, and then we'll have style, not style tag, style prop as height of 100%, like this. And our preview panel component is done. Now what next? Let's get this preview panel on the page.tsx. So inside of this page.tsx, let's import the preview panel dynamically. So at the top, after this, I'm going to import the preview panel. Also, we need to import dynamic. We import from preview panel, and we need to have the preview skeleton. So preview skeleton, I guess that is already completed or not? No, it's not done. So I'll just create that component inside of editor and preview skeleton.tsx. So this is a skeleton component. This is that component. We don't do anything React here. We just have some JSX. We import the skeleton component and show it. That's it. And now let's import the preview skeleton. That is done. And now let's use this preview panel inside of our component. So let's do that. And we also need to have the handle sandpack error thing. So mm, handle sandpack error. So if we go to the preview panel, files and on error. Okay, we need to pass that. Let's head over to our page.tsx, and at the bottom where we have written just the preview panel, let's use our preview panel component here. Just a minute. So preview panel, and we give it files, and instead of on load, we'll give it on error. And in here, we'll just have that uh, pending handle sandpack error function, which is for auto heal. So we'll do that afterwards. So that is done. Now let's refresh it. It's not loading my projects. What happened if I open up my dashboard, terminal? This is working. Worker, it's getting failed. Let's restart this. npx worker dev. And if I refresh it, still not working. If I inspect it, head over to network. Yeah, it's here. And now you can see that preview. Can you see that? Social media app. And if I click on here, you can also see the Sandpack preview. So that is working. So this is also done. Now we need to work on the auto heal feature, so that whenever we have an error, it would be fixed automatically. So let's work on that auto heal feature, or let's work on it afterwards. First, let's wrap the other modules, which is when we click on this, let's show the code editor panel. So let's do that. So We can also toggle the size from here. This is also complete. And when I click on this, preview is pending. We'll do that now. Okay, let's refresh it. And yeah, it's here. Now also let's try to update it. Uh, Make the theme dark, and this auto scroll to bottom is not working. We need to fix that as well. Perfect. So this dark theme is also complete, and this is working. So this live preview section is entirely complete. Now let's work on the code editor, and then we'll polish the app more. After the code editor, we also need to work on the history panel, the SaaS module, which is clerk billing. So let's do that. Okay, so now let's work on the code editor. So first thing, I'm going to close all of these files, and next up, what I want to do is let's create the components that are needed. So first, I'm not sure if we have created the code editor panel. No. So let's create that. So I'm going to create code editor panel.tsx. Just a minute. And let's write RFC here. We just export the function and rename this to this code editor panel. And now we also need a file explorer component. So file explorer.tsx RFC. Uh, let's rename to file explorer and export function like this. Now let's head over to the page.tsx of project, and in here what we need to do is we need to import the code editor panel. So, and we use that in here. So at the top, I am going to, after preview panel, let's import the code editor panel. We also need to have the editor skeleton. So we need to create that component. So new file editor skeleton dot tsx, and let me grab it. Just grab it and paste it. Simple component with skeleton import and just some skeleton. And I guess that is done. Let's close this and let's import the editor skeleton inside of this. So this is code editor panel. We just import it with dynamic and save this. And what else? Now at the end here, in this, instead of this div, we are going to use our component code editor panel like this, and inside of this we will use files as files, then active file as active file. We don't need on error, we need on active file change, set active file, on file content change. Then we will get the path and content, and then we'll set the files with previous and path and content like this. Perfect. And that should be it. Set files, and we get the path and content. Let's do it from the this code editor panel component. So this is done, I guess. Now let's head over to the code editor component. And if we head over to here, again, it's not running. I need to restart my worker. Refresh it and let's try to get those things. Okay, social media app. And by the way, you see the UI, it's like it's not good because it's very using the 4.0 model. So when we use the other models, the UI would be very good. So now we have this code editor panel. So it's on top of this, not sure why. So inside of editor layout, where we have the panels, why it's still displaying us that. So we are inside of this div. Okay, I guess we messed up a div. Just a minute, I'll verify it. Okay, I'll start with this div. This is perfect. Now inside of this, we have this. Now this and this again. We end 3 divs in here, not two. So 3 divs in here. Then we have this div, which is code editor panel, and then history panel, and then it's dragging. And from here, we just need to remove one div. And I guess if I refresh it and click on here, no, it is still not perfect. So this preview panel should only be visible we are at the preview panel here. So active tab triple equals to preview, then only this, or else we need to have the invisible class name, visible or invisible, and z of 0. And with this, panel error boundary, preview, and this active tab triple equals to code z of 10 or else invisible. If we head over to history, okay, it's only happening in the code editor panel. History panel works perfectly. Why is that? Absolute insert code triple equals to code z of 10 visible, z of 0 invisible, panel error boundary, code editor panel, history panel. Hey, we have got this absolute. I guess that components would sit on top of this. That should be it. So let's head over to that components and see what we are doing. Yeah, I guess we are doing in that. So no need to do something here. So let's head over to the code editor panel, and inside of code editor panel I'm going to do some stuff first. So let's have export interface code editor panel props. We have files that record string, active file as string, on active file change file path string, and on file content change file path and content, like this. And after that we have a function that gets the language from path. So I'll get it here. Function get language from path. We get the file path, and we split it with every dot, and not every dot, just a dot, and we pop it and we have it to lowercase, and with that we get the extension. So if it tsx, then the language is TypeScript. If it ts, it's TypeScript. JSX and JS is JavaScript. CSS is CSS. JSON, HTML, MD, and plain text. So that is all the things that we support. And yeah, we will have this change in here. And then we also have a function that would get us the file name. So const get file name, it would split with slash. So we get the from the file path we get the file name. And what else? Now inside of this, first let's have an ref for editor, for referring the Monaco editor. So const editor ref is equals to react.useRef, or just use ref, and this is going to be parameters of on mount. Where we are getting this on mount from, and we get editor on mount and everything from Monaco editor. So all of this from Monaco editor React, and we have that on mount type here. Then we get this of 0, or this would be null like this, and initial value is null. Then we need to give Monaco editor the configuration for TypeScript. So let's do that. So handle editor will mount will have that function. So wrap it in use callback, and what I'm going to do is we get the Monaco instance, and we set Monaco dot languages dot TypeScript defaults dot set compiler options, and we set all of these options, and then we set some diagnostic options. And as soon as the editor is mounted, then we'll have handle editor did mount on mount. We'll get the use callback and just store the editor ref.current in the editor like this. And then we will have on editor change. So const handle editor change use callback. We get value as string or undefined. If value triple equals to undefined, we return, not return, but we actually call this function here on file content change. Okay, so this is value not equals to undefined. Then on file content change, active file and value, and we have this brackets and we file active file and on file content change. Now const active content equals to files active file or else empty string, and language is get language from path, and like this. And now let's do our markdown JSX in here. We'll give it a class name flex and height full. Height full. Inside of this we'll have hidden for small, width 52, shrink of 0, and if it's medium we'll give it block. Inside of this we'll have file explorer, and we'll pass in the files. Then we'll pass in the active file and not uh, on active file change but on file select, like this. Pass the div, and after this we'll have flex, flex1, flex call, and then inside of this we'll have some another divs which would just have the file tab showing active file name. So I'm going to paste all of that, just a minute. This is that, and get the file text, and after this two divs we'll have another div which would just call the editor. So this div with editor, we give it height, language, value, theme, on change, before mount, on mount, and options. Give this, and you can see the file explorer text here, and we have our app.tsx defaultly open. So we have the Monaco editor here. Now we just need the file explorer here. So that would be it. And you can see the active file name here as well. So let's do the what was the name, file explorer. So let's do it, just a minute. Okay, so now let's head over to the file explorer, and in file explorer first this is going to be a client component. And now after this let's create an interface for tree node. So actually this entire component works like a tree with recursive, because as you can see in the editor we have to recursively uh, check for each folders and each files to show the tree like this. So this is the best example. We are just replicating something like this. So this actually works recursively. So uh, let's create tree node. So tree node is having a name of string, then path as string, then children as tree node of arrays, something like this. And then we'll have export interface file explorer props. It is file record string, active file of string, on file select file path as string, like this. We also destructure it here. Then we will create something as build file tree function. So function build file tree, we get the files as not record string but array of string, like this. And this is tree node array, and inside of this first we'll get const root as tree node, and this is an empty array. Then, okay, also this is tree node array, and we'll have for const file path of file paths or this files. Then we'll have const paths is equals to file path dot split and current level as root. Perfect. Then again a loop for getting the inner things. So for I equals to 0, I less than paths dot length, I plus plus con parts of I, and until this is correct, and this is const is file equals to I part length dot minus 1. Then check existing node, current level dot find node dot name equals to part, and if it's not an existing node, then not an existing node, then we will have existing node equals is file, then name as part and path as file path, and like this, and current level dot push existing node, and if it is not a file and an existing node, it is not a file and existing node dot children, then we have current level is equals to existing node dot children like this, and we'll return the root. Not return the root first. uh, we are going to have, after this for loop, we are going to have another function which is function sort tree. So let's remove this function sort tree nodes like this, tree node, and return type is tree node array like this, and inside of this returns node dot sort a b like this, and inside of this first we check a is folder like this, b is folder, and if a is folder and b is not folder, return -1 and return 1 according to that, and then return a dot name, local compare b dot name. So this is just for sorting the files by folders, then files, and with all everything alphabetically. And then function sort recursively, we get the nodes as tree nodes, and return type of tree node like this, and inside of this we will have const sorted equals to sort tree of nodes, then const node of sorted. If node dot children, then node dot children is equals to sort recursively node dot children, return sorted, and then return sort recursively of root. So this is just recursion. So recursion for building file tree, and we return everything inside of that via recursion. And then we have our actual component. So we have some states in here. First, grab it via use state, and it cannot file the name node. So okay, this is not our that component, I'm sorry. So we have function tree node item around 60 lines. So I'll show you this. We also need to have tree node item props. We get the node depth, active file, and on file select. Grab the use state from React. we first check if it's a folder, and if it's active. If it's folder, then we show something like this with chevron down and chevron right and icon of folder. And uh, if it's open, and then we need show the tree node item. So this is the tree node item. We call it and we show it. Now let's have the file explorer component. So I'm going to grab it and just show you like this. So file explorer, and this is, what did I write on the interface? Okay, just a minute. Files, active file, and on this is on file select file path string, something like this. And we have file paths, tree from build file tree, then the files, and we just show the tree view with tree node item component, and we save it, and it should work. Okay, it just shows that cn is not defined. So where do we have used cn? Okay, we need to import this cn and file text. Okay, I showed you this, but I didn't show you this. Save it. And yeah, this is the thing. We can collapse and do this, and we can see every file from here. And with this, our uh, code editor is also done. We have done our preview, we have our code. So this is done. Now we can move forward with the history, or we can do the SaaS billing with Clerk. And after that is done, uh, there are nothing major left in the application. We just have the history panel, then preview and export buttons, fixing this bug right here. Then I don't think anything much is left, and we need to also do the analytics and settings page and the credits display here. That is it, I guess. If we head over here, you can see the credits here as well. We have left 47 credits this month for this plan. So most of the things are complete. Major things are the SaaS billing and the history page, I guess. Apart from that, uh, others are very small. So let's do that now. Okay, so now let's work on the versions feature. So I'll show you once again. What I meant is, in the history, we need to see all the versions here, and we can restore to that version. So let's do that. So currently this is our dark theme. We also have a version of the white theme. So let's try to uh, do all of that. So I'm going to close all of this, and let's head over to the versions route in versions.ts. And in here, just a minute, we have created the get route for versions. Next is what we need. uh okay, the get route is done. Now we need to create a version to get specific versions file. So uh this is going to be the route like this, and the response, just a minute, like this. So let's create it. Versions routes dot get slash hyphen v colon v, and inside of this we get the user id first, we get the project id, and this is not version string, but we get const version number is equals to percent c dot request dot param v, and like this. And then we check if is not a number version number, or version number less than 0, then we are going to return c.json invalid version number, validation error, or bad request, whatever it is, should work. Now we get the project by get own project. And if there is no project, then we just return no project found. And uh, then we check version number with is greater than project's current version. So if we are requesting 5 versions but we already only have 4 versions, 1 2 3 4, then it's invalid, so we return that. And after that, let's get the version object from c.env.files.get project id v version number files.json. Perfect. And then if there is no version object, then we return c.json version not found. And after this, we'll have version, and the type of is version, and we return files as version.file version number, and meta as to version meta, like this. Save it, and this route is done. Next up, we will have route for, just a minute. Next up, yeah, we'll have a route for getting difference between two versions. So we have a UI for that. So we need to create that. Now we'll have version routes dot get hyphen slash colon v1 diff colon v2. So we get both the versions, and inside of here we get the user id first, we get the project id, and we get the version 1 and version 2, like this. And then we check if version 1 version 2, if it's not a number and version is less than 0 for both of these values. And we also check if version 1 equals triple equals to version 2, then we return invalid version numbers. And then we get our project. If we don't found any project, we return the error. Then what we do is, we don't need to do that, but if not, or else let's get both the versions in parallel. So const object 1 object 2 await promise.all c.env.files.get project id v version 1 version 2. We get both the files, and if any of the object is not found, one or both versions was not found. Perfect. And then we get the object as JSON for version 1 and version 2 with this. And let's create a map for files1 map, files2 map, and f dot path. So we are setting f dot path and f dot content, so key value. Yeah, perfect. Then we need to compute the changes. So const changes equals to an empty array, but the type of this is going to be array, and this is going to be path string type added, removed, or modified. Old file, not old file, but this is going to be old content content, and this is going to be of type string or null, and this is going to be new content string null, like this. Now uh, we check all the files in version 2 that is not existing in version 1. So we get for const path uh, file 2 of file map 2, not like that. So let's write for const path content, path and content of files map to. Okay, this is file map to. And inside of this, we first get the old content. So old content is equals to files one file file map one dot get path like this, and then if old content triple equals to undefined, then if it's undefined, then it exists in version 2 but not in version 1, so it's added. So changes dot push path type edit new content, and old content should be null, new content content dot content, or we can just have content like this. And okay, did we miss anything? Old content and old content as null. Project file is not assignable to type string. Okay, so this content is of type string. So inside of this uh, file map one is of map of type string 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 string, and this is also string string. Let's remove this, and okay, it should be content like this. Perfect. F dot path and F dot content like this, and there would be no error here. Perfect. Now our if condition is done. Now else if old content not equals to content, then it's modified. So changes dot push path type as modified, old content as giving the old content, and new content as new content. And after this, if both the files are identical, then we just skip it. So now after this, we check for the files that were removed from version uh, 2, but that existed in version 1. So for const path content of file map 1, and inside of this, if file map dot 2 doesn't has that path, then we do changes dot push path type as removed old content content and new content as null like this. And this is done, and now we just sort the files. So changes dot sort a b, changes dot sort a colon b, and in here I'm going to have const order is equals to modified 0 added 1 removed 2, and then we have order a dot type minus order b dot type, or no, we don't want to do that condition, and just return from version 1 to we just have, what do we have here? Okay, just a minute. We get the number from, yeah, v1 and v2 here. So we'll just pass that from v1, and this is v2, and we pass in the changes like this, and our diff viewer is done. Now let's do a route for restoring our previous version. So I'll get a comment like this. We need API projects, version number, versions, and the number of version to restore. And what should be done here is just a minute. Version routes dot post slash colon v restore. Perfect. Let's close this up, and inside of this, first get the user ID, we get the project ID, and this is not version number but restore from. So const restore from equals to parse int, and this is c dot request dot param v10, and if is none, we get restore from, or restore from less than 0, we return bad request and we get the project, and if no project, then we return no project found. Then if restore from greater than project current version, version number exceeds current version, and then we get the version object uh, from files.json, and this is not version object, but we name this as source object. And then if there is no source object, then we return version files not found, and we get the source version as source object.json as version. And now we get the new version number is equals to project.current version plus 1, and the new version, and this is going to be different. So we get version number from new version number. Then we have the prompt and type as restore, type restore, and prompt restored from version like this. We get the model as source version dot model created at new, this is new date dot now dot to is a string like this. And what else? We'll give this file source version dot files. We give it file count as source version dot files dot, not source version dot file, files dot length. We give it changed files source versions dot files dot map like this. We give restored version from restored from. And what else is remaining? Version number is done, then prompt is done, model is done, files is done, changed files is done, then type is done, created at is done, file count is done, and restored from is done. Okay, we have all the properties that we need. Now uh, we get the new version and store it. So project dot current version is equals to new version number, and then we have project dot updated at is equals to new version dot created at, we can use this. And we have await promise dot all, we change the files, and uh, we have this project like this done. Now we also persist a system message to the chat session that after version is restored, we want to have a version restore message here. So that is a system message. So we need to do that. So let me grab my code for that. After this, I have this try catch. Try, we get the chat key, we get the chat session, we create the system message, And if we find the chat session, then we push the messages into the message arrays and uh, uh, just have it put. So we have the new chat messages, and chat session is having error for this project ID. It's telling the project ID is undefined. t.request.param.id. Okay, we need to mark this like this so that we do get it. And we have this chat session, and then if there is no chat session, like if there are no files, then we just do it like this, and we console the error and return the files. So this is done. What else? Now if we do any manual edit, then we also need to store that. So for that, I'll grab my API route and show it to you. Like if we make any changes from a file, then we need to make sure to store that as well. So we have this version routes.post. We get the user ID, we get the project ID. Is the route different? Okay, we get the post request, we get the user ID, we get the project ID, we get the project. If there is no project, return error. We get the body of the project. Then if there is no files, then file array is required. We check the changed files. Uh, we get the current object, we get the current version, current files map, and set it. Then we check which files were changed and push it inside of this, and we also check which files were removed. If nothing was changed, don't create a new version. Now create a new version with version object, store the new version and update the project, and return the version number and new version meta. So that's it. We have all the routes needed for our versions. Now next thing is let's create the component for version timeline. Okay, so now let's head over to the files and I'll head over to the version timeline. So I don't know if we have created that component. No, we haven't. So inside of components, inside of editor, we are going to create that file version timeline.tsx, and let me grab the version skeleton first. So I'm going to paste this at the bottom, version timeline skeleton. So this is just a skeleton function. And now what should we do is let's create the version timeline props. So interface version timeline props, and we get the versions as versions meta. Have we created that versions meta? So inside of project.ts of files, we have this export versions meta. We should fetch it, not this versions meta from. Okay, this is an interface. Okay, it was able to fetch now versions meta like this, and then we have current version, which is number, viewing version, which is number, on view version is version number void, then on restore version like this, On compare version, we get the not just version number, so we get from as number and to as number. And if it's loading a boolean, then we get a version type badge. So that is for if it's an AI, then we have the version as AI generation. If it's a manual edit, then we have it a manual edit, or if it's a restore from an older version, we do that. So function get version type badge, we get the type of version meta type like this. And if switch type case AI, then we are going to return label AI generation color, not color. We don't want this. Instead, we give it an icon of bot and variant as default as const like this. And then we have for case manual where we return label as manual edit, icon as not undefined but pencil from Lucid React, variant as secondary, and then we return restore, which is labeled as restore, icon as this is not history but this is going to be rotate, and rotate CCW like this, something like this. We have an icon named as this. Yeah, rotate CCW. And then the variant is outlined and as const. Save it. We need to close this, and yeah, we need to return version type like this. Then we'll have format uh, version timestamp. So going to paste it. We get the as a string. We get date and now and all of those things, and we just show the time according to that. And now we create a function to truncate a prompt. So we create a function for function truncate prompt. We get the prompt string, max length is equals to 50 or 60, return type is string. Inside of this we check if prompt length less than equal to max length, we just return the prompt, or else we return prompt dot slice 0 with max length -3 and plus dot 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 like this, and we return it like this, simple JS. Now let's create our version timeline. So export function version timeline, we get the versions, current versions, viewing versions, on view version, on restore version, on compare versions, and is loading from this. And uh, we get the ref, so const current ref equals to use ref HTML dev element null, and we get uh, use state snippet for restore confirm version and set restore confirm version. This is going to be null. Make sure to import use state, and this is going to be number or null. And I think we need to mark this as a client component. So let's mark this as use client. And now inside of this, I guess we need to have an use effect uh, where we scroll to current version on mount. So instead of this, we show this use effect where current ref dot if we have that, then we scroll and view that, and we show, if it's loading, then we show the version timeline. And if there are no versions, we also need to consider that. So let me do that, just a minute. Mm, After this, I'll check if version dot length triple equals to 0, then we need to return a component with some div. So I have this div with file code and no version history yet. Send a message to generate your first version. I'm going to save this, and now let's create the main return component. Return and then the component. So I'm going to grab that code and paste it, and I'll go line by line to show that. Let me enable word wrap. And from here, first we have the header which says version history. Then if the version's length is greater than 2, then we can show the compare buttons. But if there is only one version, then no need to show the on compare version. So let's get the button from UI button, and cannot find on compare versions. So we need to name our function as on compare versions inside of this as well, on compare versions. And where were we? On compare versions, yeah. So we on click of compare versions, we open the compare panel, and then we have this icon get compare from Lucid React. Let's import the scroll area for the timeline from UI scroll area. We map all the versions in here. Let's import cn as well. And this is just the UI with showing the data. We show the type of generation and variant type badge dot variant. There's an error in that. I'm not sure why. Just a minute. Let's head over to the here, and it's variant, right? So just a minute. If I switch this function with my function, let's see where it's used again. Type badge. Okay, this still has error. So let's see where the badge is imported from. Okay, we got the badge from Lucid React. We don't need it from Lucid React. We need it as a component. So that was the error. So in here, the badge should be from UI badge. Perfect. And then truncate the prompt. We have the metadata of model plus files plus timestamp. Restore button for restoring the version. Compare with current. And restore version dialog. So let's import this UI dialog. Let's import all of the components that the dialog needs. Dialog header, dialog description, dialog title, dialog footer, And I guess that is it. With this, our version timeline component is complete. And now I can close this. And now we also need to have a component for version diff. So I'm just going to grab that component and we can paste it. I'll explain you. So inside of components, right here, it has so many components. Now let's create version def.tsx. I'm going to paste this and let's see use client def change interface. We get path, type, old content, new content, version def props, from to changes and on close. Get change icon of added, removed, modified, and we get language. Then we need to show the Monaco editor here for the changes. So have imported it here, Monaco editor. Yeah, we have imported the diff editor from here, from the Monaco editor. So uh, now the version diff. Now we have selected file index, selected change. We get the language from it, and we get how many changes. And if there are no changes, we just show no difference found between version 1 and 2. Now we get the diff header. And where is this coming? Okay, diff header. I'm not sure where this diff header is coming from. Okay, it was down, sorry. Okay, diff header. We have the file selector from here. Now the Monaco editor for diff editor. And then this diff header component. Alright, I'm going to save it. Now let's head over to the page.tsx of our project. So page.tsx of project, and in here after the code editor panel, let's import the version timeline. Just a minute. Okay, let's first import the version diff uh, with SSR false because we are using the Monaco editor. So version diff, components editor version diff, and editor skeleton. And after this, let's head over to below our component in here where we are showing the history panel. And the history panel should have the code of dev where we show the version timeline and diff editor. So in here, instead of this, I'm going to use this right here. Now inside of history panel, we have flex height full. We get the CN where we have timeline. Now we get the version timeline. We need to fix the viewing version, handle view version, handle restore version, and on compare, we'll have the handle compare versions. And is loading, we just have loading versions. Now for the diff state, we have the version diff from to changes on close. So this is done. Now we just need to create those. So viewing versions. So if we head over to the versions timeline first, uh, what is the, yeah, so this was throwing an error viewing version. So viewing version is a number in here. Okay, so this can be a number or this can be null. And yeah, that fixes the error. Now let's create this functions of handle view version, handle restore version, and handle compare function. I guess they might be calling the API, and we also need to have them on the API client. So let's do that now. Okay, so now first let's head over to the API client, and in here inside of the versions we only have this single file, not we only have the list. Now let's do for the get, diff, restore, and save manual. So after this list, I'm going to have for get, where we pass in the project ID and version number, and we get the authenticated fetch, where we pass in versions. This is first. This is the meta at as versions meta. Not working. Not sure why. Authenticated fetch, and we're just closing this. Why it's causing an error? Okay. After this, we have get. We get the project ID, version number, and authenticated fetch. We give meta. We also give files, which is going to be project file array, and then we give version number as number. I didn't get that. Could you try again? And after this, like this, we get the token, API projects, project ID, versions, and the version number, like this. And why? Okay, we had to do it like it. Now, only error is this authenticated fetch. We gave this correctly, then we called it and gave it the get token, and then the route. What am I doing it? Let me remove this. And after this, we are closing this one, right? Let me paste it here. Perfect. So it's working now. Not sure what was wrong. And now let's get for diff as well. Diff. We have this for diff. Now after this, what else? We want it for restore. This is for restore, calling the restore API endpoint. And now for saving of manual, save manual, save it. And now let's use all of it here, handle view version, handle restore version inside all of this. So first let's get the view version. So I'm going to have this after this, and let's see. Handle view version, use callback, async version number. If we are clicking a current version, we go back to the current version, or else we get the API client, get the response, and save the files and set viewing version and set diff state like this. Save it, and that would solve over this. Now let's create the handle restore version, and we also need the handle compare version, right? So let's do them. So I'm going to close this, and after this I'm going to have this. So first, handle compare versions, use callback, create API client, get the response, set dev state. That's it. And this is for handle restore version. We get the version number, get the client, get the response, get the restored files from it, set the files, set current files ref, last files ref, and update the project metadata, set viewing version as null, set dev state as null, and we will exit the viewing mode, and we add a system message that restored to this version. We refresh the versions, and that's it. And let's see if it is working in the UI. Okay, inside of version timeline, the type icon, type badge dot icon, we cannot fetch that. So let's head over to that version timeline, right? Version timeline, we have an error on line 143. 143. And this is not working. Cannot read properties of undefined icon. So for what version it's not working? So alert, we give it version dot type and see for what it's not working. So it's getting undefined version dot type. Why it's returning undefined for version dot type? So let's write a console for version like this. Let's refresh it, inspect, head over to console. We get two versions. In the version we only get the file count. That is it. So this is the issue. So versions dot map, we're only getting that. So that might be from our version, not here, but so let's see where we are getting these versions. Let's get the set versions. Okay, so it's getting from okay, from here where we load the project. So let's console the versions from here. Versions from root as version response. Let's save it like this. Version from root, we get current version, and we get 4 versions. So the fourth version only that stored the file count. Other versions stored the everything. But okay, the 0 is only having the file count. So when the initial project is created, it's only this. Why it is like that? I guess it would be an old project. So let's fix that. So inside of versions timeline, let's do one thing. Uh, if we don't have the version number, then we just return. So if we don't have version dot version number, we just return null like this, and this might fix the error. Yeah, it has. Now let's head over to the history tab, and we have all the here version 1, version 2, version 3. And if we click on this diff here, we are able to see the diff panel, and you can see all the edits that we made with the file changes. And let's restore to this version. Okay, it says restored to this version, and if we had preview, then our this version restored. And if we click on this and if we head over to the preview, then you can see that we are viewing the other version. And let's restore this, head over to preview, and this has been done. So this has been restored. So our restored functionality is working perfectly. Now let's work on the clock billing and credits functionality. So let's feature get everything with a SaaS app with clerk billing. So let's do that. Okay, so now let's start with the billings and credit sections. So first, let's head over to the credits.ts and let's do the credits route. So this is going to be a very big section because we're going to have so many things here. Let me close all of this and let's head over to the credits.ts and credit service files. Not this, yeah, this one. So in here, let's see if we have got everything. So I think we need to have an function for deduct credits, and yeah, we need to have a function for deduct credits here. So have we already done that? Get credits? No, deduct credits is not done. So export async function deduct credits, and we get the user ID, credit cost, and env. Promise of user credits. Credits is await get credits. If it's unlimited credits, so we just return the credits, or else we have credits or remaining is equals to mat.max. 0 credits remaining minus credit cost. We update our metadata and we return the credits. That's all. And now we also have a function for upgrade plan. So export async function upgrade plan. In here I will get the user ID and env, then we get the credits. Then if credits dot plan, no, this is not we want. Instead const upgraded as user credits and plan as pro and remaining as unlimited credits like this. Update the metadata and return upgraded. Now export async downgrade plan. When we downgrade, we will get the user ID and env, then we get period from create billing period. Now const downgraded user credits, we get the remaining, we get the total, plan is free, period start, period end, we get this. And what else? uh, Update the metadata and return the downgraded. That's it. So downgrade plan is done, upgrade plan is done, data credits is done. And just a minute, I need to check where we are using this data credits. Okay, if we head over to the chat.ts, and in here we have this deduct credits that was already written, and if I click on this, it's here. Okay, so we have already written this deduct credits, but this is inside of credits route. We had to have this function inside of the services, but doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It works. So inside of this, I can safely comment out this for now. We don't need conflicts. So we have upgrade and downgrade plan that is done. Now let's head over to the credits route, and I guess everything is done here. Inside of this, we are getting the credits. So this is done. Now we need to do the billing routes. Just a minute. So inside of this routes, I'm going to create billing.ts, and from here const billing routes equals new Hono. You get the bindings as env, variables as app variables, import env from types, app variables from types, and import Hono from Hono, and then const, not const, but let's export default billing routes, or we can export it billing routes like this. And now let's have it a single uh, route, billing routes dot get. This is plan change route, plan change async. Now first we get the user ID, then const body equals to await e.request.json, and inside of this we get action as upgrade or downgraded. So action as upgrade or downgrade like this, and if there is no body.action, and then we'll return missing action. Now let's have the credits. Now if body.action is upgrade, then we upgrade the plan. So credits equals to await upgrade plan. So we just need to pass in the user ID and c.env. That's it. Inside of upgrade plan, yeah, we just need those, and it would upgrade it to pro, so everything would be handled. And now else block, else credits equals to downgrade plan. Make sure to import the downgrade plan, save it, and now let's return c.json. This is going to have success. First, it's going to be success as true, then credits, remaining credits dot remaining, total credits dot total, plan credits dot plan, period end, credits dot period end, and is unlimited, just that. And this is done. So billing is also done. Now we need to have a webhook handler. So Webhook handler would be on the Hono backend and the front end as well. So webhooks would be used for Clerk webhooks. So whenever our plan is upgraded or downgraded, we will have the webhooks which would uh, just check what event Cloud gave us. So event type could be subscription item dot active or subscription item dot cancelled or ended. So in those scenarios, we just handle everything. So that is for Clerk webhook. So let's do that in just a minute. And after that, we also need to update our front end with a webhook route as well. So we'll do that. Okay, so let's do that. So let's create a route for webhook webhooks.ts, and inside of here let's get the Hono and everything. So const web web hooks routes is equals to new Hono and export webhook routes. Import everything, and this would be at top. I'm not sure if we need the get credits and user credits. And now let's create an interface for clock billing webhook payload. So interface clock billing webhook payload, and now in here first we are going to have the data. Yeah, data. Then we'll have ID in here of type string. Then we will have plan plan which is of type string. No, it's not of type string, but an object where we have ID as string, name as string, then slug as string. After plan, we have the pair where we have the user underscore ID as string, email as string. After that, we have status of type string. We have pair ID of type string. And with this, we close this, and then we have type of string and timestamp of number like this. So this would have the data. ID would be the subscription item ID. Then we get the plan info in here. We get the payer details like who paid for this plan, status of this, and payer ID. And then we have event. So event could be subscription item dot active or like that. So uh, we will handle all of that. Now let's have webhooks dot post, and we'll have slash with async route. We get C here, and let's do our magic here. So just a minute, I need to get this Wix. Yeah, so Clerk uses Wix internally for webhooks. So const Wix ID is equals to c.request dot header, and this is Swix ID. Then we get the Swix timestamp and Swix signature like this. And if we don't have any of this, we return missing Swix headers. And then we get body. So const body equals to await c dot request dot text, and then we have the webhook. So const webhook is equals to new webhook, and we write c dot env dot p.env dot clerk webhook secret. We need to define this in our dev envvares. So I'll do that after we create the webhook. So we'll do that. And from where this webhook is called, so h is not capital here. Webhook, I need to see. Yeah, webhook is being imported from Swix. So I'm not sure if we have installed Swix. So webhook, from Swix. Okay, Swix is not installed. So let's install Swix. We'll open up the terminal. Inside of worker, let's write npm install Swix. Done. Now npx for Angular dev. Let's close this. We have Swix and we have initialized the webhook. And now what else? Mm, Let's get the event. So let event as clock billing webhook payload like this. And then we try to verify the webhook. And if it's not correct, then we return with invalid webhook signature. So we have event is equals to webhook.verify. We pass in the, not all of this, but we pass in the Swix ID as, okay, not like this, but I'll pass in the body first and then I'm going to pass the Swix ID, which is going to be Swix ID, the timestamp, and Swix signature like this. Perfect. So this is of clock webhook payload. Done. So we will just verify the webhook if everything is perfect and if it's not tampered with. And if the signature verification fails, then we return with an error that it fails. And now if we are after this and if we haven't any generated any error, then we can process the event successfully because it's from clock. So event type is equals to event dot type, and then we'll have console log uh, webhook received, and then we'll have event type like this just to log it on console. Done. And then we'll switch with event type. So switch event type, and then inside of this we will have this all the clock cases. So case, this is subscription item dot active, not created, active, not activated, active. Then we are going to have const user ID is equals to event data pair user ID, and this data dot pair could be empty. And then we'll have const plan slug event dot data dot plan dot slug. Now if we don't have the user ID, if no user ID, then we just console error that missing user ID in webhook payload, and we just break from here. Also we check if plan slug equals to pro, then we just console log upgrading user with this user ID to pro plan, and then we use await upgrade plan function and pass in the user ID and c.env. That's it. So our plan would be upgraded. And then let's break from this. And now our subscription active is done. Now let's handle the case for cancelled. So case subscription item dot cancelled, and inside of this I'm going to first get the user ID, get the plan slug, and we just have console.log downgrading user ID to free plan, and I guess that is it. And let's break. Now after this, whenever a subscription is ended, we downgrade the user to free plan if the subscription is ended and user haven't paid. So subscription item dot updated, not updated but ended. And then first let's break, and before that we get the user ID, we get the plan slug if we don't have the user ID. If no user ID, then missing user ID in webhook payload, and if plan slug equals to pro, then we downgrade the user. So console log downgrading user to free plan and await downgrade plan. Perfect. So that is done. And after this, we have event for if we have case for payment past due, then we don't need to do anything in here. A clerk would handle this automatically by retrying the payment. And let's do for subscription dot past due. If we get this, we just want that payment past due for user, clerk will retry. And then we have the default case, which would be unhandled webhook type. That's it. And after this, we'll just return return c. So let's have return c.json, and this is going to be received as true, and type as event type like this. And that is it. So webhook handler is also done. Now we need to mount all of these routes inside of the worker. So let's do that. So if we head over to the index.ts right here, and inside of this we need to mount all of the routes. So at the top after the auth middleware or before the auth middleware, yeah, we don't need the auth middleware for the webhooks. So app.route webhooks, then slash clock billing, then we have the webhook routes imported, done. And we need to have the version routes are already here, and we need to also have the billing route. So app.route api slash billing routes, make sure to import billing routes. And I guess this is it. Now that is it. Now let's do this on front end. Just a minute. So inside of front end, inside of app, I'm going to have a new folder called as API, and inside of API I'm going to create webhooks. Inside of webhooks I'm going to create clock billing, not clock billing. Let's create route.ts, and webhooks has another file, another folder which is clock slash billing, and this route goes inside of that folder. So API slash webhooks slash clock billing routes.ts, And now in here, what we want to do is we just get the body of the webhook event, and we just uh, I think what we are doing here is just a minute. I think this would just handle our API. Just a minute. Okay, so I had an issue. We don't actually need this API. Our webhook backend would actually handle all of the things. So I'll just remove that. Now, next thing is our workers all set up. And now inside of front end, we need some UI components which would be required, which is the credits display. Credits display. That would be in the sidebar. So remember, inside this here, right here, this credit display is not done. So we need to do that, and we need to create an upgrade call to action component, which would be used when we use any thing which is not available in the free plan. Like if we create more than 3 projects, or if we click on this export button with a free plan, so it would be visible. So that needs to be done, and then we move on to Clerk billing configurations, and then the pricing page and the app checkout. So let's do it step by step. Okay, so now let's go to the VS Code, and let's create the credits display component. So inside of editor, let's create credits display.tsx, and in here let's get the clock plan ID. So I'm going to have pro plan ID is equals to process.env dot next public clock pro plan ID, and interface credits data, as we have the remaining as number, then total as number, plan as free or flow, period end as string, as unlimited boolean. Then we will have how much time the to restore the new billing date. So this is for that days until. And now export function credits display. So exports function credits display, and let's give the type here to props as credits data, and let's destructure remaining, then total plan period end and is unlimited. And now inside of this, first let's get the token. So get token is equals to use clerk, not use clerk but use auth from clerk next.js. And then we have use state snippet, where we set credits, and set credits it is going to be null, and make sure to import use state, and the types of is credits data or null, like this. What else? Oh, I had this issue. We are not getting any props here. because we are getting the calling the API, so we are not getting any props here. So that was an issue from my end. Now again use state snippet, and we write is loading and set is loading, and this is true as soon as the component loads, and we call the use effect hook at the start of the component as soon as the component mounts. And let's get the use effect and export function like this. And now let's create a sync fetch credits, and let's call the fetch credits, and inside of this let's have try catch block, try catch, and inside of catch we'll just have console.error field to fetch credits, and we'll have finally block where we set is loading to false. And inside of try, let's get the token. Okay, so we are getting the token from top, so I will write const client is equals to create API client, and we pass in the get token in here, and we get data from clients. So const data is equals to await client dot credits dot get method, and then we set the credits with data. So we have got the credits, and now we just return a skeleton if it's loading. So in here I will return this and import UI skeleton, and after this if there are no credits, then we'll just show that credits is unavailable like this. If there are no credits, we'll have credit card with Lucid React, and after this we check if the plan is pro, if the credits are exhausted, and we check the progress percent for the component like this, and then we return our JSX. I'm just going to copy the JSX. Yep. So div with header row where we show the credits, and if it's unlimited, we if it's pro plan, then we show infinity and unlimited. Then we show the progress bar here from UI progress, and make sure to import cn, and this is the progress bar for free users only, that shows how much credits are used and how much are remaining. Then we show the plan label and call to action for uh, if it's a pro plan, sorry, if it's a free plan, sorry, if it's a pro plan, then we just show manage subscription, or else we use the checkout button. So checkout button needs to be from uh, Clerk Next.js experimental. I'm not sure if we are able to use it uh, from Clerk. Okay, so Clerk Next.js experimental. From here, I need the checkout button. So this is still Clerk billing is still in experimental mode. So use it as your own risk. So we have checkout button. We also need the pro plan ID. So make sure we'll do this afterwards. And let's get this zap and save it. And this components is done. And now if we head over to this app layout, we have this credits at the bottom, not this double logo, but this credits. So we had this to do, remember? So instead of this div, we'll have the credits display component right here, and let's see if it works or breaks things. If we head over to the dashboard, and yeah, the component is here. We have the credits and resets in the day, the plan, and upgrade to Pro. That would not work because we don't have the clock billing setup and the pricing page and everything. So we need to fix that. But as far as I see, that component is working and that is done. And now let's do the upgrade call to action component. So upgrade call to action is whenever a user site tries to send a message with 0 credits, it's show up. Then whenever user tries to use a premium model on free plan, it shows. Whenever users try to create a fourth project on free plan, it shows that model. And whenever we are on user tries to export on a free plan, it shows. So let's create the component. uh, so let's head over to the components right here. Inside of editor, I'm going to create upgrade cta.tsx, and inside of this is going to be a client component. Then export interface upgrade cta props, and this is going to have a reason of type string, and reset days as number, like this. Now we'll have const pro features equals to this, and let me get the pro features, just text. And then export function upgrade cta with props, and we'll just return this is going to have dev. So let me grab the JSX, I'm not going to write it. Let's grab the zap, let's grab the check from Lucid React, get the button, get the link. That is it, I guess. Yeah, that is it. And now we need to use this model, upgrade CTA. So let me check where are we using it. So inside of the chat panel, we are using this. Um, okay, so let's head over to the chat panel first. Chat panel, and after the scroll area, we have chat input. Okay, so before this chat input, I'm going to have uh, is credits exhausted? If it's exhausted, then going to have a div with class name as border top, border, and padding of 3. And then inside of this, we'll have the upgrade CTA, which would have the reason as you have used all 50 free messages this month, like that. So it would be there. Then where else we should use it? I guess for now let's keep it here, and for others we'll use it afterwards. Upgrade CTA. um let's try to do one thing. Inside of my Cloudflare dashboard, I will head over to storage, not storage, but compute workers. I was just logged out. Let's head over to my worker. Let's head over to the KV namespace, and in here, let me try to find the user. Yeah, credits user. So my credits are 47 remaining. Let's change this to remaining to 0. Okay, edit 0, and let's save this. And now if I refresh this, you can see that I have 0 credits. And if I head over here, and I'm able to see this upgrade to Pro, and we have used all the credits, and this is disabled. So perfect. So just a minute. If I head over to the upgrade CTA, and yeah, perfect. So this is done. So everything is complete in here. Now we need to set up Clerk with webhooks and everything. So to do that, I'll do one thing. I want you to install ngrok package. So npm install ngrok hyphen g. Now we need to, okay, it already exists on my machine, so this would work for you. But as it's already installed on my machine, uh, it's giving me an error. File already exists. So now to expose our worker URL, our localhost worker URL, we have not deployed the worker yet, but to expose the local worker URL to internet, we used ngrok. So to for the webhooks to work, we need ngrok. So inside of my Wrangler, let me close it and let me try it again. Let me try to open it again. Uh, am I getting my Wrangler root here? No, I'm not. So let's head over to the env local, and we are using Wrangler on 8787 port, right? So I'm going to do ngrok after you have installed ngrok http 8787. So whatever request comes on this port, I want you to expose this. So it's done, and now ngrok has given this URL, the free URL. And if I open this and hit view site, and if I head over to health in here, you can see that it's working. It's like returning our uh, local health. So we need this from here when we create the webhook. So let's do the clerk's webhook. Just a minute. Okay, so I am inside my clerk dashboard with my project as Lovable Clone Recording. Now in here, I want to first enable billing, or else let's configure the webhooks first. So inside of here, we have developers section. Inside of configure, inside of developers, let's head over to webhooks, and we need to add an endpoint. So the endpoint would be our ngrok URL, and then we will have our route. So to check the route, let's head over to our index.ts of worker source. We have this webhooks slash clock billing. So I'll copy this, and I'm going to paste this. Make sure that there's only a single slash, and that is done. And now I want you to search for subscription, and I would search for subscription created, subscription ended, and let's head over to webhooks. and check what events are we using. Subscription active, subscription cancelled and ended, subscription active, subscription cancelled and ended, then past due and subscription dot past due. So subscription dot past due. Perfect. Now let's create the webhook, and from here we can actually test our webhook if it's working or not. So from here I'm going to pass in an subscription item dot cancelled event, and it would send an event like this and send example. And let's see our console. Okay, it just got an internal server error. So we have, okay, secrets can't be empty. So we need the webhook secret from here, signing secret. So I'm going to copy this webhook signing secret, and from here you can see that we had this webhook dot verify. Yeah, Clerk webhook secret. So inside of .dev.env vars, this file, I want you to write Clerk webhook secret equals to this signing secret from here. It would be different for you. So I want you to write this thing inside of that file. Make sure that there are no spaces. I want you to write it down there. I cannot open that file because I have my uh, AI APIs there, and I don't want to expose them. So I want you to paste them there. I'm going to pause my screen. Okay, so I've pasted it on my dev in vivars. I'm going to remove this, and if I open up my terminal, I want you to restart the worker, and you can see we have the Clerk webhook secret. And now if I head over to my browser and let's try to resend this event. So this has been failed, but let's replay this. Let's try to send an example from here. Okay, it was sent, and as you can see, succeeded. So it did work. So as you can see, webhook received, downgrading user, this user to free plan. So perfect. So it's working. Our webhook setup is done, and Clerk's this setup is also done. Now I want you to enable the billing for Clerk billing. So I want you to enable this billing. So we are using Clerk billing because internally Clerk uses Stripe, and we are using Clerk billing because it's very easy to use. Like, we are writing 2 to 3 thousand lines of code in just 5 to 10 lines using Clerk billing. So as our SaaS project, if you want to integrate payments into your SaaS projects with Auth, this is the best approach to do that. Like, I've not seen any approach that is this easier. Like, you just enable billing, use their components, and done. With the Clerk Auth ecosystem, this works pretty seamlessly, and inside it utilizes Stripe. So you don't have to go to the Stripe dashboard and configure things and do things. Clerk handles everything internally, and it handles things like charm, and Clerk billing cost only 0.7% per transaction. Very cheap. Now let's move further. Enable user billing, turn on individual subscriptions for users, enable billing. We save this, and let's head over to the subscription plans. And from here you can see that there's a free plan and we need to add the details to the free plan. Let me grab all of those things that I need. Just a minute. Yeah, so I'll grab the JSON and I'll show you the JSON. So inside of my VS Code, let's close this, open up a new file, and you can see that I have this here, plans this, and from here you can see the plan name is free, key is free, description, monthly price, publicly available, true, and we need all of these features with name, key, and description. So all of this should be same. Make sure that all of this are same, and limits, KV credits record. So this is for internal thing. We just need to use all of these features and everything in Clerk. So I'm going to copy it from here, and you can see it from here as well. And for the pro plan, we have pricing as 25 and annual price is 20. And these are the features. Make sure the keys are correct. And now let's use it. I'm going to get the description from here and paste it. Then this is publicly available. Now I'll add the feature. I'll head over to VS Code and name is 50 credits per month and key is credits 50. Grab this, paste it, create the feature, and we have the feature here. Now I'll add other feature. Done. So our features are here. I'll save the plan. So this is the free plan and we don't have any plan ID for this and we don't need it as well. Now let's create a new plan which is going to be the pro plan. So name is pro, key is pro, and this is the description and the monthly price and annual price. So this is going to be pro description, no free trials, publicly available. Monthly base fee is going to be 25, annual base fee is 20, which makes it 240 per year. Now let's add the features and uh, let's add unlimited credits, new feature, unlimited credits, under projects. Done. So my features are done. I'm going to save it, and this would get me and plan ID. Yeah, this is my plan ID. I'm going to grab this plan ID and let's head over to env.local And from here, what was the uh, yeah, the name is next public clerk pro plan id equals to this. And yeah, so this configuration is completed. And now let's head over to users from here. Sorry, billing. Now we have zero revenue. Now let's try to integrate all the clerk components and everything. So just a minute. Mm, okay, now let's do the pricing page. So let's head over to the VS Code, and inside of app we have this marketing, and inside of marketing I'm going to create a folder named as pricing and page.tsx. And in here I'll write export, let's write rfce export default page, and this is pricing page. And in here first I'm going to give this a class name of relative min height of screen, then bg background. Now inside of this I'll grab the navbar component from components landing, and then let's get the main tag. So I have a main tag with class name mx auto, max width of 5xl, padding x of 6, padding bottom of 20, and padding top of 28. And inside of this I'm going to have a link tag which will go back to home. Link tag, make sure import from next link, and arrow left from lucid react. Link tag is done. Now we'll have a page header basic jsx, and then we'll have the pricing table from clock next.js, and pricing table is from clock next.js. Perfect. And then we have a p tag which would show all plans include live preview, code editor, version control, and dark mode. Just a text. Save it, and now let's head over to our Lovable clone, and when we click on this, create to pro, this should take us, the checkout component cannot be rendered when billing is disabled. Billing is enabled. Let's head over to the pricing from here and see if it is working. Yeah, this is working. So we are getting the clock pricing, and this is working. And when we click on subscribe, we have the checkout component, and this is here. But let's do the checkout from there. So we have this, and just a minute, I'll just refer the docs. All right, so we already did the checkout button inside of credits display, but we needed to provide the plan period of month here. So provide this prop here. We already have given the plan ID inside of checkout button. We are inside the credits display component on line 130. And now let's try to create a subscription. I'm going to reload my page and upgrade to pro. Let's pay with a test card. Payment was successful. Continue and refresh the button. And now we are on the pro plan. Now, if I head over here, Okay, it's just hydration errors. And now I can do unlimited chats because I am on the pro plan. So everything is unlimited. And if I head over to my clerk billing, and you can see that we got a revenue of $25, and this is my user that uh, created the subscription. So perfect. So clerk subscription is also complete. Now, one thing that is remaining that we need to do is let's do the models, different models. So we don't have access to different models. I've shown you this pretty bad UI. Now let me show you a UI which is very good. So let's do that. Okay, so now let's do the multi-model thing. So first, I want you to head over to the first, let me close all of this. We have space in the workspace, and let's head over to page.tsx of project ID. And in here, I'm not sure if we have created that or not. So handle model change. Okay, so let's get this here, paste it, and now inside of this, let's wrap this in a use callback. So handle model change, use callback hook, and then the function. This will get, okay, this is an async function, and this will get the model ID as string. Now inside of this, first we set selected model ID as the model ID, and this should run when we have the get token and the project ID. This is set selected model ID, and then we'll set the project with previous model ID like this, and let's try and catch to update the project. Create API client, get token, clients dot projects dot update, project ID, model with model ID, catch, fail to update model, and tools dot error, fail to update model, try again. Let's save this, and this would be passed automatically, I guess. Yeah, it's being passed, so no need to do any change here. And now let's create the model selector component and import it inside where we need it. So first, inside of the components editor, let's create model hyphen selector.tsx, and this is going to be a client component. And let's do one thing. I'm just going to copy and paste it. So making this a client component, we have model selector props, selected model ID on model change, user plan, and if it's disabled, then the speed indicator, the speed of the plan, quality indicator, model selector component. If it's open or close, it's just pop over. So we get the selected model ID, the display name, and grouped models according to their provider. Like if Anthropic is providing anything, so we have Opus and Sonnet in Anthropic, something like that. Handle select, and we have this popover, and to open the popover we have this, and trigger for this button which would have a display name, and this is the popover content. We just map the group models and just show them. I'll just word wrap this, can better see all of this. And I'll save this. And model selector, where is this used? Inside of the chat panel. So let's head over to the chat panel, and in this, where is it used? So what we are going to do is, in here we will check if uh, is credit exhausted is false. Then we will have a div, wrap this around brackets, and this div is going to have a class name of border top, border border of 50, background card 50, and backdrop blur small. Now inside of this, first we'll have the model selector. So let's have a div with padding x of 3, padding top of 2, and inside of this, let's grab our model selector and pass it down the all prop. So selected model ID is the selected model ID. Then on model change user plan as user plan, and disabled. If it's streaming, then we need to disable this. And then let's grab this chat input. This should be inside of here after this div right here. Save it, and let's head over to our browser. And if I refresh it, you can see that we are using GPT-4o Mini, and I'm going to disable this hydration errors. Preferences and hide for this session, close. Now let's try to change the model. I'm going to use the uh, Sonnet 4.5, and if I refresh it, is it maintained? Yeah, now you can see we have Sonnet 4.5, and I'm going to create a new project, not this one. So let's create a new project. I'll name this as social media app for, let's just name it social media app, and I'm going to use Sonnet 4.5 social media app create, and let's head over to here, and now let's write my prompt. So create a social media app with dark theme for AI agents, then use framer motion for animations. All the components should be working, and I need responsive ready components for all the screens. So I made so many errors while typing. Let me correct that. Components, agents, and now let's give it the prompt. It's thinking and it's creating the application. Let's wait for it to create. Okay, it did generate it, but uh, there's some issue. So let's try to fix it. I'm going to copy this and paste it right here, and let's see if the AI can solve it. Let's head over to the code and see inside of. I think it has fixed, and yeah, we have our app here. So you can see all of the UI piece is actually working. You also got the animations. Pretty cool, right? The UI is pretty perfect. Like I like what it has created. So we can iterate over this and create more things if we want to. And with this, our lovable clone app is complete, and there might be some features remaining. And due to video length, I cannot complete it. Uh, so these are those are some minor features. If you want them, you can just buy the source code from the description of the video, and you'll have those. So this is also responsive, and you can check the versions and the code. So yeah, this is complete, and with this we are ending our video. And let me know how did you like this, and if you need any more videos like AI videos like this, please show some love in the comment section, and I'll create more videos like this.